Good morning, everyone. I would like to welcome you back to day 4 of She Is Me. And we had a little um, cancellation this morning. Dr. Tia Murray was in a car accident this morning going to get her coffee. So she is going to not be with us this morning, but we should be able to see her presentation on demand uh, on November 1st. So I just wanted to pop in here and let you know that we're going to get started at 8 a.m. and that I just appreciate all of you. And I cannot wait for you to see what we have in store today. We have Joanne Doherty, Elaine Mercedes Mendoza, Karen Kinney, Lace Flowers, Colleen Maria Linsky, Chioma Obiekwe, Mary Beth O'Connor, Julie Fingers doing a cooking show live with me, Brenda Hare, Lori LeBerge, and Shelby Hansen to wrap up the day. Big energy, lots of beautiful, beautiful women who are going to be here to share their experience, their strength, their hope, their triumph, and help us weave together this collective and bring us all to a new world. And it's just going to be amazing. It's been amazing so far. I hope you've been enjoying it. If you have any questions, just please let us know. You can email us. You can post on the private Facebook group, and we will get back to you. So I'll be back at 8 o'clock, and I'm going to leave you with Ty Scott King.
She used to hide behind judgment, doubt, and fear. She was unclear and unaware of the power she held within. She couldn't see that she was created and destined to win. Because time and time again, disappointment took their toll, and it was hard for her to hold on to faith. Difficult for her to wait and walk through challenging seasons. She had 10,000 reasons to quit and throw in the towel, because the game of life kept handing her foul after foul, and the sidelines were calling her name. But there was a voice deep inside that told her to cast off the shame. So one day, she boldly decided to own her pain and make it serve a purpose. She determined in her heart that telling her story was worth it. She used to hide, but these days, she has done the inner work to find herself, and she has hit her stride. Now she beams with unbridled pride when she enters every room. She is a woman in full bloom, and her self-worth and self-esteem are not just a gleam or a glimmer. You will not see her shimmer. Instead, she will beam brightly from a distance like the lights on Broadway. And there is no way this woman will ever be bound again. No, that woman with no self-love has been replaced with this queen whose crown will never lean because her head won't bow. Her theme song now is, I'm every woman, it's all in me. Because her clarity is the sharpest it's ever been. She is empowered and focused on empowering, because none of us are alone. No, this is a movement of women who teach, inspire, and lift each other higher. Together we go up. We fill each other's cup in this sisterhood. We speak life and carry the light to brighten each other's path when the journey gets hard. Because we know that beauty will be birthed through us being scarred. And being flawed means that we have more colorful tales to tell. Yes, we know that our experiences are what make us a well of wisdom. And we have discovered freedom in telling our truth. We have recovered what once kept us smothered. And our liberated lives are the proof, the testament that overcoming the odds is possible. The evidence that life can be sweeter after hurdling obstacles. We are the brave voices that arose despite our poor choices and traumas. And our mamas should be proud of the progress we've made, because we refuse to fade into the background. Instead, we stand up for ourselves and each other every day. We are reclaiming our power and paving a new way. She used to hide behind judgment, doubt, and fear. She lived in shame. She was unclear. But now she stands here, bold, empowered, free. Yes, she is a healed woman who knows her worth, and she is me.
Mental health. Joanne will be presenting The Little Girl Who Loved Cream Eggs. Please welcome Joanne Doherty.
Thank you everyone for being here with me today. It's an absolute privilege for me to speak here. My talk is called The Little Girl Who Loved Cream Eggs, and I'm the little girl who loved cream eggs. And it's a story about childhood adversity, mental illness, the power of education, and the power of always having hope. And I'll talk firstly about my childhood. I was born in 1984. I was born in a very, very rough area of Scotland called Govan, which has quite a notorious reputation. It's an area of multiple deprivation, lots of poverty, drugs, alcohol problems, really, really difficult area. And I was born to a schizophrenic mother, and I was a big surprise. I came along and I was a big surprise to everybody. People didn't know that my mum was pregnant, and I came along. And it was a big shock for the family. And my mother was just too sick to take care of me. She was very severely schizophrenic, and spent a lot of time in psychiatric wards, spent a lot of time wandering. I know that she was a wanderer. And I think I certainly got some of that in my blood, because I have spent a lot of my time wandering too, a lot of my life traveling, which I'll talk about. So my mother wasn't able to take care of me, and I was put straight into the care of my nan, my grandmother, who I affectionately call my nan. I still call her my nan. And my nan had a constant battle with social services not to be taken from her, because my nan also had a chaotic house. We had drugs in the house. My uncle had a heroin addiction. One of my other uncles was in gangs. There was a lot of violence. I remember being very young and people coming to the door with weapons looking for my uncle, and that fear stayed with me for a long time. That outside threat of thinking that something was going to happen, that it was dangerous. And I think the most traumatic thing of all for us, for me as a child, is we were living in extreme poverty. It was really difficult for us. I have memories of being hungry a lot. I remember that my nan would not eat because she was giving her food to me. I remember being cold a lot. I had a little sleeping bag that I practically lived in. I have very clear memories of coming home from school and going straight into the sleeping bag because it would be nice and warm and cozy. And I think my nan made it into a bit of a game for me. So things were really, really tough. But despite all that, despite the chaos round about me, I had a real secure and loving attachment with my nan, who was just wonderful. As I'd mentioned, she had her own 9 children. She was Catholic. She had 9 children, 2 sets of twins, and she raised them all alone. She was a retired nurse, and she raised them all alone in a single end in Govan, in this really hard part of Glasgow and Scotland. And a single end is basically a flat without a toilet even. So they had to go outside to use the toilet. That's how difficult it was and how little money they had. But she was my world. She still is my role model, and she gave me everything that she could. She took me to the library every single week. She took me to the library, and from a very young, because the library's free, from a very young age, she instilled in me a love of books and a love of learning. She could speak Russian and Chinese. She taught herself Russian and Chinese from tapes that she bought from the library herself. And I guess just fed through that love of learning to me at all times, modelling it to me. She took me to the University of Glasgow, which is in the West End of Glasgow, which is the nice part of Glasgow, opposite to where I live. And we would go over there. And if you don't know, it's worth having a look at the University of Glasgow. It's this very, very stunning, beautiful building with a large tower. And she would take me over there to go to the different parks and museums because they're free. And I have a very, very clear memory of seeing the tower of Glasgow University for the first time and thinking that it was Mallory Towers from the books by Enid Blyton. And I was just a very young girl, but I could read. I was a very, very advanced reader because my nan had taught me how to read. And I thought it was Mallory Towers. And if you're not familiar with these books, they're Mallory Towers was a boarding school, very upper class children who went to boarding school. And I was this girl living in poverty from Govan who desperately wanted to go to Mallory Towers. And I remember pulling at my nan and begging her to let me go. It's Mallory Towers. Can I go there? Can I go there? And I remember her cupping my face and laughing in affection and explaining that it wasn't Mallory Towers, but it was Glasgow University, and you were going to go there one day. She told me that I was going to go there one day, and that always stuck in my head that I was going to go to Glasgow University. It was written, it was in stone. I was going to go there. And I'm going to talk more about that later. So despite all of that, I was a very happy, loved, cared for, and very, very secure little girl because I had my nan. I want to talk a little bit about what it was like as a child whose mother was so severely mentally ill. Mum would come and go. She wouldn't be at the house. Often she never stayed over. And she would come and she would be very unkempt. And I think a lot about, she looked like a lion, like her hair was like a lion hair. That's what I remember. I often remember that she was very dirty. And I couldn't understand because Nan would never let me have hair that wasn't perfect or clothes that weren't perfect and ironed. And people tell me that I look like a little doll despite us not having any money. My nan dressed me up like a little doll from clothes from charity shops and everything. She made sure that I was immaculate, even we didn't have any money. And I always couldn't understand why my mum looked the way that she did when I was never allowed to have a hair out of place. And she would come to the house and I would be very scared. Her behaviour was erratic, unpredictable. Sometimes she would come and everything would be okay for a period of time. Sometimes she would come and her voice would get really loud and there was lots of shouting. I remember hiding behind my nan's legs a lot and peeking out, not sure. Very frightened of her and just confused. Children need consistency and there was no consistency. I didn't know what I was going to get from mum. And it was very difficult. I felt very different and really longed for having a mum like my friends, a normal mum who could come to school and pick me up and take me places. I really felt that from a very young age. I felt different in that way and really longed for a normal mum. Nan was great and I loved Nan, but how nice it would have been to have a mum like my friends. I just want to read a poem to sum up what it was like for me as a little girl whose mum had schizophrenia. And the poem is called Cream Eggs. I don't want to go. Nan looks at me. She has blue eyes like me. She has happy eyes today. Just a wee 5 minutes. Go on. You can get a cream egg. Here. 50p? I can get so much with that. My mum takes my hand. She's wearing lots of rings. It's sore. I look at my nan. Go on or I'll take my money back. I've never been outside with my mum before. She holds my hand really tight. Nan doesn't do that. We walk through the park and she stops to speak to everyone. I try to get a shot on the new swings, but she won't let my hand go. It's sore. I look at her. She has brown eyes. We get to the shop. They have cream eggs. I run to get one, but she's still holding my hand really tight and I hurt my arm. There's big boys in the shop. Mum starts speaking to them. They're laughing. One of them shouts outside and more of them come in. They ask her where she got her coat. They're laughing and shouting, and now my face is really red. I hate her stupid coat. It's not even cold. I don't want a cream egg now. I want to go home. I want my nan. I feel a bit sick. They're laughing and shouting, and my mum is squeezing my hand harder now, and the rings are digging in, and I'm crying. I want to go home. I want my nan. And that's the only memory I have of being outside with my mum. And it must have been a really big deal for my mum to take me outside because it never ever happened. And she must have been feeling quite calm at that point and maybe stable, taking her medications for my nan to let me go with her. But that was a really traumatic event for me as a child because I grew up with the feeling of being in the shop with the boys, and I didn't know what they were saying. They were calling our names, and I don't remember the names. I don't remember the details, but I could feel the shame, and I could feel the cruelty of their words and their actions. And I grew up carrying that. I grew up as well feeling guilty about being embarrassed of my mum. And that's a lot. That's a lot for a little girl to grow up with. So I just wanted to explain a little bit where the cream egg theme came from. So when I was 10, very unfortunately, I came home from being out playing. I came home and my nan was in her bed, which was quite unusual. And I went up very close to wake her and I felt and I knew straight away she was cold and I knew that she'd died. And even now, living in Scotland is not a great idea. I have a real issue with the cold. I moved away and lived in the Middle East for 12 years because I need heat, I need warmth. And I do relate that back to that traumatic feeling, that traumatic moment of finding my nan cold and gone. And I guess despite the traumatic and adverse childhood I had, that's when things really started to fall apart for me because I'd lost my constant, I'd lost my security. When she died, I had a really wonderful primary 5 teacher called Mrs. Marshall. And Mrs. Marshall really wrapped me up in cotton wool. She kept me warm. She was very kind to me and showed me so much kindness. And I was only 10, but I knew from spending that time with Mrs. Marshall, I knew I wanted to be a teacher and I wanted to be just like her. I wanted to be just as kind and caring and as lovely as her. From that moment, I knew I would be a teacher. Very quickly after Nan died, I was placed into care. And this is still a part of my story that I don't share, that I'm unable to share. And I think that's okay too. I was very, very, very unhappy. Very, very unhappy at what was a young, happy, carefree, confident child. very quickly became probably a shell of the little girl that I was. I tried to tell people that I was unhappy, and no one was listening to me. No one listened to me, and I started to stop speaking and lost my voice. And I guess this is why I'm so proud to be speaking here, where this is all about promoting women's voices, because for a long time I lost my voice. I stopped talking because I felt like I didn't have anything valuable to say. And when I tried to speak, I was shut down. No one listened to me. Spent a lot of time alone. Still had my love of books, so I read a lot. I took in as much information as I could, but I was painfully shy. Really retreated into myself, found it difficult to open up and speak to other people, which was in contrast with the little girl I had been previously. Very gratefully and luckily, had my nan still, the feeling of my nan with me, still, well, she had instilled it in me, but still had this love for learning, and passion for learning, and did well at school, kept my head down. Was like a straight A student, did really well, although quiet. And I look back now and wonder why the teachers didn't do more, because I guess because I was getting good grades, and I wasn't causing any trouble. They didn't investigate further how unhappy I was. And I worked hard at school and got really good grades because I knew my way out was to get to university. I knew that I could slip away, get out of this place, this hell that I was in, and get to university, and no one would bother me because, tick the box then, I've done it, she'll be okay, she's at university, and don't need to bother her. And that was the case. So when I was 17, I got unconditional offers for Glasgow University, the Tower, because my nan told me that's where I would go. And she was right. And I got back to Glasgow and started Glasgow University, and found that transition very difficult. I was only 17, trying to run a home for myself. I was by myself, trying to put myself through university. I worked every night in a call centre. I would finish. By the way, I forgot to mention, I started to train as a teacher at university because I wanted to be Mrs. Marshall. And slowly but surely started to find my voice again. It took a while. I found the transition really difficult. I felt very out of place, that I didn't belong to be there, because I'm just this girl from Scheme and Govan. What business do I have being at university? But I did get through it. I found my voice. I found my passions, and my passions was to specialise. My passion was to specialise in inclusion. And I wanted to work with children who were experiencing trauma like I had. And I graduated from the big tower, Glasgow University, and started to work in Govan, the same area I was from, with children from very similar backgrounds to me. So I could really understand what they were experiencing. Children with social, emotional, and behavioural problems, very much related to the chaos they were living in, the adversity, poverty that they were living in. And I got it because I'd been there. And when I was 23, I got this amazing opportunity to move abroad and teach abroad. And there was something in me saying, do it, do you want to do it? And I went for it, and I moved to Abu Dhabi. And you can imagine the contrast from where I was working to this amazing. Abu Dhabi was just developing there, not quite as developed as Dubai, but lots of money, lots of wealth. I was earning a really, really wonderful salary. was working in a private school with some amazing people and some amazing families, and never lost sight of why I got into education. I always gravitated to those children who had problems. And regardless if children have money or not, there's problems. There's often problems in different kinds of ways. And I always worked with those children, and I'm like a magnet. I worked with them. I got to travel the world. We got such good holidays over there. So this little girl from Govan that was too often went hungry and cold. I was traveling the world, Thailand, Maldives, Seychelles, South Africa, everywhere I was going. I was earning a fantastic salary. I was driving sports cars. I was living in a penthouse. I was living the dream. And I'm so grateful for all of it. I'm so grateful for everything that I managed to experience. And then I decided education started to pull me back again, and I did my master's degree where I specialised in child psychology and got the opportunity to work with some very, very VIP families as a private teacher, emotional coach for these children who were experiencing emotional problems. And one thing that was quite clear is, although these children had lots of money and fabulous lives, quite often their parents were missing from their lives, and they didn't have that secure attachment that I had with my nan. A lot of my work and my research is around attachment and the importance of it. So yeah, really grateful for those opportunities. I was flying in private jets. I was spending a lot of time. The fanciest hotel in Rome. I spent a month there in the whole penthouse for myself. Just opportunities that you couldn't even dream of. I could never have dreamed of as a wee girl. Just living the dream, living an amazing life. And then I got the pull to come home. I felt something in my heart telling me it was time to come home. And I came back to Scotland, and I met the love of my life. And Owen is my everything. And he gave me, it's the first time I felt the security that my nan gave me. He gave that to me. And I guess a really, really important thing happened in 2021 is that I got pregnant with my soulmate. And the minute I got pregnant, or the minute I found out I was pregnant, I felt my mum. I felt my mum with me. I felt her close to me. For the first time in my life, I felt my mum. And I was having it was a really difficult pregnancy. It was the time of COVID, and I'd had some bleeding. Well, they told me not to come to the hospital. We weren't allowed to even leave the house at this point. It was when everything was in lockdown. And Owen got COVID, and I was really worried about what might happen to the baby, because no one knew at that point. Things were out of control with COVID. No one really knew what was happening. So I had a lot of anxiety, but my mum was with me. I could feel her very close to me. And it's a really beautiful thing to have that connection with her, because it's something I've never ever had. And I knew that I would have a little girl very early on. I knew it would be a little girl. I could feel it, and I knew that her name was going to be the same name as my mum, which is also my grandmother's name, my nan's name. So it could only be one name. And I guess it's really beautiful now. My daughter is called after my mum and my nan, and it kind of feels like the little part of them are still here, living through my daughter. It's been really beautiful. I have my own family, which is something I could never understand really what that would feel like. And now I've got it. I've got it all. And living in my dream house, I am giving my daughter everything that I didn't have. She's so loved. This is a house full of love and laughter and joy, and calm. It's a calm house. All the things that I didn't get to experience, she's experiencing them all, and I'm experiencing them all again. I'm experiencing them kind of for the first time, I guess. And the other really beautiful thing is feeling this presence of my mum has pivoted my work a little bit. Although I had the master's in psychology and that background anyway, I've really moved my work into mental health, and that has been my mum driving me. When I think back to that episode in the shop where the boys were calling her names and shaming her, shaming me, it's kind of lit a fire in me. I feel very passionately about discrimination and stigma, and how it's not acceptable, it's not on, and that we need to do more. Very conscious that it's not just people who are mentally ill who face that discrimination. Their children feel it and they grow up with it as well. And the qualifications, mental health qualifications and training that I deliver now, a lot of it is about educating people on discrimination and stigma. And my mum has really guided me with that. It all happened really naturally. I just decided these were things I was going to do, and I feel her guiding me as well. And yeah, I guess I pinch myself every day. I talk a lot about how lucky I am, how grateful I am, because I'm living my dream life. I spoke recently to a friend, and there's still a part of me that thinks, and I think that's growing up in such chaos and adversity, there's a part of me that thinks, I don't get to have it this good. When is it all going to collapse? And that's work I have to do, because my life is like a dream. My life is a dream. I am living the dream life. My business is thriving. I have got a beautiful daughter, beautiful partner in my dream house. In terms of work, I'm so lucky to be involved in so many wonderful projects. I am on the Scottish Parliament, the cross-party group for mental health, and really getting an opportunity to be involved in shaping and changing policy in Scotland for mental health, which is a really, really big deal. I'm also back at Glasgow University as a teacher. I teach there now. I teach in two contexts. I work in the widening participation department, which supports kids like me going to university from non-typical backgrounds, from areas of multiple deprivation, who don't always get the right opportunities to get to university. And my work is involved in supporting them further to get them into higher education, because they bloody deserve to be there. And I'm also really lucky that I this year will be teaching on a variety of psychology courses, and I'm really proud of that, and I'm really proud of myself, and I hope my nan will be proud too. I see her smiling down at me, getting to be back at that big tower as a professional, being employed there now. I hope that I am making her proud. I know I will be. Yeah, I guess the key messages that I would like to share to get across today is The power of education, and I don't mean formal education, although for me, formal education was my route out, and it was my lifeline to get out of the awful situation that I was in, and it has afforded me and allowed me to experience the amazing opportunities that I have done traveling the world and working in some really cool places. But just grab onto any kind of learning that comes your way. Be curious. Grab onto it when the people like this conference, people sharing their stories, grab onto their little nuggets of wisdom. Be inspired. Be by people. Learn in every capacity that you can. Be open to learning. Have an open mind. You just never know what that might do for you, or what little magic path that might take you down. I would also like to get across from this message something I feel really passionately about, and I know that all the other amazing women who have been talking will share this sentiment too, that your adversity and the trauma that you have been through does not define you. Never, ever, ever put a glass ceiling on yourself or anybody else who's been through anything difficult, because they are capable of reaching the stars. And so are you. If you're in a bad place and you think things won't get better, just cling on to a bit of hope, have high expectations for yourself, and don't let anything difficult that you've been through define you. And if you can, use it to make positive change in the world. Use it to scream and shout for others who might not be in a position to do it for themselves. I hate the term being a voice for the voiceless, because everybody's got a voice, but help others who aren't able to use it. Help them find their own voice again. Your voice matters. Another one that I know, Lisa, the reason she set this up, because your voice matters and we want to hear it. And then finally, the big message that I would like to get across is, I ask you to remember the little girl who loved cream eggs, because there are many, many children who are growing up with parents, carers who are struggling with severe mental illness, and even not severe, less severe mental illness in the UK at the moment. We have a cost of living crisis, and the world is very cruel for a lot of people right now, and that's affecting parents and carers. And there's lots of little girls, little children who like cream eggs, who are struggling as well, who are having it tough because their parents are mentally struggling with their mental health, or diagnosed and very mentally ill. And they will grow up carrying that unless we as a society do something for them. And something that I request, actually I beg, I don't just request of you, anyone watching today, I beg of you, and I set a challenge that if you hear discrimination in any form, and it can be the sly comments, it can be the overt comments, the names, the derogatory names, it can be people being left out because they're a bit different. I beg that you have the guts and the courage to call it out and to challenge people, and don't let it go unnoticed. Call them out and challenge them on it. When you do that, you don't just help that person who's been targeted. You are sticking up for everybody with mental health issues, and you are also making things better for their children and helping their children to grow up in a kinder, more caring world. Thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure and an absolute privilege to have this opportunity to speak to you all today. It's been amazing. Thank you so much.
Joanne, thank you. Thank you
Thank,
so much for being here.
thank you.
I loved your poem. It took me right there. It took me right there. And being having many similarities in growing up as you did, I remember those moments of just fear and wanting nothing better than to be, for me it was being in my room with the door shut, or being at my nan's house, right? Being at my grandmother's house, and just feeling like nothing could get me here. You know, this was my safe space, and just being in some of those moments, and when I was listening to your poem and listen, I could just feel how scared you were, and feel how, as much as you wanted to be with your mom, it you didn't feel safe. You felt so
Mm,
scared, and
mm,
that really touched me, I just have to say.
mm.
But I'm proud of you as well, and
Thank you.
what an amazing story to be able to have your nan tell you, "Yes, you're going," and then now you're teaching there.
You know,
I mean, she would just be smiling every day, all day long,
mm,
you know?
I hope so. I hope
Ugh,
so.
that's amazing. It's amazing. I am so happy for you, and, I love that you are I'm sorry, I am a little teared up with your
It's okay.
story.
I
Um,
almost lost it a couple of times, but I managed to.
I've been sitting here, I put my glasses on, so, uh, I, a couple of things that you said. I love the fact that you're helping to change legislation within the parliament in Scotland. I love that that's happening, and that you're an advocate and an ally for people with mental health issues, because so many people are overlooked and ignored, and um, we see it every day. I live in the San Francisco Bay Area, and we see it every single day. And um, I am saddened at the response of the community, of the the legislation around mental health issues, and around the governing bodies in our area, in that their solutions aren't solutions. It's so that they don't have to deal with it anymore, you know? And and I would love for you, at some point, let's do the on the podcast, talk about that, because I think it's really important, and how what you're doing and how you're doing it, and how other people could get involved, possibly, where they're at, to help this crisis that we're in. Um, one of the other things that you said is that you don't like being a voice for the voiceless, and that everybody has a voice. And you're absolutely right. I couldn't agree more. Thank you so much for using your voice to tell your story, and be the voice for some of those women and young women out there who might be seeing this at some point, and can relate to your story, to confirm what they already know, but remind them that they do have a voice, and that in this, with this conference, and with this platform, and with this movement, we are teaching women that it's okay to use your voice, and that we support you, and that you have this amazing network of women who will stand with you and give you the strength that you need to use your voice. It's really, really important. So I am so grateful for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lisa. It's been a pleasure.
We will be back in just a few minutes. Elaine Mercedes Mendoza is going to be joining us, and she's going to talk about the books that she's written, and her talk is "You're Already Free." So I can't wait for that. Thank you, Joanne.
Thank you.
Male, Christian, and heterosexual, the Mercedes-Benz in our society is Latin American, immigrant, LGBTQ, female. Are we the clunkers in our society?
What if everything you thought you knew about this world and its people wasn't true? I don't believe a label can show the world our shared humanity, our goals, our hope for a world where finally everyone belongs.
So welcome to a special edition of Liberate Your Authentic Self. This is the Time to Rise Ask the Author series. And joining me today is Elaine Mendoza.
We are not a label. So next time somebody tells you, this is America, we speak English here, I don't want you to react out of anger, because anger doesn't get us anywhere. So next time somebody uses a label against you, remind them that we are all human beings, and hashtag all humans belong. Thank you. What does it feel like when you grow up with 4 labels that are perceived as having less value? You realize that 1, you can let your anger consume you or control you. Or 2, you can learn to bring more light and love and inclusion and diversity to this world.
But to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice, for all who are born in the United States, because everyone else has no worth. What a tough lesson I've spent my whole life trying to learn. I'm a citizen of nowhere on planet Earth, and I realize I'm just a criminal of birth.
I believe if we all do the work to remove the labels that attach themselves to us, or the labels that we over-identify with, we will be free to finally create the life that we desire, and ultimately, the world we all deserve to live in.
Hello, everyone. I'm excited to be here tonight, and I promised myself that I was going to tell you some stories tonight that I've never told anyone. So I invite you into my living room so we can have a little chat what it was like to grow up with 4 labels that are controversial in our society. Now, I wanted to start by saying that you are already free. You are already free. And I can almost sense some of you in your living room saying, how am I free? I have to work 8 hours a day. I have kids. I have bills to pay. I wanted to talk about freedom, not from a material perspective, because I think society, the media, the world in general tells us, if you only make more money, then you can have the freedom that you want. I'm not talking about that kind of freedom. I'm talking about the freedom from the labels that we were born with and the ones we acquired along the way. So you could say I'm talking about freedom from a spiritual perspective, not from the material world and our responsibilities. So I wanted to make that clear. I wanted to start my presentation with something that we can all relate to. And I started thinking, what is an image I can show you that will explain the moment we were born? Because when we were born, we were under divine laws. We were not yet under human laws. So I chose this picture because I was a preemie. I was born 2 months early. So I was actually in an incubator, pretty much like this one. When we are under divine laws, everything applies equally to all of us. We are all equal. Each one of us watching this tonight, you were at the hospital at some point. You had no idea what your nationality was. You had no idea that you were a race. You don't even know if you're a boy or a girl. You don't even know your name. But it is at this point in our life story that we go from having divine laws and we go into human laws, because it's in this moment in time when we suddenly have a nationality, an implied race, or religion that we inherit from our families, and we did not have a choice in the matter. It was at this point in time that I didn't know that this moment would affect me for the rest of my life. Now, for those of you who saw my TED Talk, you will realize that I was born in Venezuela. And when I was born in Venezuela, I was eventually taken to the United States when I was 6 years old for the first time. I want to ask you guys tonight, when you tell your story, when you tell other people, who am I? You probably do a combination of, I am American, I have a family, I have a partner, I'm bisexual, I'm pansexual, demisexual. There's a lot of labels nowadays. But I assure you that you probably use a label to describe who you are. And I don't know what happened to nationality there, but that just happened today. So I want you to take a minute and write down, how would you describe yourself? How do you describe yourself to other people? Okay? And I want you to do this exercise for yourself. Now, 7 years ago, some people thought that I had lost my mind because I accomplished this American dream. I had a really nice apartment in Annapolis, Maryland. If you're familiar with Annapolis, you know how beautiful it is. All I would have to do is open my window and I had the Chesapeake Bay. It was the dream. I had accomplished it. I had on paper, it's important for me to say on paper, a 6-figure income job. So I had financial security, a nice apartment, even a purse collection that I was somehow very proud of. But for some reason, I looked at myself and I looked at everything in my apartment, and I had this moment where I thought, I am not any of this. I work 6 days a week. I'm on call 24 hours a day to keep all of this, but I'm not any of this. And it was then that I decided I have to change my life. This is not the life I want to have until retirement, just so I can travel 20 and 30 years later. So tonight I created this workshop, which is truly an extension of my TED Talk, which is called The Power of Labels to Change Your Story. Because I had a personal mission 7 years ago to find out what just happened. What happened in my life? Now, for those of you that don't know, I grew up in the Washington, D.C. area. I trained to be a Broadway style performer. And for those of you that don't know what that is like, it is years of work. I actually had an acting teacher that said it takes more money and effort to train a Broadway style performer than it does to train a doctor. Because you can go to medical school for 8-10 years, but when you are training to be a performer on stage, the work starts when you're very young. So as a teenager, I took numerous voice lessons. I took tap lessons, I took acting lessons, and eventually one of my dreams came true. I was accepted into one of the most prestigious musical theater schools in New York City. And for me, that was, I was living the dream. What I didn't realize, though, is that this moment in time would affect that dream. Divine laws told me I was deserving and worthy. Human laws told me differently. If you have not seen the TED Talk, you will know that after graduating from school in New York City, I did everything right. I was never illegal. My parents did everything according to the law. We followed every rule. And I was rejected. I was initially rejected. They said, we have reviewed your case and we have determined that you have insufficient reasons to remain in the United States. And that was perhaps one of the most shocking, life-changing moments of my life. And that was the day that my career did not even get started. Going through that experience, I realized how one label affected my life, the label of immigrant. Imagine when you have 4 labels that the world somehow finds so offensive. So immigrant, Latina, woman, and I am also a part of the LGBTQ community. And when people ask me which letter, I just say all of them, because I actually don't believe in labels, and I believe that love has no sexuality. So I wanted to go one by one, all the labels that I started to detach from. All these years of travel, I started observing other countries, other cultures. And yes, I found differences between us, but the differences were actually really superficial. For example, we have different languages, we have different foods, different religions and customs. But I remember sitting at a cafe and I was looking at the commuters and I was writing on my laptop and I realized, oh my gosh, we do the same exact things. We are more alike than we actually are different. But labels create this illusion that we are somehow different. It's important for me to say that labels by themselves are not the problem. I'm a writer. I use labels all of the time because it serves a purpose. You can describe a person, place, or thing by using a label. You can say the handsome Italian man. You can say the beautiful red chair. The labels by themselves or the adjectives are not the problem. The problem comes in when we start to use labels to separate people into 2 groups. The first group is worthy and deserving. The other group is less valuable. So what happens when somebody says, I am more important than you because I was born here? What happens is you can turn on the news tonight and you will realize the result of believing in these labels. So now that you've written, hopefully in front of you, how you describe yourself to other people, I'm going to take a trip back in time. And this trip is going to teach us the very, very basics of Humanity 101 that I believe we have forgotten all over the world. As I say here, this is a Humanity 101 to rediscover the truth of who we are outside of these labels. Because before labels created division between us and within us, we were already free. It's important for me to go back to this picture. Now, this baby somehow knew that he was safe. He or she was safe and worthy of everything that life had for him. He knew that he was taken care of. All he had to do was cry and he would get food. He would get his diaper changed. He trusted the universe to take care of him. But somehow along the way, we started to create human laws. And human laws, the main difference is that they don't apply equally to everyone. And my life story is a perfect example of that. Now, when I did my TED Talk, this is a story that many of you may find interesting. I was so sick in this picture. I had a fever. I had bronchitis because the universe has a sense of humor. That's exactly what happened to me days before the TED Talk, bronchitis. If you don't know what that is, it means you have an uncontrolling cough that you just have to get through it. And I think what happened to me that night was I was telling a story I was most afraid to tell. Now, I had been rejected 7 or 8 times for a TED Talk because I was being fearful of my own story. I finally spoke to a speaker coach who told me, Elaine, the story you must tell is the one you're most afraid of telling. So I got on stage in Florida right before election year, and I said, I am an immigrant, I am Latina, I am queer, and it was one of the scariest moments of my life. It was important for me to have this moment because not only was it an election year and I was in Florida, but I wanted to say, you know what? You may not agree with me, but hashtag all humans belong. And I started spreading the all humans belong movement. Now, for those of you who wish to do a TED Talk, realize the best advice I can give you is tell the story you're most afraid of telling. What if I told you that the main thing I have learned after visiting more than 40 countries, I don't count because I don't do it. I don't visit countries like trophies. I just go wherever I feel like going. But I discovered that the labels that I was given at birth and the ones I acquired along the way had nothing to do with who I really was. And most importantly, they have nothing to do with who you are. So tonight, I want us to detach from these labels one by one. You don't have to travel the world and give up everything to figure this out because I'm going to teach this to you in this next 45 minutes. So nationality. Let's start with that one. Now, nationality wasn't even a concept until realistically around 1920. It's important to say that I did extensive research when I wrote my book, Humanized. I didn't just want to say, hey, this happened to me and this is my opinion. I wanted to put facts, I wanted to put history behind each one of these labels. After I wrote the book, I sent it to a behavioral scientist, Dr. Lisa Penny, and I said, look, I want a scientific approval that what I have written is actually truth and that it's actually going to help a lot of people, not just people with my labels, but that can help everyone in some way. So I discovered that nationality was not really a concept until 1920. That was when the blue passport was created. Why was that passport created? Well, we had a pandemic about 100 years ago. And this pandemic, people were confused when it comes to the number of people that were sick and not sick. So the government said, we need to have a passport. We need to be able to count people. The original idea of having a passport was to have a head count of everyone. So we were using the label of nationality just to describe where everyone was born. Eventually, as we know, nationality spread like wildfire all over the world. And now nationality took away our freedom of movement. It's the reason we have different passports. It's the reason we have 30 days in some countries and 90 days in other countries. We lost the freedom of movement that all of our ancestors once had. So nationality is a pretty new concept. You and I accept it because we're the first generation that we don't know better. We were born within the last 100 years. So to us, that has become normal. Let's move on to sexuality. Now, when it comes to sexuality, I have gone through a lot of different life experiences. So on one end, you have homosexuals. On the other end, you have heterosexual. And if you see the space between my hands, there's a big elephant in the room. There's a big gray area that nobody talks about. And I started to talk about sexuality because I grew up in a Catholic household. And some of you will find this shocking, but I realized as I got older that there are 3 other gay people in my immediate family. And I realized, wait a minute, the labels of sexuality affected me because it automatically changed my story. As soon as I told somebody that I was bisexual or pansexual or demisexual, whatever label you want to give me, I'm okay with it. I realized that it created a story of who they thought I was. And most importantly, a story doesn't have to be based on truth for people to believe it. So you can imagine growing up as a non-heterosexual girl in a Catholic household. I then started to realize that labels don't just divide us from each other, they cause division and chaos within ourselves. Because I realized that the label of religion and my sexuality somehow was like oil and water. It just didn't quite mix. So I won't have time to speak about every single label tonight, but I will speak about the four main ones that I have. So to prove how ridiculous the illusion of nationality and sexuality and all of these labels are, this is a picture of my family by love, not blood. And every single person in this picture was born in the same exact city that I was born in Venezuela. Not only that, some of us were born in the same exact hospital that actually belonged to one of my uncles. And we were laughing this day. I said, who would have thought that between us, now I'm American because I am a US citizen nowadays, some of them are Italian, Portuguese, Spanish, and we were all born in the same hospital. I'm not making this up. The label of nationality is a complete illusion, and we have bought into it. And I assure you that the people in Paris, they may speak a different language, but they're exactly like you and me. Everyone is just trying to have a peaceful life. Everyone just wants to not be judged, and everyone just wants to have equal opportunities. So there you go. I just proved that the illusion of nationality is nothing but an illusion. It's not the ultimate truth, and it's not who you are. All right, now this picture tells 1,000 stories. If you recognize the person on the left, that is Boy George. And the person on the right is me with a very cheeky smile because I was so excited to meet him. Now there's a story behind this picture. There's two stories, two very big stories. Now, the first one is that I wanted to figure out what freedom was from a spiritual perspective, not from a material perspective. So I actually lived in a temple in the outskirts of London, and I lived as a monk because I wanted to study with Krishna monks specifically this year. And this happened over the spring this year. After I studied with the Krishna monks, I was accepted to do Vipassana. For those of you who do not know what Vipassana is, it is basically 100 hours of meditation in 10 days. So I was able to spend time with Buddhist monks because I don't follow one organized religion. For me, it's exciting to figure out the common ground in all of our spiritual belief systems. Anyway, I'm there for 3 months and the schedule was brutal, but I also found out that Boy George had been at the same temple that I was in years, decades before. Now, Boy George, he says that the Krishna monks helped him overcome his addiction problems in the 80s. But we also know that Boy George is also very gay. So this is where the problems come in and labels start to overlap. So Boy George was so grateful to the Krishna monks that he said, I want to be initiated. I want to be a Krishna. And of course they said, well, if you want to be a Krishna, you would have to marry a woman. And I don't know what Boy George said, but he's a Buddhist nowadays. So that's all I'm going to say. What I found interesting about this experience, and I started thinking very carefully, is why is it that Boy George is welcomed at the temple? And he sang for us. He did a private concert for us, and it was fantastic. And he came there for free to help them raise money for the temple. And I thought to myself, why is it okay for him to do that? But if he wanted to get married or initiated, he's not allowed to do so just because of his sexuality. And that did not sit well with me. And I remember walking around the temple that day and thinking, something is not okay here. Something is not okay. So I went back to the spiritual teachings of what I was learning at the temple. And I realized that the first day of class, one of the first things that the Krishna monks taught me was, you know what, Elaine? You are not your body. You are not this. Your spirit is in your body, and you're using your body right now pretty much the way you would use a coat during the winter. You need it right now, but after this life is over, you're going to remove the coat and you're going to receive another coat. I remember mentioning to one of the gals at the temple that I was having issues with my own sexuality and the teachings of the monks in this organized dogma, because the problem isn't spirituality. The problem is when spirituality becomes a religion and then we have to follow all of these dogmas. One of the gals told me, Elaine, what is your anxiety? You look anxious today. And I said, well, I just don't understand why Boy George is able to raise money for the temple, but if he was to get married here, he can't. That's not okay with me. To make a very long story short, my comments reached the temple president. And then we had a private meeting, and I thought, oh my God, who said something? So here we are sitting on the floor, and the temple president became quickly one of my most favorite people. I just felt a connection to her. I thought she was amazing. And she's very open to listen to the new generation of Krishna devotees. And at this point, I'm questioning, do I even want to be a part of this? We sat there and she said that homosexuals cannot marry in a Krishna temple. And she said, why should they marry here? I remember counting to 10 and saying, Elaine, stay calm, just stay very calm. And I said, with all due respect, on the very first day of class, one of the things you taught me was that we are not our bodies, that we are souls. So why does it matter what two souls get married? Why does it matter what two souls love each other? It seems to me that you're discriminating me for the body that I'm in. And you guys believe in reincarnation. So I don't understand, because the teaching says one thing and reality says another. It was one of the most meaningful moments of this past year, because I feel that at least I planted a seed of tolerance in the Krishna community. I don't consider myself a Krishna, but I did enjoy their book. I enjoyed the Bhagavad Gita, and I took what was good from this experience. The other thing I wanted to talk about, that there's a reason why the lady in the middle is taken out of the picture. I don't want to get sued, first of all. But it was brought to my attention a week after this picture was taken, literally a week, that she had reported me because she was very uncomfortable with my sexuality. So I want you to realize that when you have labels that are different than the norm, that you don't have to look for trouble. It looks for you. I didn't have to do anything but just be who I was. So I was questioned by their department that was dealing with the complaint. And I said to them, I don't understand this situation, because 1 week ago, she was my friend and we went to the Boy George concert. And I tell this story now that Boy George saved the day, because I was able to prove with this picture that I was innocent and that this young lady was having some issues of her own that had nothing to do with me. And I wanted to share that story because when you are different, when you're not heterosexual, you have to deal with this sort of prejudice all the time. It's like I'm not allowed to have female friends because if I'm a little bit too friendly, am I being friendly? Am I being inappropriate? So we have to live with this state of anxiety all of the time because we never know who's going to report us for what. And that was a very recent experience that I had. and one of my most painful experiences because I thought this person was my friend. So I wanted to share an example of how two labels can cause division, not just between us, but within us. The labels of sexuality and religion are something we really need to work on. Whew, this picture. One of the labels that I like to discuss is that we are also not our body. And this is in a lot of spiritual circles as well. Now, this picture I took in May when I went home to see my mother. And my mother is in the very last stage of dementia, Alzheimer's. And it was in this moment that I realized it's true what they tell me. It's true what they tell me. We are not our body. Now, my mother can no longer speak. My mother can no longer walk, but she holds my hand so tightly, as strong as she always has, as if she was healthy. And it's in that moment that I realized, oh my God, we are not our bodies. There is an energy in this body that is my mom with this illness. And that's when I realized that we're not only not our bodies, but we're also not the illnesses that we are diagnosed with. It was a very important moment for me because I realized that love never dies. Couldn't help but get emotional. That is my mother. So anyway, going back to some of the labels that I talk about in the book Humanized, and all the labels I started to detach from during my 7+ years of travel, I realized this business of relationship status. And I thought it was so important to talk about that because when you're a man over 40 and single, you're a stud. When you're a woman over 40 and single, what happened? There's a stigma around it. A lot of people don't know that when you are single and don't have kids, that it affects you not just your own self-esteem because society tells you you must get married by 30, but there are actually 1,000 tax laws, over 1,000 tax laws that actually protect married people. This means that if you're single without children, that you're going to pay more for everything. And when I say everything, from your car, mortgage, interest rates, your mortgage, you're automatically at a higher tax bracket. So the discrimination for people who are single goes from not just society thinking that there's something wrong with you, but also affects you financially. So that's one of the labels I talk about because every time I speak to one of my students that are 25 years old or older, they start to feel bad about themselves. They attach this label as if it determines their self-worth, as if it determines their value. And it has nothing to do with who you are at the end of the day. The next label I like to discuss in my book is the label of family. Family. Now, in Latino culture, we think that family is the best. We have to do everything according to what our family tells us, not just in Latino culture, but in a lot of different cultures. Your family name can dictate what you study in college. Your family name can dictate who you're allowed to marry. And when you come from a healthy family and it's supportive and loving, then of course, by all means, be proud of your family name. The problem comes when your family is not healthy. Maybe you come from trauma, maybe you come from abuse, and that is a part of my personal life story. So it's important to detach from the label of family so you can discover who you are outside of the family circle. And it took me some time to realize, you know what? I am not my family. I am not the result of all of these experiences. I have a story. We all have a story. We all have negative things that happen to us. But at the end of the day, we're also not our family and we're also not our story. The story is a part of us and it's important that we face it. It's important that we heal any past trauma. But at the end of the day, we have to look at our story as if we're reading it. And the moment we detach from what happened, is the moment we can start to heal and grow from all of these experiences. I also talk about jobs. Now, in the Western world, I have seen this massive difference between the Western world and other parts of the world because no one has ever asked me outside of the United States, what do you do? It's almost like they don't really care what I do for a living because they've learned to separate what you do with who you are. Of course, in the United States, which is where I grew up, we're very attached to our job titles. We're very attached to what we accomplish in life, what we achieve. Don't be mad at me, but that's actually not who you are either. That's not who you are either. And I use examples in my book that, let's be honest here, we don't remember Jesus for being a carpenter. We remember him for who he actually was as a person. And that goes for any religion that you're a part of, is that it's not important what you do for a living. You are reminded by your essence, by your energy, and all the goodness that you left behind in this world. Now, after this picture, how did I start to detach? How did I slowly start to detach from the tragedy of my story, from the anger that I felt inside of me for not being able to pursue my dreams as a Broadway performer? I visited every country that my ancestors were from, and it led me to Canary Islands. I found my oldest ancestor left Canary Islands in 1725, eventually made it to Venezuela, and I was shocked to find out that this is my oldest ancestor. I was shocked because it's the equivalent of finding out that I'm related to Thomas Jefferson or something like that. That's when I realized that I wasn't one story. I wasn't this sad immigrant story and I had my dreams taken away from me. I was bigger than that. My ancestors were at the top of the totem pole. They were conquistadores. They went from Spain to Venezuela and they conquered and they did all of the terrible things that colonizers did. It was important for me to find out this story because I always saw myself as being this very small story. I grew up in the United States, I'm Latina, I was believing what society told me I was. When I looked into my ancestors and I realized I was so much more, something clicked for me. I'm like, wait a minute. We are not one story. We are many stories in one. Now, my ancestors, unfortunately, they did a lot of terrible things, but at the end of the day, I am the person I am today. I'm the result of all of this history. We all have ancestors, and if we dare to look far enough, we will realize that we are a lot bigger than we think we are. So I wanted to share something with you guys today, and I wrote this in Canary Islands. I was so overwhelmed with my experience there and finding out who my ancestors were, and the fact that he helped write the Declaration of Independence of Venezuela from Spain. I'm like, wow, I'm related to this person. I just remember thinking that it was time to let go. It was time to let go of all the tragedy, of all the labels, of all the stories that people told about me. And it was time for me to tell the world, you know what? I am not the enemy. I know you think I'm the enemy, but I am not the enemy. I never was, and I never will be. So I wanted to debut tonight my poem called My Body Tells a Story. And I wrote this shortly after realizing who my ancestors were. I'm going to share it for the first time tonight with you. My body tells a story. When I get up in the morning and brush my curls, it tells me a story of my Black ancestors that blended with the Spanish conquistadores. The white and the black blend to form these curls. When I enter the shower to soap my skin, I notice the hairless legs and arms that tell me a story of the indigenous tribes of South America that at one point mixed in with the colonizers. My olive tone is a reminder of the Spanish and Portuguese that once crossed oceans to meet with the Caribs. I am not a race, but the summation of all races. I am South American, Latina, Hispanic, or Latinx. Whatever label the world gives me will never be enough because my body tells many stories. I am the colonizer that killed the natives and exploited the black slaves. I am the black slave that was taken to foreign lands without my consent. I am the indigenous tribe that was murdered for wealth and power. I am both the bully and the victimized. I am both royal and peasant. To discriminate anyone would be to deny a part of me. To tell just one story would be to deny all other parts of my existence. When I dance to salsa or merengue, I'm returning to that place where all of our stories combined to create our distinct sounds and beats. I'm remembering that I'm not one identity, I am many identities in one. When I see my thighs and my buttocks, I see my ancestors' DNA manifested into this new form, tone, height, and size. When I dance to Venezuela's tambores, I call my ancestors back into my body and I let them remind me of where I came from. When I sing, the sounds that come out of my body are many stories. I am old school bolero. I am part Latin lover and part American musical. I am not just Venezuelan or American, and a hyphen cannot fully express the complex genetics that runs through my veins. You are a part of me, and I am a part of you. To deny this would be to deny my ancestors, their stories, their sacrifices, and their heartache. I can't hate you or discriminate you without first hating a part of me. We are not a race, we are an ethnicity. Even then, we aren't one label. Together, we have been woven into this term people are calling Latinx because we are many existences in one. When I see my face and eyes, I remember that it's possible I have Asian as a distant cousin or perhaps even blood from places unknown. You think I may be Middle Eastern, and I can't tell you with certainty that I'm not. When you discriminate me or hate me, you're also denying a part of your story. You're also denying a part of your truth. Whether you identify as a colonizer, empathizer, or anything in between, there is only one thought that rings the sounds of truth, and that is that you are me, and I am you. So I wanted to conclude this presentation tonight with something that I learned at the temple. And it is, I need the PowerPoint. I can't see it. There we go. This is what the Krishna monks taught me about freedom. What is freedom from a spiritual perspective? And it is in the Bhagavad Gita, one of the oldest and most popular spiritual books in the world. It is much better to live your own destiny imperfectly than to live an imitation of somebody else's life with perfection. So I dare you guys tonight to tell your story for the first time ever without the labels you have attached your self-worth to, and realize that we're all just equal and deserving human beings. Thank you.
I would stand up, but I don't have room. Standing ovation. Bravo. Brava. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, I hope that was touching.
It was amazing. And I have so much to say, but I'm not going to right now. You and I can talk about this later. We can do a podcast. We're gonna do a couple of podcasts because I think there's a couple of things that we need to talk about in that. But first of all, when at the beginning when you said describe yourself, I wasn't looking at the slide. I just started writing down things. Okay. So what I wrote was strong, smart, loving, outspoken ally. And then you said, oh no, with all of these things. But when you said describe yourself, I'm like, okay, here's how I describe myself to somebody.
That's amazing. You've done the work.
Not blonde, Latina, Mexican, cis, heterosexual, whatever. I didn't even think of any of that, you know.
Yeah.
The other thing that I loved what you said was about here, and I talk about this a lot, being your job being your who you are, right? Because we often the first thing you say is, "Oh, nice to meet you. What do you do?"
It's only in the USA,
Only in the
apparently.
US, right? I've traveled all over the world too. Only in the US. Nobody
Mhm.
cares otherwise.
Mhm.
But and it's so important to us in our culture, right? That I'm a banker, I'm a this, I went to this school, I did this, you know, like that's your medals on your coat,
Your
right?
badge of honor.
Your
Yeah.
badges. Um, but I have to tell you, once I left a career, a 30-year career, and decided I didn't want to do it anymore, I had a crisis of identity, right? I
Yeah.
had a crisis of who am I without my work? Without
Yes.
my work defining who I was,
The same thing happened to
because
you.
people constantly ask, "What do you do?"
Mm.
And wanting to be identified as an artist,
Mm.
you know, a teacher, a healer, you know, those things were really, really difficult for me to ex-
Let go of.
no, accept about myself,
Mm.
or to identify with, or to own. That's what I'm trying to say, to
Mm.
own those, even though they're very true,
Yeah.
because being a vice president at a technology company or being a healer has a different meaning, a different
Mhm.
status in this
Yes.
country, in
Yes.
our society.
Hmm.
Whereas if I lived in Mexico and I said I was a healer,
Oh, yours. Amazing.
right? That's a different thing. And
Mhm.
oh, you work at a technology company, like that's great. We don't even care, uh, right? So definitely different. So I think that that's something that, and there are a few women speaking here that really help women transition from career to career. And it's needed because we identify so strongly with what we do, or what we've strive, we've, what's the, what we strive to become because of
Mm.
our
Exactly.
training in our environment, right? You have to grow
Yes.
up, you have to get married, you have to go to college, you have to, whatever order, go to college, have children, blah, 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 blah. Work 9 to 5, get that retirement. You know, there are all these
Steps.
steps.
Mm.
And so when one thing ends and you're like, for whatever reason, for me, it was just thinking, I'm not, how am I even making a difference?
Mm.
Writing a data sheet about some technology, like how am I making a difference in this world? I'm not, because there's 1,000 other
Yeah.
people who do this, and
Yeah.
it doesn't, even if that product went away today, it wouldn't even matter,
It
right? It
would
wouldn't
not
even
even
matter.
matter.
But how do I transition from that thinking of that idea that everything I've done in my lifetime has pointed me right here to this thing, and it doesn't even matter, right? It
Yeah.
doesn't even matter.
Doesn't even matter.
And I want to do something that matters. And we all hit this crisis at some point. As women, we
Yes.
hit this crisis at some point. I want to do something
Yes.
that matters, or
Hmm.
that thing is not bringing me a life of ease. that I want, right?
Or,
You don't, everyone,
joy.
yeah,
Or
or
joy.
joy. So what I'm saying is not everybody has to, you know, do something that matters. And, you know, what matters to you is what I'm saying.
Yes.
Do something that
Yes.
matters to you. Um, and if that's living a life of joy and ease and calm, that matters, because the more people live a life of joy and ease and calm, the more our planet lives in joy and ease and calm, our
Yes.
society. So that is important. That is, that matters, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Did I make you cry? No,
But
I
I,
did.
your mom, uh, because it's so true, you know, when you lose your parent to dementia in any way, well, losing a parent is hard, but in dementia, because they're still there, they're not
Yeah.
there. You know,
Yeah.
it's very difficult. I have a very good friend going through that right now. And
Mhm.
there are good days
Yeah.
and there are bad days, right?
Yeah.
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 Elaine, thank you so much.
Oh,
And
no, it was wonderful.
we have a lot to talk about, and we will in the future. But thank you so
Yes.
much for being here. Thank you for bringing these subjects to light, to the surface, making people aware. And we did get a comment. Somebody said, "Beautiful, thank you," um,
Oh, wonderful.
about your poem. So um,
Uh,
thank you
It was
again.
a, it was weird because the poem "You Are the She Is Me" conference, and it ends with "I am you," and you're, yeah.
That's exact. It was
I,
perfect. It was perfect, because that's exactly what we're talking about, right? We want to make women know that I am you and you are me, and we are more alike than we are different. So
yeah.
thank you, Elaine, and we
Thank
will
you
talk
for having
soon.
me.
You're
We will talk
welcome.
soon.
Yes.
Bye.
Uh, coming up next is Karen Kinney. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the She Is Me conference. Today, we are pleased to welcome Karen Kinney. She's an author, a speaker, and an artist living in Mexico. Karen will be presenting Nurturing Our Creative Spirits and Living with Intention. Please welcome Karen Kinney.
Well, welcome everybody. My name is Karen Kinney, and I'm really glad to be here with all of you. And today, yes, I'm going to be talking about nurturing our creative spirits and living with intention. And I'm going to be sharing some principles from a book I've recently written entitled Doorways to Transformation: Everyday Wisdom for the Creative Soul. The book is really designed to inspire you to live with more freedom, alignment, and authenticity, and also just to help you use everyday moments as portals for your own transformation. Maybe you felt unexpressed in some way in your life, or that you aren't really doing the work that aligns with who you know yourself to be deep down. Or perhaps you've had a dream that you've wanted to pursue for a long time, but have just felt afraid to do so. Or maybe you're just feeling stuck, unsure of how to move forward or how to unlock the creative impulses inside of you. With what I share today, I want to encourage you to dream and really live into the more expansive life that I know is available to you and to all of us. And also provide you just with some tools to help you grow creatively and spiritually. Because ultimately, our creativity is a spiritual path, and it encompasses and touches all areas of our lives. But before I do this, I want to share a little bit about who I am and some of my journey to get here. I'm an author, freelance writer, artist, and teacher. And my creativity has always been grounded in a deep contemplative spiritual practice. It's really the lifeblood of what I do. And I'd say that I see myself as a channel first and foremost for the creative expressions that want to flow through me. My creative work has taken the form of an art career in Los Angeles as a mixed media artist for 12 years and has now transitioned into writing and teaching, which I've been doing for about the past 7 years. And at this point in time, I'd say that I really feel alive and energized by the work I'm doing, and also in sync with the larger purpose that I sense I'm meant to be living on the planet. But it wasn't always this way. For many years, I labored under the expectations of others, ideas of what I should be doing in regards to work, a maybe disbelief in the value of the arts and really what they bring to us as a society. And also, I would say a belief that I was meant to carry burdens that weren't mine. And in fact, prior to becoming an artist and writer, I had a career in social work. As many women are, I was groomed to have caretaking tendencies, even though those tendencies didn't reflect what I truly longed for or what I felt meant to do in the world. I grew up playing a caretaking role in my family of origin, and I was also raised in a religious paradigm that emphasized giving to others to the exclusion of one's own needs. And as a highly sensitive young girl, I really internalized all of these messages. And like many of us, I also internalized bigger societal messages that still encourage women to lose touch with who they are in exchange for taking on the needs of those around them. So, getting to where I am today as a fully expressed creative soul, firmly in step with my life's purpose, was very much a winding road that required me to unlearn old patterns, and also has had a lot of trial and error along the way. But a beginning step for me in discovering the creative soul that lived inside of me was reconnecting with desire. As children, we're innately connected to our desires. But somewhere along the way, I lost touch with that part of myself, as many of us do. And in fact, came to believe that desire was not a legitimate or trustworthy guide. And in its place, this is when external obligations and expectations began to pile up on top of me, pretty much squelching any sense of what actually made me come alive. But we are deeply designed for what we love. And as I began to unpack that truth in relation to my own life, I had to dig pretty far down to uncover and recover desires in me that had laid dormant for a long time. I had to give a lot of energy to questions like, what lit me up inside? And where did I feel passion and joy? And for a long time, I didn't know the answers to those questions. But over a period of exploration, one of the bigger transitions that resulted from my work of excavating desire was leaving a career in social work to seek out employment in creative industries. And over even more time, eventually leaving jobs in which I did creative work for others to forging my own career as first a fine artist and now a writer. The second influence that was a huge support in helping me discover and live out my creativity in the world were the many aha moments along the way when I discovered that what I had to share was impacting others in a significant way. So getting encouraging feedback on how things I'd created had inspired someone, whether that was a public art project or something I'd written, or even just the email newsletter that I've been sending out for years, which has really been a very simple way of sharing my work with others. But realizing that living my purpose in the world was positively impacting other people empowered me and gave me fuel to keep on expressing. And this knowledge also helped me to keep embracing visibility, which has historically not been an easy thing for me, but of course, is necessary if we want to empower others with what we create. And third, I'd say that finding supportive communities of other people who had creative dreams of their own provided a lot of nourishment for my own journey of becoming who I'm called to be. I had wonderful experiences living in Los Angeles with the creative community there, and just being around like-minded people was really supportive in helping me start to believe and own the identity of creative person that was inside of me that I'd known was there, but previously had not owned, and certainly not in a way that was visible to others. So finding like-minded people was a way to become To quote Julia Cameron, one of my favorite authors, believing mirrors to one another. So relationships where you can call forth one another's potential and gifts. I found it's really important to surround yourself with the people who will empower you as you empower them in return. That's made all the difference in my journey. And to quote a life coach who I've long admired named Claire Zammit, we don't become ourselves by ourselves. So supportive community is key, and it's a gift that we can offer each other as women. Hopefully that gives you just a little sense of some of my journey that's led to the creative work I'm doing today. And now I'd love to dive into my book that I mentioned earlier, Doorways to Transformation, Everyday Wisdom for the Creative Soul. I want to share with you some specific ways that you can nurture your creative spirit and really live with intention with the work that you feel called to do in the world. Because ultimately, in addition to crafting the work that is unique to your particular calling, all of us will find the most satisfaction entering into the life we are destined to live and really using our gifts to their fullest. And often, especially as women, I think that we're called to live larger lives than we ever thought possible. So it's to this end that I really want to encourage you today. So the first key that I want to share is recognizing alignment. Recognizing alignment really just means looking for where things are flowing in your life and noticing where is there ease along my path. So this is the opposite of looking for the hardest way possible, which I know we sometimes do. I grew up, as I know many of us may have, under the subtle or sometimes not so subtle influence of American culture and underlying value systems that are summed up really well in certain phrases like no pain, no gain, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, and of course, the Protestant work ethic. And I think these forces can sometimes start to make you believe that you need to suffer to succeed. And unless something is difficult or requiring a lot of effort, it's somehow not as valuable. I know I fell prey to those beliefs for a long time. But as I ventured onto this creative path that I've been on for quite a while now, I've really found the exact opposite to be true with finding alignment and our unique place in the world. I found that ease is really a very important hallmark of alignment, as well as flow. So we're well served to pay attention to the places of ease in our lives and, what they might be speaking to us, because they are clues to our true essence. In addition to noticing ease, another practice that helps us to recognize alignment in our lives is the practice of growing still. Because when we grow still, we get greater clarity on our lives. Now, this doesn't have to necessarily mean that you sit and meditate, although it can definitely mean that. But it's really about choosing to do whatever activity helps you to get the most inner clarity. So that could be, riding your bike, taking a walk, cooking, dancing maybe, or just sitting in nature. But I think when we engage in these practices that help calm our minds, we shift our perspective and get clear on our priorities and what really matters. So instead of being controlled by the treadmill of life, we start to dictate the speed of the treadmill. And in this way, the clarity we get from growing still is really a way of taking our power back. It's a chance to unclutter your head from all of the unhelpful voices and the chaos in our very noisy world and create some space to identify what's most life-giving. So I want to read a short excerpt from my book that connects to this theme. And it's taken from a chapter called Recognizing Alignment. Unfortunately, it's all too easy to become misaligned. We fall prey to others' agendas and start to believe they are our own. We start accepting societal values that don't resonate with our soul's guidance. We become influenced by the subtle expectation of friends and family members that are not consistent with who we really are. Unaware of the power and value inherent in our true calling, we compare ourselves to others, envying a life that isn't ours to live. These are all forces that can deter us from our path. But when we make the decision to live in accordance with our true self, it shows. It is something that becomes palpable. We feel lit up inside, and even on the hard days, we know that the work we are doing is what we are designed to do. So I would encourage you to pay attention to the places of ease in your life. To practice growing still so you can help just declutter your head and tune into your internal guidance. And ask yourself, where do I feel lit up inside? And embrace these feelings as an indicator of your core essence. So that includes just paying attention to the settings or the kinds of work, relationships where you feel the most energy. And spend some time thinking about how you can incorporate more of those things into your life. And these practices will naturally lead you to experiencing greater alignment. The next key is discovering and embracing your unique voice. So this is a quote from a chapter entitled Finding Your Voice, and it's by a woman named Deborah Silverman. Each one of us has the power to create an energetic vibrancy through our personal expression that impacts everything. That's how we begin to change the world. We heal one person at a time, and we start with ourselves. A large part of living with intention in the world and nurturing our creativity is knowing your own unique voice and daring to express it. So how do we do this? So often our own voice gets covered by the voices of those around us, or by our own doubt or insecurities, or maybe our fears of how people will or won't respond to what we have to say. So one way we find our true voice is by paying attention to our Dharma. And our Dharma is just the place where our own desires and passions, the things that light us up most inside, meet the world's great need. So Dharma is allowing what comes naturally to us to be of service to the world in some way. So as we pay attention to what lights us up inside, as we spoke about a few minutes ago, we can then look for where those things fulfill a need for people. And finding that intersection will give us a clue as to what our unique voice is. And we also just need to explore. A lot of times we won't know ahead of time where our true groove is until we try. I certainly fall into this camp. So even when I began to make art, knowing that at the core of my soul, I was a creative person and meant to express things, I certainly didn't know where that would lead me. And I really didn't even know what kind of art I wanted to make. I had to try like this medium and that medium and then another one and just experiment. And the same process has been true with finding my voice as a writer. So I encourage you to really explore, with whatever creative interests or passions are calling to you. Don't be afraid to just take an initial step towards one of them. And over time, with the process of exploration, you'll automatically get more clarity on, what feels right to you. And I also just want to add that, in the journey to find our voice, it is often difficult to imagine the radical fullness of who we might feel called to become and what our voice is meant to be in the world. We can dream and vision and explore, and those are all important tools. But there's often potential for a larger plan to unfold for our voices that we can't imagine ahead of time. And I've seen this time and time again in my own life and in the lives of others. So it's important to stay open to the largeness of what could transpire and not hold on to limiting beliefs of specific things your voice can become. Because I think this is really a key to expanding into the fullness of our potential. Just holding the awareness that the universe almost always has a grander plan in mind. When you make the choice to find and own your voice, it's where you'll find your power. And I want to share this excerpt to encourage you. Discovering, honing, and sharing your authentic voice is vital work And there is unfathomable power in speaking the truth that is only yours to speak. It is a power worth cultivating. Welcoming abundance regardless of circumstance. So this is something I wrote in my journal several years ago. Abundance is now, not somewhere in the future. It's waiting for you to simply step into it. Recognizing abundance is really first and foremost an act of being present. And this was really driven home to me during the pandemic. When we were all in lockdown and we're facing all kinds of restrictions with our lives and work. And I was in Mexico, San Miguel de Allende. I've been based here for the past 5 years. And one of the things that really struck me was how the local Mexican people in this small town continued to really just celebrate life. They gathered together, albeit outside, as the weather allowed for that. But they kept connecting and celebrating the present in a way that I'd not seen before. Despite the very real lacks and economic difficulties the pandemic caused, people seem to still find a way to celebrate life now, continue their traditions, and just keep their focus on the gifts of the present moment. And this was such a good lesson for me as I thought about, what I wanted to write about this idea of abundance. And it drove home to me the importance of focusing on how our needs are being met, despite the challenges we might be facing in our current season of life. Abundance is first and foremost a lens through which we view the world. It's a mindset. And when we are willing to shift our mindset from one of anxiety, fear, lack, to one of gratitude, we can then more easily look for the evidence that supports the deeper truth, that we are being cared for by a loving universe, and that synchronicities are always there to support us along our path, if we can just recognize them. So when we choose to shift our lens and look for the synchronicities that are there to support us, this helps us move into a posture of receptivity. And when we open up to receive, we can see much more clearly just how we're being provided for in the moment. And I think that makes it easier to trust that a way will be found, no matter what obstacles we might be facing. So one question to ask yourself as you practice choosing a mindset of abundance is, what are some ways that my reality reflects an abundant universe? Or try identifying a current circumstance where you're experiencing a sense of lack. And just try viewing the situation through a lens of abundance instead. So ask yourself, how are my needs being met right now, despite the challenges that I'm facing? And as we practice choosing a new lens over and over again, we eventually develop the habit of living with a mindset of abundance. And the good news is, it's something we can return to again and again at each moment of the day, no matter what challenges we might be facing. Navigating change while staying open to the unknown. This is probably one of the most difficult things we encounter when we begin to pursue our dreams or take the journey to become our most authentic selves. And it's also a really key part of nurturing our creative expressions. I lived in Southern California for 12 years. And one of the things I loved to do was sit by the ocean and watch the surfers. There was something so mesmerizing and rhythmic about it for me. And, watching surfers follow the arc of a wave really reminded me of how we experience energetic and life shifts. In order to follow a new inspiration or direction, we have to risk riding a force outside of ourselves, not knowing exactly where it's headed, but trusting its crest and flow. So as we think about navigating transition in our lives, whether that's taking a risk to express a creative impulse that's been brewing inside of us, or making a change in our career, or perhaps we find ourselves in the midst of an unasked for season of change and are just trying to find our way to the other side. But we'll have abundant opportunity to surrender what is familiar. And when we can do this, when we can really allow for things in our inner lives and in our outer world to be undefined, we more easily usher in the new thing or the new expression that wants to be born. Embracing the unknown actually helps us to stop putting limits on what is possible. I faced a major transition when I relocated to Mexico from Los Angeles. And at the same time that I made that transition, I was also moving from an art career to that of a writer. So it was definitely talk about diving into the unknown. And I wrote these thoughts about transition during that period that I want to share with you. Transitions are no easy feat. They challenge us at the core of our being, requiring us to become a lump of clay for a while, not yet here and not yet there. Some days I feel as if I am being forced into a lump of clay, as if there is no other option. Perhaps that is why I've been unable to shake my unsettled feelings and keep trying to define things ahead of schedule. The truth is, I am not good at being a lump of clay. I prefer the defined lines of planning and execution, and would prefer to bypass the gray areas that linger in between. But ever so slowly, necessity is teaching me that it is okay to be not yet formed. Even though this grates against my nature, in reality, I know that any passage from one thing to the next requires a period of venturing into the unknown. To cross its threshold, we must surrender what is familiar and be willing to journey through the darkness. And the only way out is through. I remind myself once more to enjoy the journey and take comfort in knowing that the calling coming to me isn't in a hurry. Therefore, I don't need to be in a hurry. Pressure subsides as I exhale, allowing myself to more fully surrender to this great unknowing and its incubating darkness. As much as we might grate against periods of the unknown in our lives and in our creative work, we need to remember that in these periods, really profound shifts are occurring underneath. Things related to our own growth, our own transformation, and that these are things of substance that really only reveal themselves over time. So although we may be tempted, I think we're wise to not seek a premature end to periods of transition and change, especially if they're uncomfortable, because we shortchange our own growth. A few things that can help us as we navigate change and enter into periods of not knowing include letting go of a linear mindset. So, accepting the winding nature of our own becoming. It's never a straight line. It's much more a curvy path, and that's okay. And adopting a spirit of healthy detachment. This has been a very helpful practice in navigating my own transitions. So deciding to nurture the seeds of new things, but not dictate how they manifest or show up in the world. And to do that, it helps tremendously to just remain somewhat detached and take more of an observer role of what's forming in your life. And the good news is, no matter how disoriented we might feel during periods of transition, we'll always find our way through to the other side. Transmuting fear into growth and expansion. We all carry fears around our own growth, around what's possible, around moving out of our comfort zone in whatever way we're feeling called. And feeling fear isn't the problem because, fear is such a normal part of what it is to be human. The problem is when we start to believe our fears are the only truth available. That's when our lives start to feel restricted and our potential is limited in unnecessary ways. So a really helpful practice on our soul's journey is to start consciously looking at the more fearful and limiting beliefs that we hold about life and about ourselves that keep us from expressing our creative gifts and moving into new things. Because how we perceive the world will determine really where we allow life to take us. As we begin to really challenge our limiting beliefs and ask if they are actually true, A few things will help us along the way. First, transmuting fear into expansion is intrinsically tied to releasing formulas and instead following our intuition and what feels most life-giving. Creativity at its core is really an intuitive practice. So taking a break from analytical ways of knowing or maybe more formulaic mindsets helps us to not overthink and also really supports us in getting in sync with our own intuitive knowing. And the gift of our intuitive knowing is that it's not directed by fear. Our intuition is anchored in a deeper truth that is there to support our soul's path. Excuse me just a minute, I drink of water. Well, we can also practice trusting in possibility. What's familiar to us is always what will feel safest, whether that's actually true or not. So it can help to remember that fear only ever creates an illusion of safety. As creative souls on the planet, we're meant to grow and evolve. And when we have a willingness to explore and begin to think in terms of possibilities instead of restrictions, we'll naturally embrace more of our potential. And third, we can counter our fears by giving ourselves permission. So permission to dive into what you love, permission to take the baby step that you've been longing to take, or permission to try on something new and see how it feels. And with that, permission to change your mind, knowing that any step you take isn't permanent and you can always change course. This is an excerpt from a chapter that's entitled Riding the Wave. Today, I encourage you to follow what is beckoning, to free your spirit and release your hold on what is familiar and safe. You can't live into the possibilities of your future self if you are clenching too tightly to the past. Dive in. Your unique design is propelling you onward to an adventure you don't want to miss. And finally, I want to share the importance of giving yourself recognition and celebrating your creative successes. This is such an important practice and one that's really easy to overlook. I don't know about you, but it's very easy for me to always be moving on to, the next thing, whatever that is, and not really celebrate just how far I've come or different milestones I've achieved. And we shouldn't wait to recognize only big achievements in our lives. It's really when we affirm and honor our small movements over time that our creative selves really flourish. The practice of recognition is an important way to feed and nourish both our creativity and the work that we feel called to. And celebration offers two distinct gifts that I'd like to highlight. First, it fosters contentment. This is something I wrote in my journal a few years ago. If we never stop to recognize our progress, we will be forever tethered to an unrelenting treadmill of dissatisfaction. It is only in feeling proud of who we are today that we experience lasting contentment in our soul. So celebration helps us to feel satisfied with who we are at this moment in time, even as we continue to grow and evolve. And when we recognize who we are at this particular moment and give ourselves credit for all of the obstacles we've overcome on our path, we really deepen our self-love. And second, celebrating who and what we've become and achieved is a way of owning our power. We make the choice to validate our own creative growth instead of waiting for the outside world to do it for us. This was hugely important for me on my journey of claiming the identity of artist and then of writer, and choosing to do that for myself first. Because it can be really easy to get caught up in wanting someone else's approval or an external stamp of reassurance from an outside source. And sometimes we look for those things to the exclusion of recognizing our own growth. But when we claim our own power, this allows us to validate each step of our journey and who we're becoming, and not be dependent on someone else to give that to us. So I want to encourage you with this passage from a chapter that's entitled Giving Ourselves Recognition. Today, instead of looking for your next growth curve or mountain to climb, try celebrating instead. Affirm yourself for having grasped something unfamiliar, for adapting, for overcoming the latest wrench thrown into your path. Take time to stop and recognize your own evolution in the midst of life's journey. While becoming all we are meant to be, it behooves us to pause and feel satisfied with who and where we are at this moment in time. In validating how much we have overcome, grown, and learned, we gain a fresh appreciation for all that we embody. So I want to ask, how much do you appreciate who you are in the present? I'd challenge you to think of maybe 5 ways that you've grown or things that you have accomplished over the past several months or years, or even over the past few weeks that make you feel especially proud. And write these things down and just let them serve as affirmations to you on your path. If you'd like more encouragement along the lines of what I've shared today, you can find my book on a lot of different websites, including Amazon, IndieBound, and Barnes & Noble. It's also out on audiobook platforms. And I've donated a copy of it to the SheisMe conference as part of their giveaway package. So hopefully one of you will win that. And I'd love to stay in touch, so you can go to my website, KarenKinney.com, to do that. And there you'll find links to my social media, which is at Karen_E_Kinney for both Instagram and Twitter. And on my website, you'll also find a place to sign up for my newsletter. And I share creative updates, every few months with new writing, events, and other creative resources to help you stay inspired on your path. And I also want to share that I offer one-on-one spiritual and creative coaching and guidance sessions. So if that is something that would feel helpful to you in any way, you can email me at Karen@KarenKinney.com. So thank you so much to all of you for joining me today. It's truly been my pleasure to be here. Take care, everybody.
Hi, Karen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I can't wait to get a copy of your book. I'm very excited about that.
Great.
Let's talk about, hold on, I wrote myself a little note here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about, because you and I do a lot of the same things, and we're teaching people how to get into alignment and by using creativity to do that. So how would you, what's a sort of real world example of a creative act that would get you into into alignment? Because a lot of people believe, and I run into this all the time, a lot of people believe to be creative means that you paint or draw.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think creativity can happen in any area of life. So you don't have to go become a fine artist to be creative. It can be if you like to cook, or if you like to garden, or say you're a teacher and you have to come up with a lesson plan for your kids. Like every part of life, can include creativity. And I think it's just learning. For me, I found a lot of creativity. It's very instinctual. It's very intuitive. It's very feminine. So as women, I think, naturally are in tune often with our intuition, but oftentimes not. So encouraging ourselves to tap into that, that's for me a form of creative expression. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Anything that makes you feel really in touch with yourself, right? And I explain it as one of those things that you do that you forget that you're anywhere else. But
Yeah.
sorry, my hey.
Yeah, it's like being in the flow state, right? Or whatever.
Right.
I think that's what it's called. Where you lose track of time.
Right. It's that flow state. I know when I sit down to paint, sometimes I could be in my studio for hours and not even realize that I've haven't taken a drink of water or I haven't eaten anything. And I only have to get up because I feel like I have to go to the bathroom or something. You know what I mean? Like my body's telling me you have to get up and move around here for a second.
Yeah.
You lose track of time, you lose track of time and space, and you're just sort of connected, right? You're in alignment.
Yeah, exactly.
And
Yeah,
so
mhm.
go ahead.
Well, yeah, I think paying attention to where energy is coming in and out. I mentioned in my talk that I used to be a social worker, and in that field for me, one of the reasons I knew it was misaligned is because it was always left me drained and exhausted. And so I think whether it's work or non-work, any activity, if there can be an equal exchange of energy, that's another sign. Like, oh yes, you're expending something to do something, but you're also getting fed by it. So for me, that's another indicator.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
That you feel like the energy exchange is equal. Does
Yeah.
that make sense? Right?
Yeah.
That you're not
Mhm.
just giving and you're not receiving, because when you're in that flow state, you're giving and receiving equally, and that's why you're
Yeah.
not time and space is sort of out of it. So it's the same thing
Yeah.
with you know um, I don't know, playing a game with friends or something, or laughing and sitting around and laughing, or reading. If
Mhm.
you love reading and you sit down and you completely have lost track of time and you just spent 3 hours on the couch with a book, right?
Yeah.
You are in alignment. You are connected.
Mhm. Mhm.
So
Yeah.
it can be writing, it can be singing, it could be dancing. It's any of that right brain activity,
Yeah.
any right brain stuff that you're doing. So I love this. I love that
Yeah.
we connect on
Mhm.
this, and
Me too.
I I really look forward to getting your book and reading it, and I look forward to seeing what we can do together in the future.
Yeah,
And
that would be great.
yeah, and I think we should continue this conversation in the podcast and talk more about
Definitely.
this.
Yeah,
Thank
there's so much to explore with this topic, so thank
There
you.
absolutely is. There absolutely is. And if you have anything to share with us, other than I know we're going to share your book. You're giving it away at the with the giveaway, and we'll put it on the marketplace. But again, anything that you'd like to share, your poetry, your art, anything like that, we'll definitely showcase it in the storytellers and make sure that it gets seen. Um,
Wonderful. Thank
so
you.
thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Lisa.
We'll be right back. We're going to be back with Lace Flowers, and Lace is going to her presentation is called Rising to the Top. So we'll be back in just a bit. Thanks, everyone. Lace Flowers.
Hi, everyone. I'm so grateful and glad to be here today. I've got a lovely presentation for you to share with you my story about how I've been rising to the top. And I'm hoping that I will inspire you and lift you up no matter where you are on your journey to do the same. So please bear with me because I'm using two screens. I'm not quite used to all this, so give me a minute, but here we go. So before I begin, I just want to let you guys know that my presentation does have themes of abuse, self-abuse, and suicide. I understand that may be triggering to some people. And sometimes I swear. In fact, I swear a lot. So if any of these things are an issue, it's time to duck out. But it's all relevant. And if I do encourage you to stay to the end, because trust me, it's going to be worth it. So, hello. I'm Lace. As Lisa already said, I'm a self-sabotage mentor and empowerment coach, and it's really lovely to meet you. I'm just going to give you a little background about me. So I'm a mother of 3 beautiful children. I'm a survivor, and I was living in the UK. Right now, I am coming live to you from Chiapas in Mexico. My background is in forensic science, criminal investigation, mental health nursing, and holistic therapies and alternative medicine. Like I said, I'm currently in Mexico. I'm traveling full time with 2 of my daughters, and we have been exploring Mexico and Guatemala very recently. My sole purpose, I feel, and I know in my heart, is to share my story, which I believe is my superpower. I want to lift people up. I want to inspire you, no matter where you are on your current journey, to keep rising to the top. And I know that with all my heart, I'm here to speak my truth, and I'm going to reach millions with it. In my coaching practice, I work with ambitious online business owners to leave fear behind, leave it at the door, and unlock their full potential so that becoming wildly successful becomes almost effortless. Sorry. And yeah, so like I said, there may be some triggering stuff in here and some colorful language, but it's all good. But before we jump into my story, I just want to give some clarity on what exactly self-sabotage is. So self-sabotage is any repetitive behavior which you can't stop doing for too long a duration, even though the execution of said behavior makes your life worse. All right, I'm just catching up with my own stuff. So self-sabotage is actually a form of arrested development, and it starts in childhood. And if we don't catch on to this and do something about it, what happens is it follows us into our adulthood, and our adult life becomes chaotic and very miserable, like mine had been. I know it sounds harsh, but it's very true. And the reason that it's true is because we're wired to seek what is familiar. So when negative behavior is what is familiar to us from childhood, we become almost like a magnet for this stuff, and we start to attract this familiar brand, this familiar scent of negativity and chaos, abuse, or whatever it is. We just attract it unknowingly, of course, because none of us want to go out and actually attract this stuff. So how does self-sabotage show up in your life? There's lots of different ways that self-sabotage shows up in our life. So I'm just going to run through just a few of them, which you may be able to resonate with. So the first one I've got is yo-yo dieting, poor diet, poor health, or chronic health problems. So think about cereal dieting. I've tried all the diets in my lifetime, everything from cabbage soup to Weight Watchers, or gym memberships that we get all hyped up about, and then we go for 1 month and then we never go back. I've also done that. Or perhaps you're one of these people that go off and you buy all the gym equipment and you make your home gym, and now it's just collecting dust, or you're using it as a wardrobe because, you know, life gets in the way. It's too busy, not enough time, children, work, you know, all these things are preventing you from going ahead and making that time to exercise. Or we have ongoing health problems, or things that just keep recurring. They just won't go away. And what this is our body's way of communicating with us. And what we tend to do is, you know, cover it up. We drown it in pills, painkillers, you know, things to stop those symptoms. But what we need to actually do is listen to our bodies and pay attention, because if we don't, it's going to make us stop by making us ill. It's going to slow us down. Toxic relationships. Have you found yourself in an unhealthy cycle of relationships, or attracting abusive partners? I know I have, and this is something I'm going to talk to you more about in the coming slides. Brokenness. This was me, poor, financially dependent, and unable to hold on to any money even when I got hold of it. Good examples of sort of the self-sabotage and brokenness is if you look at lottery winners. Quite often, people who win the lottery, they win thousands of pounds and then they blow it. They blow it on drugs, they blow it on prostitutes, they blow it on cars, fancy handbags, whatever it is. And it's like they race back to being as poor as they were before they won. And then they lose everything and they're back to square one with nothing. How about stop-start adventures, or not adventures, ventures or projects or hobbies, stuff like that? How many times have you started like a new business? You set out to start something brand new, or a new course or a habit, and you buy all the things, everything you need to get going. And then these things are now just sitting, barely used, untouched, courses unfinished. This is something I used to do all the time, always starting a new business, always starting a new hobby, buying all of the things, and then they just sit there and gather dust. Another way that self-sabotage shows up in our life quite often is self-doubt and low confidence. So have you ever felt like you're not good enough, or you're scared to try new things? Or do you feel like you're going to be judged or laughed at for whatever it is you're trying to achieve? I mean, 12 months ago, I myself was actually terrified of going live. And here I am today speaking to all of you. So a lot can change in 12 months. But instead of feeling frightened of failure, or, you know, what will people think? Ask yourself in this situation, what is the worst that can happen if whatever it is you set out to do doesn't work out? And generally, the worst thing can happen is, you know, you have to start again. I always ask myself, or say to myself, you know, if it's not going to kill me, I might as well do it, because I'll still be alive at the end of it. But these are just some of the ways that we can recognize self-sabotage in our lives. And I'm just wondering, maybe sit with this just now and ask yourself, do any of these patterns or things I've talked about come up for you? Which ones can you resonate with? So we're going to jump in to my story, which has a lot of self-sabotage. And we're going to take it right back to childhood. So when I was very small as a child, I witnessed and experienced a lot of different types of abuse, from sexual to dysfunctional relationships. So my stepfather, who lived with me from when I was 4, was an alcoholic. Like really had serious problems with alcohol. And even to this day, now that I'm 34, he is still an alcoholic. So I used to experience all of this. And his family were also alcoholics. So there was a lot of drinking and a lot of substance abuse of alcohol as I was growing up. And this would always end up in like fights and arguments, and it got physical as well. And I'd witnessed this most weekends, and my stepdad was always drunk. He was drunk after work. He was probably drunk when he was at work. It was just all the time. And one of his sons was abusive towards me as well. I'm not going to go into it too much, but there were things that were happening to me between the ages of 8 and 13 that should not have been happening to me. And that was because of his eldest son. So, yeah, we'll move on from that. So as I grew up and I entered into my teens, I went down this path of, you know, dysfunctional, abusive relationships, except for one. When I was in high school and I was about 15, I was 15 years old, I started dating a beautiful boy called Alex. And we had a lovely, very nice relationship. But it was short-lived because his mother didn't like me. And every time he used to come and see me, his mum used to give him a good beating when he got home. So obviously, and naturally, as you would expect, he broke it off with me because he couldn't cope with the beatings that he was taking for hanging out with me. And the last thing he said to me was that he'd come back for me one day. And of course, being 15 years old, I sort of rolled my eyes and was like, yeah, all right, whatever. I left school, I went off to college, and we lost contact completely. So when I was about 16, I met another lad who was nowhere near as nice as Alex. He was very nasty. He was very abusive towards me. He was physically violent, and he raped me. And this caused me to eventually leave London completely, where I was living. I ran away because when I eventually had the strength to break up with him, he returned and began stalking me. And he'd stand outside my house for hours and hours on end, for days and days at a time. And I was terrified. I was terrified of what he was going to do to me. I was terrified of being at home. I was terrified of going outside. I was literally just terrified of existing. So in the end, I applied for university. You know, time had passed between now and then. And I went as far away as I could. And I went to the north of England. I was living in London, and I went to the north of England. And I went off and I went to university, and, you know, I did a lot of partying, a lot of drinking, you know, the whole university thing that I think most people do when they go on to further education. And I met my eldest dad. Now, my eldest father was an infantryman in the British Army, and he also had alcohol abuse issues. I'm sure he was traumatized from the things that he'd been through, and he used to drown his pain in alcohol. Unfortunately for me, that meant that I had to deal with the brunt of his drunkenness, which would result in him beating me up, restraining me, holding me down, and quite often I'd wake up completely covered in bruises, and he would have no recollection of the things that he'd been doing to me. So I did eventually split up with him as well. And then I was pretty much on my own. My eldest at the time, she was only 8 months old. So you can imagine my surprise and delight when I got a phone call from a friend of mine who I used to go to school with and said, "Hey, guess who's trying to contact you?" And I was like, "Oh, who's that?" And she said, "Oh, Alex, he's come back to London and he's looking for you." 4 years later, my high school sweetheart, Alex, had come back for me. I was absolutely over the moon, totally blown away. Couldn't believe he actually kept his promise. So, we got on the phone, we got to talking. We spent about 6 hours chatting to each other, like nothing had changed. And I agreed to go and meet him in London. So I went off to London for 3 days, met up with him, had loads of fun, reconnected. It was beautiful. And he said, "I'm a grown man now." He was 19. "I can do what I want. My mum can't tell me nothing, and I want to marry you." I mean, I couldn't say no, could I? So the following day, we were supposed to meet up for the last time. And the night before, I remember feeling this like sickness in my stomach, like in the pit of my stomach. It was awful. It was the most horrible feeling I've ever felt. And I couldn't figure out what it was, but I knew something terrible was going to happen, and it was something to do with Alex. So I called him about 3 o'clock in the morning. I said, "Hey, what's wrong?" And he said, "Nothing, everything's fine. I can't wait to see you in the morning. I love you, and I'll see you soon." So the following morning, he didn't show up. I couldn't get in touch with him. His sister said that he'd gone out, but left his bus pass, his phone, his keys, everything that you would usually take with you. He'd left it at home. So I couldn't figure out where he'd gone. And that evening, as I was going home, because it was my time to go home, I had a phone call from his sister saying that the body of a black male had been found at her local train station on the lines. And that's when I knew it was him. And a few hours later, it was confirmed it was Alex. He jumped off the railway bridge and he'd taken his own life. So as you can imagine, my life just went downhill after that. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was broken, absolutely broken. And I fell into my own depression, full of big pharma drugs, all the antidepressants, all the mood stabilizers, slapped with every single label in the world. You've got depression, you've got mood disorders, you've got bipolar disorder. My life sucked. I was so miserable and I was in so much pain that I just wanted it to stop. And I attempted to take my life on 3 separate occasions and ended up in hospital, but alive each time. And at that time, I wasn't very happy to be alive, but I was alive. And that was in 2009. 2010, I came off all the big pharma drugs. And in 2012, I applied to do mental health nursing. And in 2014, I had a massive car accident. So this is some more chaos that happened in my life. I had a head-on collision. I was left with a broken femur, trapped in my car, and I was airlifted to hospital, where I spent 8 days in a coma on a ventilator. And they didn't expect me to make it. But obviously, I'm here speaking to you today, so I did make it. My daughter at the time was 6. That was 2014. 2015, I got married to yet another abusive partner, another toxic relationship. Right, so as you can see, there are many repetitive themes and cycles here with toxic relationships, chaos, and dysfunction. This was my life. I was attracting and repeating what was familiar over and over and over again. And despite it causing me intense pain and intense misery, and my conscious mind didn't want these things, I kept bringing them to myself somehow on a completely unconscious level. So what do you do when you're in that much pain? You sedate it. I ate too much. I drank too much. I was smoking cannabis daily with tobacco. I lost weeks of my life in Netflix and on social media because I was dulling my pain. I was sedating myself and my misery, and I was trying to hide my sadness over an unfulfilled life. And this is such a common thing for us to do when we're in pain. We will sedate ourselves to make us feel better, and we will do it through bad habits, through addictions, through drugs, food, big pharma. And I was in the thick of it. My marriage was incredibly unhappy. I was unhealthy, and I would wake up most days just thinking, fuck, not this again. And it was like Groundhog Day, the days would just repeat exactly the same. And I would get up in the mornings and proceed to walk on eggshells, hoping not to put a foot wrong, because if I did, I would be subject to the rage that would come out of my husband. And it happened often. I was overweight, I was unhappy, I was unhealthy, and I was financially dependent on him. I felt trapped and worthless. I was losing myself, and I'd actually had enough. But not in the way you'd probably think I had enough. I was just sick of living the same shit different day. I was sick of the same arguments. I was sick of walking on eggshells. I was sick to death of feeling exhausted, and I knew I had to change. I wanted to change my situation. So instead of doing what I'd usually do and turn to self-harm or more sedation, I actually hired a coach and went back into education. And that was in 2020. So I worked with a master self-sabotage coach, Jason Christoph. Any of you guys have heard of him? That was back when he was actually taking one-to-one clients. He doesn't anymore. And we went through the process of overcoming my self-sabotage. And this process was life-changing. It was the beginning of the complete transformation of my life. And I also trained and got certified under Jason at the same time. And I qualified with flying colors. Flying colors, my bad. So the two pictures that you can see here were taken about 12 months apart. Obviously, I'm smiling in both, but you can see there's been a huge transformation in just how I look. I dropped a whole bunch of weight since taking this course, and I didn't do any dieting. No cabbage soup, no Slim Fast. So going through this process of the self-sabotage coaching with Jason, realization hit me, and it hit me hard because I was terrified and I knew I had to step out of my comfort zone. And what actually hit me quite quickly was that I knew my marriage had to end. I knew that I had to support myself financially, but all I'd ever known was being, in poor relationships. All I'd ever known was being poor or financially dependent. And I really didn't know or feel that I could even, look after myself. What was I going to do? How was I supposed to look after me? It was also at this time I felt called to actually go to Mexico. And Mexico is a place at that time I'd never been to. I'd never wanted to go. And other than hola and gracias, I didn't speak any Spanish. And what a funny point is I also didn't much like hot weather, and I didn't think I liked Mexican food. So you can imagine how this went down when I told people, hey, I'm going to go to Mexico. And they're like, right, okay. You don't like hot weather. You don't like the food. You've never wanted to go there before. You don't speak Spanish. What are you thinking? I didn't even have passports. Me and my kids didn't even have passports at this time. So it sounded crazy. But, I felt in my gut, just like I felt with Alex, that this is, I needed to do it. I felt it that strongly. So I was like, what, fuck it. It will happen. I'll make a way. But despite all of this, wanting to get away and wanting to make these changes, I was absolutely terrified because I couldn't imagine my life any other way than being quite miserable. And I couldn't imagine not being, in the relationship I was in, although I was so unhappy. And I couldn't imagine how I'd ever support myself financially or, support my children or any of these things. It all just seemed really foreign. But at the same time, the things that I had learned within the coaching program and the process I'd been through, I felt very empowered. I knew that I had it within me to make these changes. It was just a matter of applying the things that I'd learned. So it was time to step up, and it was time to start making those steps towards freedom. So over the next 2 years, I got to work taking my power back, because our power has always been ours and it always will be ours. The only way that it's not is when we give it away. Okay. but we couldn't always take it back. So my biggest issue with all of this, making these changes, was that I completely lacked support. I didn't have the support of my husband because he didn't want me to change. He wanted me to stay exactly the same. I lacked friends. I didn't have many friends other than quite a decent online circle of people that I'd met. I didn't have any like real life friends. So what actually happened to me is I started to slide back into my old habits, into my, sedating myself. I began smoking cannabis again. I began drinking and overeating all over again because I really needed support. I wanted support. I wanted someone to, have my back and be encouraging me because I felt very alone. And when you're trying to make these like really big life changes, we need support. We need people in our corner. And often we look to the people that are supposed to love us to give us this support. And sometimes we don't find it. Quite often we don't find it because what happens is people that don't want us to change, or they don't, they're not doing so well themselves, they don't want you to do well either. It's like crabs in the bucket. If crabs start to try and climb out of the bucket, the other crabs will pull it back in. That's exactly what humans are like as well. So the ones that I was surrounded with at that time were the crabs pulling me back into the bucket when I'm desperately trying to get out. So what I decided to do was really push myself, and I went out to meet a local Facebook friend, and she actually became a really close friend. Bless her heart, her name's Sammy, and she's just the most gorgeous woman I've ever met. She's a beautiful soul. So we began to meet weekly at the local cafe, and she supported me and she encouraged me throughout this whole process. And this support and this encouragement and having someone to lean on was what really helped me to make those leaps and make those big decisions about my future, because I knew what I wanted, but I kept wobbling. So it was really awesome to have someone in my corner like, no, you can do this, that's really what I needed. And despite my relapses, I kept going, I kept pushing. It doesn't matter if you're trying to make big changes and you relapse and you go back to drinking or you go back to smoking. It's temporary. The whole point of going through all of this is something we really need to remember, is that it's about progress. It's not about perfection. It's about progress. And as long as you keep progressing, that's what matters. And that's what I kept doing, just making progress, no matter how small, and then celebrating it. And also not beating myself up when I slid back into old patterns. It's all about making that progress. And the one friends that I had at that time as I was, making these big changes made all the difference to my progress. And what actually happened in the end over those 2 years of me continuing to take those steps and make that progress is I quit drinking alcohol completely. I educated myself in cryptocurrency and precious metals and began building portfolios between both of them. And I hired another coach, a business coach this time, and I launched an online business. Oh, and in that last slide just there, you could see my vision board that I created. Can you see that at the bottom? So I created a board of, my big dreams, my big goals, and I made sure I looked at that every single day. And that was also very, very helpful in creating what I've created now. And then everything changed. Like nothing was the same anymore. Everything changed. So right after the launch of my very first program, which I was really quite successful with because I actually made a few £1,000s from that launch, I boarded the plane and left for Mexico with my children. And honestly, leaving the UK was the best thing I ever did. I'm not saying that, if you're in a country and you're in a bad situation, you should just jump on a plane, leave all your shit behind and just go. No, absolutely not. You have to do what you feel called to do. You have to do what's right for you. But for me, my calling was to go to Mexico. My calling was to leave all my shit behind and just go. And that's what I did, because I just thought, it's just stuff. It can be replaced. My happiness, my mental health is worth so much more. So I took that leap and I left. And it was honestly the best thing I ever did. The only thing is even though I'd left the UK, I continued to hang on to my very unhealthy marriage for about 2 months until I finally felt safe and able to let it go. I created such a distance between us that I felt like I could finally let that go. It took all the courage I think I had, every ounce of bravery that I could muster. That's what it took for me to leave that relationship. I didn't even think I was capable of doing it, but I did, and I ended it and I walked away from it. And it was like a weight was lifted. I dropped a bunch of weight and I smile every day, something I wasn't doing very often at all. And I sing, I sing when I'm happy, and I don't think I'd sang in years. Now I sing all the time. And since then, I've been traveling Mexico and Guatemala with my 2 girls. And my business has shifted, because when I originally started out, I was teaching crypto and metals. But it shifted, and it shifted back into my original call, which was post car accident. I had the call to move into coaching. Just at that time, I had no idea, like, what was I going to coach in? I just didn't know, but I knew that's where I needed to go. And finally, I've shifted back into that. So I've harnessed my experience and what I've learned with Jason about self-sabotage and moved into empowerment coaching. And my coaching practice focuses on helping ambitious business owners, both aspiring and established. So don't feel, if you haven't started your business yet, that I'm not available to you, because that is untrue. I am. But yeah, I help both aspiring and established business owners unlock their full potential on a subconscious level, so that becoming I'm losing my words. This happens to me after I had the coma incident with the car accident. Sometimes I lose my words, and it just comes out of a bunch of gobbledygook. So I apologize. But yes, let me try that again. So I help both aspiring and established business owners unlock their full potential on a subconscious level, so that becoming prosperous and wildly successful is almost effortless. And I've created a holistic alchemy using diet, lifestyle, mindset, and subconscious programming techniques, which I blended together with that missing link, the support. So I will hold space, I kick ass when needed, and celebrate my clients as they walk the path to greater prosperity in their business, wealth, health, and happiness, which is essentially what I've done for myself. And I'm also creating a very powerful Facebook community of online business owners where we can connect, we can network, we can share the ups and downs of being business owners whilst doing life, and we're on that path to bigger and better things. But honestly, don't feel, because I'm not a business owner, or I'm not quite ready to go out and be an online business owner, that you can't work with me. I will commit my time to work with anyone who is committed to themselves and is committed to making changes to make themselves and their lives and the life of their family better. So if you really want change and you're committed to making it, I will commit myself to help you to do that. But yeah, we left the UK in February this year, so it's all still quite fresh. And I think since then, now I've been pharma-free for 12 years. I've been nicotine-free for 2.5 years. I've been alcohol-free for 6 months. And I've been reefer-free for about 3 months. And instead of doing those things, now I spend my time sharing my story and coaching others who desire to set themselves free as well. And the picture there was taken very recently when we went to visit Chiapa de Corzo, which is a beautiful little town not too far from where I'm living at the moment. So how about you? How about you? How are you feeling? Are you sick of living the same shit, different day kind of life? Are you tired of feeling mentally and physically exhausted? Do you want to change, but you don't feel that perhaps you don't have the willpower or the money to change your situation? Or do you feel that you lack support and encouragement to make those big changes? I know I certainly did feel like that. Where are you at right now? Has my story resonated with you at all? If so, I would like to invite you to work with me for free. So I'd like to invite you to my very first masterclass, which is going to be taking place live, which is called Wildly Successful You. And it's happening on the 27th of this month, October 2022 at 2:30 p.m. CST. Depending on where you are in the world, you will need to go and convert that time so it's relevant to you. But let me just tell you what is going down. So if you decide to come along and join me, you will discover 3 things that wildly successful entrepreneurs know and how you can use this knowledge to create more money in your business. You will learn why fear is the most significant barrier to your success and how you can let go of fears so that they no longer hold you back from the joy and abundance you desire in your business. And finally, you'll learn how to gain more support and encouragement so that you can confidently embrace lifestyle changes and become a healthier, happier, and more prosperous you. So if that sounds like your cup of tea, coffee, noffee, whatever it is you like to drink, you can save your spot by coming along and contacting me on Facebook, send me a DM, or join my free community group, the Online Business Owners Lounge, OBO Lounge, and I can get in contact with you there and I will send you an email with your invite confirming your space. It is completely free. So yeah, just get in contact with me and I'll do the rest. So let's connect. If you'd like to follow along with my work, follow along with my story as it continues to unfold, because I am still on that journey. I am still making those steps, still making that process of healing and becoming better. And, just continue with everything that I've been doing. If you're interested to connect or follow or you'd like to work with me, you can join me on Facebook. Send me a friend request. I'm Lace Flowers. There's only one of me. Or you can join my groups I just mentioned, which is the Online Business Owners Lounge. I believe there's only one of those two. I'm on Instagram, so you can get me on Insta at Lace Flowers Coaching, or you can pop me an email, lace@laceflowerscoaching.com. But yeah, thank you for listening to me. Thank you so much. It has been an absolute pleasure to share this with you. And it's also been incredibly empowering for me, but also very hard because I've never spoken about my story in this sort of detail ever anywhere, not publicly. So this for me is a big one. This is a bit of a win for me. And thank you for coming along and listening. And please remember these 2 things. Everything that you need is already within you. And whatever you do, just remember, it's not about perfection, it's about progress.
Liz, thank you. Thank you so much. And I feel so honored that this was actually the first time you're able to tell your story, in that I feel like She Is Me was created for that purpose, right? And we've talked about that, how it was created so that you do have a platform where you're safe and you can tell your stories. So knowing that you came here to tell your story for the first time is such an honor and such validation in that we are doing the right thing in building this community and building this this platform for women to use their voice. So thank you. And your story is amazing. Um, Progress, not perfection.
Yes.
I too struggled with perfectionism for much of my life. In fact, am writing a book at the moment called The Dis-Ease of Perfection, and that will come out sometime soon. But
Lovely.
talking about perfection, and the first time I heard that progress, not perfection, was from someone in recovery, and I had apologized for something that I had done, and they just looked at me with all the love in their heart and said, "It's progress, not perfection," you know? And
Wow.
I just it blew me away that that was a thing because I had been so focused on, overachieving and trying to be perfect and everything,
Mm-hmm.
and self-sabotaging myself over and over and over with that behavior. So you're absolutely right that self-sabotage, and I think I wrote it in the post, but how we do that unknowingly and can continue that cycle to what's familiar, even if it's not healthy.
Yep. It's the way we're wired.
It's the way we're wired. So until we have that aha moment or we see things clearly for what they are, and we have to listen at the same time, right? Rarely
Hmm.
will we. That's the point in which we pivot. That's the point in which we decide, oh, yeah, that's not really good. And I finally listen to my gut and I finally go in the other direction. So
That's right.
it is not easy. And luckily, in this world, we have platforms like this that we can actually get the word out and that you don't need to feel alone and that there is help for you out there because there are people like us who have been through some of these things. And we are here to help you. We are
Absolutely.
here to
100%.
help lift you and stand by you and help you feel safe and help you feel confident and help you feel like you can make that change and you can accomplish what you need to accomplish or what you want, what you dream to accomplish in your life. And
That's it.
it's proven over and over. Just listen to every single speaker. It's proven over and over. And there's not one woman on this platform that wouldn't be willing and ready to help you if you needed it. So, if there's one thing that you could tell a woman out there who is struggling right now with self-sabotage, the one thing, what would you say to her?
Oh my gosh, that's a hard one. Don't give up. Reach out. I think the most important thing you can do when you're struggling is to reach out, whether it's to a friend that you trust or to, a community. In my community, someone like me, reach out. Just don't be alone. Don't be alone with your thoughts. Don't be alone with your behavior and don't feel bad about it. This is the way that we're wired and we can change it and you can change it at any time.
Right.
But reach out and speak to someone.
Yes. I would agree wholeheartedly. Lace, thank you very much. Stay tuned, everybody. Colleen Marie Olinsky is joining us in just a few minutes, and her talk is How I Became a True Safe Space for Myself and Others. And that's really beautiful. So we will be back in just a few minutes. Thanks, everyone. Colleen.
I remember the first time where I really felt different. I was only 3 or 4 years old, and I was on my first preschool play date. Now, from an outside eye looking in, you wouldn't think anything was out of the ordinary on this play date. The mother brought us fresh fruit. I played with my friend. Her brother was kind to us. It was a pretty typical play date. But for me, it was life changing. And the reason is because when I was on this play date, I really felt the sense of peace that was in this little girl's house. And this was something that felt really foreign to me. And the reason is because in my home, I grew up in a home where my father was both bipolar and schizophrenic. And my dad was an amazing, brilliant, talented, funny, charming, charismatic man. But his mental illness meant that he often had an altered sense of reality and he experienced very unpredictable mood swings. So, my home as a child could often feel very chaotic and unstable and unpredictable. So, when I felt what it was like to be in this other little girl's house, it really gave me a sense of awareness of how different that my own upbringing was. And it was the first time that I realized that I really felt like I needed to not talk about my own home life, that my life was something that I should keep a secret because of how different I felt from her and from this experience. So I went on as a child and when I was very young, um, from a very young age, I was with my father during times where he would have episodes with his mental illness. And even though I was a very young child, I knew that sometimes when he was experiencing things, that he was hearing voices or he was seeing visions that um, I knew were not reality, that I still needed to respect that. So, as a young child with my father, it was really my first experience of being a safe space. And I would be a safe space for my dad in the way that I would sit with him when he was going through these things. And when he was hearing things or experiencing things that I knew were not reality, I also, even though I was so young, had a way of knowing that what he was experiencing was very real to him. So I would sit with him through that and really try to be someone who is a safe space to make him feel seen and heard and valued and respected and understood, even though he was experiencing something that other people were not. So being there for my dad in that sense really gave me a unique lens um, and a sense of empathy that was very, very high. So I found that when I would go out into the world and speak to others, whether it was schoolmates or teachers or friends, I had a way of being able to see people and really making them feel seen and heard and valued and respected. And I used this skill to be my own safe space. And what I mean by that is when I showed up for others in this way and made them feel good and valued and respected, it would mean that they wanted me around, because when you make people feel good, it they want you around, right? So I would get all of the invitations. I would get invitations to go eat at friend's house or have a sleepover or be invited in different spaces. So it was my way as a child really of being a safe space for myself, because I would get my basic needs met in the way that I would show up for others. So this was something that really got me in spaces, and as I said, helped me to have my basic needs met. And I learned pretty early on from watching the way that the world reacted to my father that there was a pretty big stigma around mental illness and a lot of shame around it. I would see when we would be out in public with my father how people would react. And sometimes he was able to sort of have a mask on and, present in a way that people would think is normal behavior. And other days, if he was struggling, he wasn't able to hide the behaviors and the symptoms that would come from his mental illness. Or he would be presenting side effects from the many medications that he had to take to manage his mental illness. And as I watched the way that the world reacted to my father in different situations, it was hard to watch as a child, because I saw how people with mental illness sometimes aren't even really treated as full people. There would be many times where my dad would be treated with disrespect or not taken seriously out in the world. And those were lessons that I learned without being directly taught, that having a mental illness or presenting behaviors is something that is not accepted often out in the world. So, the other lesson that I learned on a daily basis, constantly, all day long, from everyone around me, is that being crazy is something that no one wanted to be. And the way that I would hear this all day long is in people's language. I could hear a teacher say something like, "Stop being crazy, everyone. You're going to lose recess today." Or I could hear a very good friend of mine talk about someone and be like, "Oh, I really don't like that girl. She's a psycho." And I would hear this language from children and adults throughout my life. And you would hear this in pop culture through music or books or TV movies. The language was all the same. It was very clear that being crazy or insane or nuts or psycho was something that no one wanted to be. No one wanted to be that, or it was always put in a negative connotation. So this made me feel like it was not safe to share my truth as a child. So I kept that part of my life a secret as much and as often as I could. And when you have a secret like that, like your whole basically home life and existence is a secret, it weighs on you heavy. And not only does it weigh on you heavily, but you have to upkeep that secret, which is exhausting. When you're trying to maintain a secret and upkeep it, whether you want to or not, you end up having to lie your way through situations. And I found myself as a child having to lie to my friends, my teachers, different people in my life, just to maintain, the secret and to have them not find out, what my actual lived experience was. So there's also a layer when you are a parent with a severe mental illness that sometimes the reality of that mental illness and the responsibility of parenting don't always pair well. And there were times where, my dad, it was his turn to pick me up somewhere and he would forget or he would be sleeping because of his medication and I would be left somewhere. And of course, I'm then lying to all the adults around me about who's supposed to pick me up or where I'm supposed to be. And it didn't feel good. I think the more that you carry a secret and have to maintain it, the more it really weighs on you. So, what I would do um, to be a safe space for myself is, I would continue to kind of hone my skills in finding safety in other people. And I learned how to really scan an environment and find the people in that environment that are safe. And I think there's an important thing to highlight is that we often teach children that, strangers and people that we don't know are dangerous. Stranger danger is something that we teach, and we teach kids how to look for people who are bad or scary. But what we don't teach kids is how to look for people who feel safe, or people who are good in the world. And that my ability to kind of look around and find the qualities in people that made them feel safe is really something that saved me as a child. And it also helped me hone my own ability to be safe. And I think another saying that we often hear is when people show you who they are, believe them. And when we hear that, it's usually referring to when people show you their bad qualities, right? When people show you things about them that you shouldn't trust or you shouldn't um, associate with this person. But I think, we also need to look at the other side of that. When people show you who they are, when they show you that they are trustworthy, that they do provide comfort, that they are solid, golden people who can help you, I think we also need to believe that. So when people show you who they are, believe them in that sense too. And knowing how to look for the good in others. So this is something that I did, really my whole life. And when I've talked before about how to help children identify safe spaces and how to teach children how to be safe spaces in the world. And there's three things really that you want to look for in a safe space person or be when you're trying to be a safe space for someone. And that is comfort. You are looking for people who make you feel comfort effortlessly. Um, and this is done by, having non-judgment and open-minded kindness. And the other thing that you want to look for is acknowledgement. Who acknowledges you in a way where they really see you, where they value you, appreciate you, they see you for who you are. That's another quality of someone who is a safe space. And then also, do they make you feel like you're a member of their team? Does someone make you feel like you belong? So those are all qualities of safe space people when you are looking to find one or you are showing up in the world as one yourself. And I really believe, after growing up in the kind of situation where I had so much chaos in my life, I know that if you show up in a way where you want to have open-minded kindness and you are looking to be a safer space in the world, it makes a difference. And think about all the big world problems that we face. And if everyone really made this conscious effort to show up for one another as a safe space, what that would look like. So I went through my childhood navigating it, doing, these things to kind of get myself in situations where I felt safe. And by the time I got to high school, I was really good at making friends and being the kind of person who I could go in the lunchroom and I could sit at any table. I had people, I was a chameleon. I could really kind of fit in anywhere. And it was around this time in the middle of high school where I was working with one of my father's social workers, and things had gotten really, really hard at home. And I remember the social worker saying to me, listen, you're going to be 18. And until you're 18, we can sort of help and support. And, my dad was not going to be living in my home for a little while at that point. But they said, you really need to start making a plan for yourself. And, I was like 15 years old at the time. And so I thought, okay, I need to make a plan for myself. And I started working as soon as I could. At age 14, I went out and got my work permit. My first job was working on a farm in pretty horrible conditions, to be honest. As a 14-year-old, I worked alongside some other teenage boys who, really said things to us that was sexual harassment. And it was not a good situation. We did not have adult supervision, but that was my first work experience. And from there, I went on to work many places. I would babysit, I would work at a pharmacy, and I was saving money to get a car. Because to me, having a car was my first little step of freedom. Once I had a car, I could also work more. It kind of expanded my capacity to earn. So I was able to get to the point where I could leave home at 17. And it was interesting because when I did leave home, my dad did come back. And I really had a very strong relationship with my dad. As I said, I was really a sort of safe space and a sounding board for him. So it was really kind of a bittersweet situation. And I left and was able to have an apartment with one of my best friends, and go on to college while working several jobs, and eventually move away from the area where I grew up and move to where I live now, which is in New Haven, Connecticut. And I left and moved with my boyfriend at the time, who's now my husband. And when we got here, I really had felt like, wow, I sort of made it out of my situation and I went to college and, here I am, sort of creating this new life for myself. And once I started doing that, I realized that I had a lot of anger that I had never dealt with. Just anger from my situation and anger from, not having certain things as a child and having to fight so hard, and anger from carrying that secret for so long, which I was still carrying at the time. So I ended up going to a martial arts school, and I started martial arts to kind of get out my anger and also continue to be a safe space for myself. This was a way where I had control sort of my physical safety. And I learned a lot during that time that I was a martial artist. And the statistics are that 1 in 100 people go on to get their black belt when they start any martial arts. And I did it. And this is important to my story because once I believed that I could do that, and I put in the work to make it happen. And I became that 1 in 100 who became a black belt. I really tucked that in my back pocket and was like, you know what? If I can do that, I was not an athletic kid. This was something I worked really hard to do. If I could be 1 in 100 once, this means that whatever I want to do from here on out, I've already been that 1 in 100. Like I can do big things, and that was really the first sense of believing myself in a new way. So I, built a life around that time that was very, very different than the way I grew up. I built a life that really valued my peace was so important to me. And I went from that chaotic situation where, I really wanted to have an environment where I woke up every day and just had so much gratitude for my peace. So, my boyfriend, like I said, that I'd moved with, who's now my husband, we ended up getting engaged and we bought a little house near the water and sort of built a very peaceful life. Another thing that has always helped me has been music. He's a musician. A lot of my friends are musicians. I had some time where I was working in radio, and I had sort of all these coping mechanisms, but everything came to a little bit of a halt when the pandemic started. Because even though I had worked really hard to become a teacher, I was teaching kids and I was living in this little house by the water and, sort of living a peaceful life. And I ended up also having my son, which took honestly a lot of courage for me because I think I had an ingrained fear that mental illness could be something that ran in my family. I was always afraid that something would happen to me. I think for a long time, as a young person, I was waiting for the ball to drop to see if I had that in me. And I was worried about passing that down to my child, or would I not have the parenting skills um, because of how I grew up? So I had my son, and here we were in this peaceful life. And when the pandemic hit, I had to leave the teaching job that I had been at for 12 years. And this is a situation where I had been a teacher for even longer than that. And I had used all of my skills of being a safe space with my kids and teaching. I used to look at my room full of students and I knew there was some like me that had a secret. And I would treat all of them with the kind of open-minded kindness and non-judgment and love that I knew I needed as a kid. So teaching was very important to me. And when the pandemic hit, my school went back in person. And my son was starting kindergarten at a school that was fully remote. And I had to leave my in person teaching job. And leaving that felt like leaving a big sense of my purpose. It was really tough to walk away from that. And I found myself very triggered because suddenly I not only had a loss of my job and what felt like my purpose, but I also lost my income and some of the stability. My family went from 2 incomes to 1 income. There were a lot of question marks. And I found that being home during that time in the pandemic made me feel a lot like I did when I was a kid, when everything was out of control and I really didn't have a lot of options. It was very triggering. And I felt a lot of that secret that was shoved so far down start to kind of push up. And I knew that I needed to tell my story. I needed to let this go and let this part of me come out because it was, even though I had worked so hard to create all this peace around me, that secret was still festering. And I didn't realize how much of it I was still carrying and holding on to. So I told my story to one of my closest, dearest friends. And around that time, I also went to a therapist for the first time in my life to unpack some of that trauma. And while I was home doing that, I ended up kind of on a whim to do something for myself, even though our resources were down. I took some holiday money and I signed up for a writing course. online, just as something, have something for myself. We were doing remote learning, and I signed up to do this. And I ended up not knowing what I was going to write about. Very shortly after being in the course, I woke up one morning and had a whole story of a children's book in my head. And I had been watching during the pandemic how much children had been affected between my friends' children, my own son, and watching all of the children online in his class. And I thought, oh my goodness, there are children right now who are home who had the kind of life that I did. And even for those children who don't, this isolation and being away from your friends, it's so heavy. And I knew that not only from my life experience, but from being a teacher for so many years, especially I taught pre-K for 12 years, which is, I always say a roller coaster time of feelings. I knew that I had skills that I could help kids. But I was at home in my basement doing kindergarten with my son. So how can I help them? So I woke up with this story in my head about a wolf pup, because wolves are pack animals, and the members of their pack are very essential. They're social creatures, just like we are. And this wolf pup was separated from the members of his pack, just like we were. So I had this idea, and I was like, I really think this story could help kids. I had no idea how to write a book, not a clue of how to write and publish a book. And so, what I really wanted is to take my skills of being a safe space and put it in a book for children, so that children would have a tangible safe space that they could use to help them with everything that they had been through. So, the same friend that I told my life story to, the day that I had the idea for this story, I called her up and we went on a walk. And as we're walking, I'm telling her the story and how I want to help kids and how I have no idea how I'm going to figure out how to do it, but I believe that I can do it the same way that I believed that I could get my black belt. And we stumbled upon this gorgeous writing desk in the street, and we both laughed. Because here was a physical object right there to help me achieve this dream. And she said, "Do you have somewhere to write at home?" And I said, "No." So we loaded up the desk and brought it home. And that was really the beginning of me taking that writing course, which is also a self-publishing course, and learning how to go about all of the steps to make my book happen. And while I'm in this writing course, my mentor and teacher of the course, who also became a friend, I wanted to learn more about her because I thought she was amazing. And I watched her TEDx talk. And for the first time in my entire life as a 39-year-old, I heard someone else say that they had a schizophrenic parent. And I realized how much I needed to hear that, and how I had no idea that I needed to hear that this was someone else's shared experience and that I wasn't alone. So from that moment on, it really changed my life. It really set me free. It cracked me open in a way that I had no idea that I needed to experience. As time went on and I talked to this mentor, she ended up encouraging me to tell my story on a TEDx stage, and coached and mentored me through that process, and I did it. So I went from, in a very short time, never having told my story of my childhood, to standing on a global stage and sharing it. And the reason I believe that is so important is, in my research, I found out that kids who grew up like I did have a very high risk for suicide. And it's really time that we work together to end the shame, the stigma, and the secrecy surrounding having a mental illness or loving someone who does. And I really believe that the way we do that is to talk about it. I think mental health should be talked about, respected, the same way that physical health is. So I'm so grateful for this opportunity to be able to share my story, because I know that there's people out there who have had a similar shared experience, and they haven't talked about it because it doesn't feel safe to talk about it when there is such a stigma. And I've found that since I have spoken about it publicly, that people I even knew in my own life have come forward to me and said, this was my experience too. And this was the first time that I ever heard someone talk about it. And I was able to talk about and process these parts of my life with them in a really beautiful way that never would have happened if I wasn't brave enough to share my story and draw my courage from someone else sharing their story. So another way we can really show up for each other as a safe space is to not only share our stories, but to be open to other people sharing their stories, and they're really listening with an open mind, an open heart, and non-judgment. So I have been, since speaking and since writing my book. So the story that I had, that I then worked to turn into a book, has been also an amazing experience. I learned about traditional publishing and getting an agent and going that route. And someone told me that's going to take you 2 years. And I said, no way. I need my book out for kids as soon as possible. So I learned the self publishing process, and I founded my publishing company, Mama Wolf Publishing, and worked with an illustrator, had my finished book, and was so excited and actually ran out of funding for the book. I then had to run a Kickstarter. And at that point, I had I don't think I had no social media. And again, trying to show up in the world as a safe space, I started talking to parents and teachers and child therapists about kids' experience during the pandemic and how much there was a need for a tool to teach kids how to manage these big feelings, and really feel empowered. So as I was talking to all these people and getting them to believe in this dream of having this book exist, I created a little bit of a social media following. And I actually ended up that summer driving going on a little tour across the country and meeting people and getting to read to kids. Sometimes it would be, in a public park, I would read to kids. And I didn't even have a book yet, but I had the printed pages of my finished book in a binder. And my son encouraged me to bring that binder everywhere we went. And so we would sort of show up as a mobile safe space. And we would bring the story and we would read it to kids, and I would see how they would connect with it. And as more and more people, got on board with this story, I was able to run a Kickstarter and fund the book in 7 hours, which is amazing. So on the very first day, 7 hours into the Kickstarter, I had funding for this book. So I was able to, from start to finish, January 2021 to September 2021, have my book finished and have it available as a safe space for kids. And I am going to read you that story today because I want to end on a very high positive note. I want you all to feel good and know that when you start out in life from a place that is dark and you feel like, I know a lot of my life, I didn't feel like I belonged places. There was a sense that I didn't belong. Sometimes the things that you gain from your dark, trying times and those skills are really what become your own superpower. In my book, I call it, magic. But those things that, those skills, like that deep sense of empathy and the way that I'm able to look at people and see their unique, amazing talents and qualities and cheer them on and hold up a mirror and, make people feel good, which at first was a survival skill. And then it became who I am. I'm really not able to see people shining bright and doing amazing things without telling them. So I am going to read you my children's book. Before I do that, I want to tell you that I mentioned before that music was also a really healing thing for me. I'm starting to work on a project of mindset coaching. Recently started doing an online program for music industry essentials at NYU. And I'm going to be taking my skills from life, from being an educator, and from being, everybody's hype woman is what everyone calls me, and using the skills that I have that get people to really see their own shine and sort of shepherd them back to themselves so they can really see and use their unique skills. And that's something that I'm working on. It's a very new idea, but I wanted to share it in this space because I know I've heard Lisa say this, and I believe it to be true too, that you really have to speak what you want into the out into the open, and you speak it into existence. So that's something very new that I'm working on. I really hope to be soon working with musicians and artists to help them feel their best. So I'm going to now read you my book, A Wolf Named Elvis. And this is the true story of me and my son being home during our time in the pandemic. Meet Elvis. Elvis is a soulful, curious, creative, and wonderfully wise wolf pup. Elvis loves many things, but he especially loves playing with his friends. After all, wolves are pack animals. Being together is natural. Being together just feels good. Being together feels like sunshine and superheroes. Elvis also loves his mama wolf so much. She is always there for him when he needs her. One day, Mama Wolf tells Elvis that there's a new kind of sickness going around. The sickness means that he cannot see the friends in his pack. Elvis felt like the world stopped. How could he be a wolf without the friends in his pack? Elvis had so many enormous feelings. He felt sad. He felt angry. He felt scared. He felt out of control. The enormous feelings just kept coming until he yelled, "Mama, I feel so many things. I want it to stop. I feel all mixed up. The big feelings are too much. This feels so hard." Elvis felt like he was wearing a backpack of boulders. Mama Wolf gave Elvis a giant wolf hug. "We can do hard things," she said. Then she reached into her back pocket to give him some of her magic. The magic made Elvis feel better on the spot. "Elvis, you must feel your big feelings, even when they hurt. All feelings deserve respect. Once you've felt those feelings, it is time to flip your own script. You must learn how to create magic for your own back pocket," said Mama Wolf. "But how?" asked Elvis. Everything felt different since the sickness came. Instead of going to school with his friends, Elvis saw them on a screen. He was always stuck home in his den with his mama and Papa Wolf. This made him feel so frustrated. Elvis thought, "Feel my feelings, I can do hard things, flip my script, and make magic." So he tried. When he felt sad, he let the sadness wash over him. Then he began to play music. Music fed his soul and filled him with warm feelings. He felt his sadness start to shrink away. When he felt angry, he let the anger bubble up like a storm. Then he sat down to create some art. He drew his anger into a fierce dragon, and he felt himself, little by little, start to feel calm. When his body felt out of control and he was bouncing off the walls of his den, he went out into nature. He always felt so free in nature. He flew with the birds, he climbed trees, he chased sunsets. When he felt like he needed to escape, he remembered that his mama wolf had taught him how to read. Books helped Elvis escape to many places in his mind. Books could take him anywhere. When he felt lonely, he would call or write letters to his friends. Sometimes every pup in the pack would howl to each other outside their dens. They all felt better knowing that they were all howling under the same sky. When he felt like giving up, he remembered how he had learned to have perseverance when he swung a bat, kicked a ball into the goal, dove off the diving board, or landed a new trick. When he felt like things were unfair, he made a list of his ideas for change. He created signs and prepared to go out and howl for what was right. Elvis thought about all of his big feelings and all of the ways that he could help himself feel better. Mama, said Elvis, when my big feelings came to visit, I felt them. I'm so proud of you, Elvis. Feeling your feelings is important, said Mama Wolf. And Mama, I did a lot of things to help me flip my script. Yes, you did, Elvis, said Mama Wolf. Mama, I think I found magic for my back pocket, Elvis exclaimed excitedly. Elvis held his magic high in the air and did a little happy dance. Then suddenly he stopped. But Mama, he said, what if I don't have any pockets? Mama Wolf smiled wisely and said, Elvis, the real magic you create lives inside you, in your heart. It's always with you. Elvis felt the magic glowing inside his heart. His light was so bright. I feel it, I feel it. I can make my own magic. I can make my own glow. Elvis was shining like a diamond. And then in the back of my book, I write a letter to kids about how they all have their own magic within them. And then there are photos showing all the things that happened in the book that happened for us during our time in the pandemic. Thank you for listening to that story and listening to my story. It's so important. I'm so grateful to have had the opportunity to hear everyone's stories during this conference. It really does not only set the person free who's telling the story, but really lets us all know that we're not alone. This whole conference and whole experience is the definition of a safe space. So thank you so much.
I'm sitting here doing my happy dance with my magic.
Yeah, that's what the kids do, and they howl with me.
Oh my God. Oh, I love
Yeah.
it. I love it. That was fantastic. Uh, Thank you so much for being here and for sharing. And know that you aren't alone. And uh, I'm sure your message will reach many. And A Wolf Named Elvis is a delight, Colleen. It is a
Thank you.
delight. I'm going to make sure I have many friends who are school teachers, so we're going to post this all over the place and make sure that we make sure people our teachers are aware of it and can use it.
Amazing.
I love the idea of you writing a letter to kids in the back too. I think that is so great. And I wish that I had something like this when I was a kid, you know?
Yeah. Well, then that's, and that's what we always do. Like we try to show up in the world like as what we needed, right?
Yes.
I think I do that all the time. And I
Yeah.
think part of my wanting to cheer people on all the time is like, I felt so invisible. And I think a lot of us do. So
Yeah.
I'm like, I see you, and make sure that
Right.
people know that.
Right. And I think it's important as well, like you said, that the day when you started out, you're talking about the day that you were out with friends and it changed things for you because you're like, I want this calm. I want this family. And I remember thinking that being at somebody else's house, thinking like, Why isn't anybody yelling? Why isn't
Yes.
anybody why is there why aren't they drinking at noon? You know, like what's happening here? You know, like that just there was calm and ease and thinking, and not feeling safe. That was the other feeling. I think I talked about that earlier with Joanne Doherty. She was talking about how unsafe she felt as a kid. And I remember,
Yeah.
I mean, that was just such a huge thing for me when I was a kid and for my life, you know, always just m- making decisions on the basis that I thought I would feel safe if I did that thing,
Constantly.
right?
And, I think I was so fortunate to carve out spaces for myself in so many different families, really. Like, there's so much, still people are like, oh, you were like our extra family member, et
Yeah,
cetera. And I was so grateful to have the seats at all those tables. But I also, like you said, was very conscious of my safety and also protecting that secret. So
right.
you didn't feel like you belong, even though you had a space. There was always this something that
Yeah.
made you an outsider in those spaces.
Well, and even though you felt safe for the moment, your guard was always up. Like,
Yeah.
I'm prepared. Like, the cortisol was still active in your body because you're just like always like, okay, if I let my guard down, what's going to happen? Right. So you always kind of have your
Yeah.
guard up. And so, yeah, I understand that. And I think there are so many kids. And I know there was a time period in my youth where, I was always good grades and everything else in a time period where things were really, really hard. And I got called into the counselor's office and they were like, "What's going on with you?" And I was like, "Nothing, nothing, nothing.
Yeah.
I'm
I
fine."
remember in high
Yeah.
school, I was the same situation. I was called into a counselor's office and I was her safe space. She started talking to me. She was young, like about her stuff, like her boyfriend. I was like sitting there eating her candy, you know, like, but she wasn't getting into me. My
Yeah.
guard wasn't coming down. Right.
I wasn't talking. Yeah, I wasn't telling anybody anything. And I think it was last year at the conference. We had a wonderful woman who joined the conference, and she didn't have anything to promote or sell. She just wanted to unload the secrets, and her talk was all about the secrets that we keep. I cried through the whole thing, and I was like, "You're absolutely right." I mean, how much does that weigh us down by holding on? Like, and I mean, that was already part of the platform. That was already part of my idea and my, movement, but I hadn't really it caused me to really look at things that I hadn't really that had been secret for so long. They were kind of covered up with dirt.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
I had to walk through that landmine again, that landmine field again and sort of uncover things and look like, "Oh yeah, that was something that we never talked about, but that was traumatic," or,
Right.
that was unacceptable behavior or something like that, that we just kind of like, "Shh, don't say anything, covered up, pretend like it didn't happen." The next day, everybody
Yeah.
happy, smiley.
And, like I said, I had no idea that I needed to hear that someone else had a schizophrenic parent until I did. And I was
Yeah,
well into adulthood, and
yeah,
I had no idea what that would do to me. And it set me free in a way that I couldn't not talk about it. You know what I
yeah,
mean? I said, if this did this for me, you know, if it helps one person, that's what I
right,
always say. If
that's the
talking about it
point,
helps one person, you've done your job,
right,
And I
that's
mean, look
exactly
what
it.
you have, how many people are you touching by all of these stories?
Let's hope a
Thank you
lot.
for what you do. Yeah.
Let's hope a lot.
Yes,
But my point
absolutely.
was in doing this was not, let's touch millions of people. It was, if I can make it so that your story touches one other person, that's
Hmm.
enough. Right?
Yeah.
That's enough. That was the whole point, because then exponentially now we have over 200 speakers on the platform from all the events that we have, and at the end of next year we'll have probably close to 500. It's like, that's 500 people minimum that we're
Right.
reaching, that we're letting know that they're not alone, you know?
And I
And
can't
how
wait now that I've had my turn because I've been trying to catch up and watch, but now I'm gonna like binge everything. I can't wait. I'm like, I can't
Yeah,
wait to
it
go and
it's like, if you ran out of stuff on Netflix, you've got plenty of stuff
right,
here,
right.
session
Just be
after session.
empowered by the hour, right? Like, so thank you
Absolutely.
for this. And thank you for
Yeah,
the opportunity and, choosing my story. And, I'm just very humbled and grateful to be here.
it's wonderful. Your story is wonderful. You're wonderful. Thank you for being such a advocate and such a cheerleader out there and watching things and commenting and raising everybody else up. It's wonderful. Every time I see your participation, I was like, yay! I
Well, you
love
know
that.
what I've watched because I can't not like I told you, I cannot see another woman shine and shut up about it. Like I just
Yeah,
can't. It's not in me. Like I have to. So you'll know as I watch things because I'll probably say something about
yeah.
it. But
Well,
so
thank you
thank you so much.
thank you so much. I enjoyed your book. I enjoyed your talk. I'm impressed by you, and I just think you're absolutely wonderful. And I'm so glad you're part of this community and part of this collective. And I'm sure we will do things again. I love your idea. Let's talk about that
Yeah.
at a different time because I think there's stuff that I do that I could either let you know about or we can do something together, which would be really fun.
Okay.
Um, Next, we have Miss Chioma, and you're going to like this one. She is talking about the 6 C's to intentionally building a happier and more fulfilling life for yourself. And she is pure energy. So it's going to be
I
a
love
good
it.
talk. All right. We'll see in a few
So
minutes.
stick around is what you're telling me.
Stick around,
Stick around.
everybody.
All right. Thank you so much, Lisa.
Miss Chioma. She is a personal success coach and an advocate for intentional happiness. She's the owner of Bliss Filled Living. And Miss Chioma today will be presenting the 6 C's to intentionally building a happier and more fulfilling life for yourself. Please welcome Miss Chioma.
Yes, hi everyone. I'm so excited to be here to share my story on how I intentionally build a happier and more fulfilling life for myself and how you can also build a happier and more fulfilling life for yourself. So for the longest time, I chased this thing called happiness. They say happiness is a choice and it's free. So why is it so hard to choose? Why are women today, even though we have more options, even though we have more voice, a louder voice, even though we have more access to education, why is it that women today are more unhappy than the women in the 1970s? There's a research from the University of Pennsylvania that came out, and there were so many different suggestions to why this is so, why women today are more unhappy than the women in the 1970s, even though we have access to more opportunities. And one of the suggestions is that even though we have more access to opportunities, we still make decisions and take action based on other people's opinion, and that we have more categories in which we have to be successful in. We have to show up as successful in more categories than the women in the 1970s. And so, I can think of so many different reasons why women today are more unhappy than the women in the 1970s. But my personal reasons for my life, I can think of two main reasons why it took me such a long time to get to this point where I'm cheerful, I'm happy, I'm living a healthier and a wealthier life just because I decided to be more intentional and choose happiness. The first reason that I can think of is the fact that I was born in June. According to astrology, I am doomed to be moody and melancholic for the rest of my life because of the way the stars were aligned when I was born. So if anyone can transform their life from sad to happy, then it's me, because again, I was doomed. I was already doomed by my date of birth to be moody and melancholic. Another main reason I think why I had to really become how I had to get why I had to get really intentional about my happiness is because I was actually born in a very patriarchal society. Where I grew up, I didn't feel like I had the power to choose my happiness because I'm a woman. And in my where I grew up and at the time that I grew up, no matter how successful a woman was in her role, no matter how successful a woman was in life, her role was already decided, and she was seen as a neck and a shadow to support the head and the main character, which is the man. And I, that annoyed me so much when I got out of school, because I grew up with my mom mostly, and I went to an all-girls school. So I wasn't really aware of how patriotic the society that I lived in was, because in school, in the all-girls high school that I went to, girls were allowed to be leaders, girls were allowed to speak up, girls were allowed to be themselves and do what they wanted. But that wasn't, but after high school and I got out, that wasn't how my society was engineered. Women were being told and mentally prepared to just be the subordinate, to be the shadow and the next and the space. And it annoyed me so much that I started a female empowerment club at the age of 19. So the club was to push people, pretty much what I do now, push people, encourage people, and share empowerment tools on how they can live their best life and live to their full potential. And it started as a club, it evolved into a magazine and a radio show. And I just wanted all the women that I know to know that they had the right to dream and that it was possible for their dreams to come true and they deserved it. That's what's the point of life, really, if you're not working on your goals and chasing your dreams. And who why would anyone tell you that because you're born female, you're not supposed to chase your dreams? I was so angry about it. And I ran this club and magazine for 3 years. It was so much pressure. It was so much having, I had to really push for it because, again, this is a patriarchal society that I lived in. So it wasn't something that was easily accepted. But for 3 years, I ran it and I ran it diligently. But then at the third year, at this my early 20s, I just got too tired. I got broken down and I decided I wasn't going to do it anymore. So I stopped. And outside my anger for the patriarchy, I really didn't know what else to do with myself. I didn't know what happiness looked like for me. I didn't know what I should do to be happy. And what I needed to do, the actions that I needed to take to be happy. So, outside the anger, I really didn't know what else to do. And so I had to, my 20s was really the time where I spent trying a lot of things, trying to find happiness. And because I was trying a lot of things, I was acquiring different degrees and skills to make myself feel worthy. I was diving headfirst into relationships and businesses. And I was giving myself 100%, 110% to work, shape shifting, people pleasing, just to find that thing called happiness. And it made me to hit rock bottom several times trying to find happiness. And my very last rock bottom happened at the age of 29 when I found myself with no job, no money, and going through a bad breakup. That was when I finally learned what life was trying to tell me, that I needed to be intentional. I needed I needed to be intentional about the choices that would lead to my happiness, that I already knew what I wanted, but I was too focused on other people's opinion for me to actually see what I wanted. And that's why I decided to take a break. I was going to take a 2 months break and just and align with my inner self. And 2 months turned into years. So and I decided at that age, 29, that, I was old enough now. Like, when you're going to 30s, it's like, I'm old enough to say what I want to say and say that I'm going to do what I want to do without people trying to tell me how to live my life. And I decided that if I have the power in my hand to design my life, to rebuild my life, that I was going to rebuild it in the direction of my light, my joy, my happiness, and my fulfillment. And so these are 6 things. It's taken a couple of years for me to get to this point where I am genuinely happy with the life that I have designed for myself. I expect better, but I am also happy where I am now. And so I'm going to consolidate everything that I've learned in the past couple of years into 6 things that I did to build my life in the direction of my life and become a happier and healthier person, and also wealthier. But, let's not talk about that too much. Okay, so the very first thing I did was to change my mindset. What you believe, what you think and believe, can change the direction of your life and design your life. And so I thought to myself, if what I think and what I believe can affect or can shape my life, then I need to start thinking better. I need to start believing better. I had to unlearn so many things that I was taught, so many beliefs that was imbibed in my brain from a child, living in from a girl living in a patriotic society. I had to unlearn so many things. So many things. There's so many different mindset shifts that happen for me, but I'm going to share two main ones just for the sake of time. The first mindset shift for me was the definition of happiness. Most people define happiness as a feeling, but I came to realize that happiness is actually a state of mind that is characterized with balance, joy, satisfaction, gratitude, fulfillment, and and a feeling of being able to achieve your goals, a feeling of being capable. So I kind of shifted my thought on what happiness was, so that it no longer became a destination. It no longer became something that I would have when I get a degree, or when I get married, or when I get this job, or when I have this amount of money. It became a state of mind that I have to be in at any point, low, high, middle. It's a state of mind that I have to be in at every point. I have to come back. I have to find that middle, that balance at every point. So that was a big aha moment for me. My happiness, a happy life for me, does not mean that bad things will stop happening to me. And if you decide to go on a happiness journey, a personal success journey as well, it doesn't mean that bad things won't happen to you, but you will always be able to find your way back to joy, and you will always be able to find your way back to balance, which is what I do. The second mindset shift that I had was to be able to adopt a positive mindset. I let go of fear-based beliefs and emotions, and I picked up beliefs that had to do with courage and determination and positivity. So I had to rewire my mind. I had to put up words that I didn't even believe at first. Some of the positive beliefs that I was trying to imbibe in myself, I didn't even believe it when I started it. But I had to push myself. I had to push myself to see the light, to see the positive, to see how can I make the best out of this, or how can this become the best situation for me. And I was always, and eventually it became my way of thinking. I'm always thinking, okay, half glass full, which was not me before. I was definitely a half glass empty girl. But eventually my mindset shift and I became half glass full girl. And it was by intention. It was by focusing on positive beliefs, and really, really trying to make my mind to believe, to see and believe that they are actually true. So the second C, so that's the first C. The second C is to commit to being happy. You need to actually commit, because it's not going to be an easy road. It's not going to be, when you decide that you want to be happy, especially from the few years, it's not going to be an easy road, especially if you're going it on your own. If you have a coach or if you have support, it might be easier. But if you're going it on your own, it's not going to be the easiest journey. You're going to have to commit, and your life is important. Your happiness is important. Your happiness matters. You are important. You came to this life for a reason. You're worthy of happiness in this lifetime. And if you don't position yourself to receive it, no one is going to do it for you, because nobody really can. Because happiness is an inside job, and no one can really go inside for you. We can give you tools, we can tell you how we did it, but no one's going to go in for you. So you're going to have to be the one to make that commitment, that no matter how hard it gets, you're not going to give up, because you deserve it and because you're worthy of it, and it's because it's your birthright. So don't ever think that you will not get happiness. Don't ever believe that you're not going to get it. Commit like it's already done. It's already my happiness, the things that I want, they're already done. They're already given to me. I just have to figure out how to get there. And like a caterpillar evolving into a butterfly, you're going to go through different transformations. You're going to have to change your mindset. You might have to change people around you. You might have to change the things that you do. And it might be uncomfortable, but it is worth it. So keep going towards your light. Don't shy away from what you need to do. Commit, 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 learn and keep going, adjust and keep going. Don't worry about what you don't know, and do your best with what you do know, because every day that you get in this life is an opportunity for you to keep moving towards your light and towards your happiness. So that commitment is very important. You need to commit to this journey. The third C is clarity. So I had to reconnect to my core authentic self, to be able to really figure out who am I, first of all? Who am I really? Outside everything that everyone has told me about myself, who am I on the inside? What do I want? How can I use who I am to better my society? So society has like a standard blueprint. They have like an average. They take into consideration millions of people, and then they come up with an average on what it takes to be happy. But they usually don't take account for the fact that most of us come pre-fit with our core values, our core personalities, our core interests, our core visions. We're all different. And these attributes are stored in our authentic self, which we need to reconnect with. We need to understand that no matter what it is, no matter what your personality, your interest, your vision, your values, it is valuable. It is valuable. It is needed by the world. The creator has never made anything it's so wise. I feel like the universe is infinitely wise that it would not give you the personalities, the interests, the values, and the visions that you have for no reason. And the reason why most people are sad is because they are not utilizing their actual self, their authentic self, and their authentic abilities. And so ask yourself, how can you use your core authenticity to add joy and happiness into the world? Even the experiences that you've gained so far, how can you use that to add value to the world, to add happiness to the world. But first, you have to figure out what your core values, what your core personality, what your interest, and what your vision is on inside. And that's one of the things that I do with my clients is we have clarity sessions, I have clarity workshops, and I have clarity sessions. This is how I use my own core authenticity, because I've always been that girl who motivates and shares and wants to see people win. So this is how I utilize my own core strengths, and this is what brings me fulfillment. So yeah, so it's very important that you find clarity. So the fourth thing, and we're almost done, it's two more to go, but the fourth thing is that you will have to start making conscious priorities. I started becoming conscious of the actions that I was taking and how I was spending my time, and who got to see me, like who got to really take my time. I personally needed to prioritize based on looking at my life and my emotional level and my situation. I had to prioritize self-care because I'm an empath, and I keep no matter how I try, I will kind of soak in negative energy, negativity. So self-care is very important for me. I prioritize self-care. I schedule time to take care of my mind, my body, and my soul, and I'm not apologetic about it because that's what I need to be able to function. I also I also prioritize my boundaries and protected my happiness. Anyone that comes with negativity or bad energy, is usually like kept at a place. And once it's for the protection of my peace and happiness, I am not apologetic about it. And so should you not be. You also have to raise your standards. You have to stop accepting less. This is the most difficult one, especially for me. This is the one I struggled with a lot, especially because I have an entrepreneurial mind, and I can always see how we can use something to we can polish something and make it better and push it up. So if I'm accepting less, it's so that I can polish it up and make it better. But for human interactions, like it's just like you just have to have a standard so that you don't take less and you don't accumulate and spend time polishing time that you could spend enjoying something, you spend it polishing, right? So set standards. You also have to make the conscious effort to prioritize your personal goals. Life can get really, really busy, especially as an adult with a family. It's very, and a woman, it's very easy for us to kind of put ourselves in the back seat. And you have to be very conscious and intentional about prioritizing your personal goals. You have to find time for your personal goal. It's very important because your personal goals are the goals that will fill your heart, are the goals that when you achieve them, they not only fill your mind with dopamine, they also fill your heart with joy. And the last thing that I had to prioritize was positive human interactions, because I had spent so much time with in the past with interactions where I was belittled or made to feel like I was second because I'm a woman. I really prioritize positive personal interactions, and try not to hang around people who are negative or who pull people down. So that's the fourth one. The fifth one is conscious action, continuous action. You have to take continuous action towards your happiness. Like I said, happiness is not a destination. And what you're going to find when you start your personal success journey, your happiness journey, is that once you get to one level, there's another level to get to. And once you get to that level, there's another level. Each level has goals and dreams for you to accomplish and catch. Make sure that at each level, realign with yourself. Make sure that it's authentic. Make sure that it's well planned. Make sure that you have accountability and support. And no matter what the outcome of the plans and action are, just know that um, you're learning, you're planning, you're moving, and then you're definitely, and once you get there, there's going to be another level. So just get ready for that. Get ready to take the action, to keep taking the action, to keep healing, to keep doing what you need to do to get to build a happier life for yourself. And don't forget that the main goal is not to reach a destination or a feeling, but to be able to get to a point where it's easy to maintain a happy state of mind, where you wake up in the morning and you think about your life and you be like, yeah, I like my life. I really, really like my life, which is, what happened to me. Like, I thought I was going to take 2 months off, and it turned out to be years because every level led to a new level. And once I got to a level, I realized that I can actually get to another level. And I just keep taking these steps, enjoying where I am, but also taking the steps to go to the next level. So, yes, so that's the fifth one. And the sixth one is calibration, the power to readjust. This was such an aha moment for me, because happiness, like I said earlier, happiness doesn't mean that bad things will stop happening. And for me, I'm an empath. I feel things, and I feel things more than most people. And so I had to really learn how to manage my emotions so that, and I had to really go in and study, and getting certified to become a coach helped me with that, helped me to study emotional intelligence, and really start learning how to calibrate, how to readjust, how to resolve, how to walk back to my balance, how to change my plans without feeling like a loser or feeling like I failed, how to learn from things that didn't go the way I thought they would go, and make way, be open for newer things to happen in different ways. You know, I'll give you an example. When I was in rock bottom, the first, when I was 29, I did a visualization session with a coach, and I couldn't see clearly what it is that I wanted, but I know that I wanted to live in a beach city. At the time, I was living in Nigeria. And I was living in the center of Nigeria, which is very far from the beaches. And I knew that when I visualized, what I saw for myself was a beach city, and it did not look like a place in Nigeria. So I kind of had that in the back of my mind. I didn't give it too much thought. I thought it was impossible. I had no money, I had no job, I was like rock bottom. And, to think about living outside the country at the time wasn't even something that I could fathom that I could do. But I I kept that somewhere in the back of my head, and I started baby steps, just trying to be better and trying to find my peace and my happiness. And it led me to find a job which paid me a lot of money, but was a very toxic environment to live to work in. And so many times I wanted to quit that job because it just did not give me the peace that I thought I was going to get by earning that much money. um I and my in my brain, I'm like, why would my peace, because I followed my peace to find that job or to take that job, like why would my peace lead me here? But towards the end of my time in that job, I actually got an opportunity to move out of the country to where I live now, in a beach city, a very beautiful beach city, which I did not know. Like, I couldn't have thought about that from the very beginning if I hadn't learned how to kind of calibrate and kind of accept that, and trust, and make the best of the situation at hand. I probably wouldn't have gotten to the end where I got to relocate and move out of Nigeria to the current city that I lived in, and I currently live in, which is a very beautiful place. So learn to trust the universe in a way where it's like you know that everything is fine. You just have to find your balance. You just have to readjust. You just have to, let go of whatever expectations that you had, because better ones are definitely in front of you. And so yeah, that that is one lesson that really, really made a difference for me. So really learning how to calibrate. In conclusion, I'm going to share that committing to my happy life and my personal success has been the most rewarding journey that I've taken in my life so far. It started out rocky, but it's been so rewarding. The most interesting thing is that the creator and the universe aligns and supports you. Once you've aligned with yourself and you've started to utilize your skills and you started achieving goals from a point of your values and from a place of light, the creator and the universe will align with you and will support you through your journey, regardless of if you have a coach or anyone pushing you. The universe, the creator, is going to support you. And once you've reprogrammed your mind, you're going to start seeing the opportunities that are in front of you, because this is what happened to me. Once I decided, I started seeing opportunities in front of me. I started going towards the direction of my peace, and I, readjusting to the pain or whatever it is that happened in those choices, because I know that I took this choice from a place of peace and from a place of connection and from a place of fulfillment and happiness. Living in that alignment has given me clarity that even when I can't see where I'm going, I follow my peace, and I know that if my soul, I can't really explain it, but if I have peace, if my mind and my spirit have peace and I'm aligned, then I know that I'm aligned. and I follow that decision. So even when I can't see where I'm going, if my insides are at peace, I will make a decision based on that. And the things that I've prioritized, the actions that I've prioritized have shaped my world, and I shaped it for the better. And I keep moving and working towards my best life through the actions that I take and the decisions that I make. I also now know that I am adaptable and that I can calibrate and I can manage my emotions, and that my emotions are not and are like a compass, and they're really telling me where to go and where not to go. So if I feel sad, it's not for me to sit there. It's not for me to worry about that. It's for me to know that I may be going in the wrong direction and I need to turn in a different direction, right? So my feelings have become my compass. I have started to learn how to manage it, how to get back to balance, how to readjust myself. And sometimes you will have to walk through valleys, but every day you get is an opportunity to keep climbing and to keep climbing out of the valleys. And so, I will always be able to calibrate and adjust myself to be able to find joy, fulfillment, and balance in any situation. So that is my presentation today. I hope you have learned a thing or two and that you will commit to intentionally building a happier life for yourself. I hope that you realize that you're worth it, that your life is worth it, regardless of wherever it is that you have been through. You don't have to do anything extra. You don't have to be anyone extra. Once you woke up today, you are already worthy of happiness. You're already worthy of your best life by virtue of just waking up this morning and being here. So don't think that you need to do anything extra. Set that commitment in your mind that you're going to live a happier life and that you're going to start becoming intentional about your happier life. And if you have any questions, don't hesitate to contact me. If you need help, if you need accountability, don't hesitate to contact me. My website is in the banner. And you can also send me an email at misschama at at misschamao@gmail.com. Thank you for being here, and talk to you later. Talk to you soon.
Miss Chioma, thank you. Thank you so much.
No worries.
I have a couple of nuggets that I pulled out of your talk here. Um, about talking about self-care and
Mhm.
about who gets your energy, right? And who gets um
Your
often
attention.
we yeah, often we are rushing to help or rushing to give our energy to people who don't give it back to us. And by saying putting up boundaries and saying I'm only participating in those relationships or those friendships or those work, a job or whatever it is. I'm only as a sense of self-care, as a way to honor myself, I'm only giving my energy to that which gives me something back,
Mhm.
right?
Yes. And also sometimes it's also like actual the physical self-care where it's like you're taking the time to do your hair, to do your makeup, to let's not even say makeup, but you're taking that bubble bath, you're listening to that sound, you're relaxing your mind. Um it makes you feel like you are worthy of care,
Mhm.
even if no one is giving you the care. You're giving yourself the care that you would give other people,
Right,
because
that's so important.
yeah, and it's very important. It's something that most women don't are not intentional about, which is
Right.
why I advocate for it so harshly or so hardly.
Mhm, mhm. No, and I think you're right as far as, like, not they think often self-care is, I'm gonna jump in the bathtub while the kids are eating dinner, and I've got 10 minutes to do this, and I'm gonna have a glass of wine and jump in the bathtub quickly or something, and it's like, no, that's not I mean, yes, you're taking care of yourself, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking
Yeah.
about that energy exchange and that being able to not even have an energy exchange as a means of self-care, right?
Hmm. Yeah.
Resting.
Resting, relaxing your mind,
Mhm,
yes, and
mhm.
getting yourself back to the center.
Yeah. Calibration was another thing that I loved that word and constantly calibrating to get into alignment. Um, and that takes awareness, it takes mindfulness, it
It does.
takes practice,
It does.
um, right?
Yeah, it does.
It really does, and that's the work. That's the work that you have to practice all the time to make sure that you're constantly calibrating and feeling where you are.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Because another thing is we as a society, we really don't place emphasis on emotional intelligence, and it's really our emotions that govern our brain. Kind of like, if the brain is not feeling like, if the brain is all the way here, it's going to react a certain way, and if it's all the way here, it's going to react a certain way. On the
Mhm.
two extremes, it's not good. So we
Yes.
always have to be aware. We also have to guide our emotions. We have to talk to our emotions and say, okay, come come to the middle, balance out, readjust. What do you need to do? What do you need? We're fine. Come back here to the middle, which is where happiness kind of is.
Right.
So it's
I
very important.
usually yeah, I usually say reel it back in, like a fishing pole, like reel
Yeah.
it back in. You're fishing over there and you're
Yeah.
fishing over there. Come, it's right here. You don't need to go out there. Reel it back
Yeah.
in.
Yeah.
And being aware of that. And I like to explain it as reacting or responding. Because
Hmm.
when you're over there, you're reacting. But when you're here, you're responding, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think that's a good differentiator. But the biggest diamond that I took away from this whole thing, and I wish somebody had told me this when I was 12 years old.
What is it? I
Stop
want to.
stop accepting something that is less than your worth. Like, so the way that you put it is something that needs polishing. so that you're always
Yeah.
polishing. If somebody had explained it to me like that, like, go for the thing that is already
Polished.
polished and it's not gonna dull, right? It's already there instead of thinking, "Well, it's cheaper." It's chea it's cheaper,
Yeah,
it's easier, and I'll just take it home and polish it every day for the rest of my life, like Cinderella, right?
exactly.
Yeah. No, I think that was spectacular. Oh my gosh. Just
Thank you.
I wish somebody had said that to me, really, because I picked a lot of dull pieces of things that needed to be polished a lot,
And we do that with people as well. I find
right?
that, especially as an empath, like you feel people, you feel like you can see farther than they can. You can see their
Yes.
potential, even
Right.
if they don't see it in themselves right now. You feel like, oh, maybe if I love on this person, they're gonna become better. Maybe if I do this, they're gonna. But sis, it's like that's a lot of energy. It takes a lot of work,
It's a lot,
you
and I
know?
can't even tell you how many times I fell for their potential because I would see it. I would be like, "Oh,
Yes,
you're capable of such great things," and I would be in love with that idea of all the things, whether it be friends or bosses or
yeah,
companies or men, it's like, "Oh, I see your potential, and that's just amazing, and I can't wait till we get there." Polish, 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 yeah,
exactly. It
that
takes
was
energy. And what I do now is, if you're not ready, like there are people, I kind of like see people, because I don't want to like get rid of that part of myself totally.
mm,
So if I give a little and you're not responsive, in the past I would start to push. But if I give a little now and you're responsive and you actually want to better yourself and want to push yourself, I'm fine. Let's go. I'll push. I'll push with you. Like
mhm,
I like that about myself. But I'm just not going to, like, if you're staying on the floor, if you refuse to stand, I'm just not going to try to spend the time that it takes to pull you. I
right.
can push. I can push. That takes less energy, but pulling takes a lot more energy.
Yep,
So
yep, you're absolutely right. Thank you so much, everyone.
no
Miss Chioma
worries.
Coaches.ca. She's a wise woman. So, uh,
Thank you
thank
so
you.
much.
Oh, you're welcome. So we have coming up Mary Beth O'Connor, and she has just published her book From Junkie to Judge: One Woman's Triumph Over Trauma and Addiction. And Mary Beth was a federal judge and a junkie before that. So her story is amazing.
Can't wait to
So,
hear it.
yeah, so we're going to have a good day here. Thank you. And we'll see everybody in just a few minutes.
Bye.
Pleased to have Mary Beth O'Connor join us today. Mary Beth is an author and a retired federal administrative law judge. Her new book, From Junkie to Judge: One Woman's Triumph Over Trauma and Addiction, proves that any addict can recover, but also that anyone can build a productive and happy life, no matter how deep their pain is or how much they've lost. Please welcome Mary Beth O'Connor.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mary Beth O'Connor, as Lisa said, and my story and my talk today is called From Junkie to Judge: One Woman's Triumph Over Trauma and Addiction. Excuse me, I got to get to the slides. Here we go. So, for me, I say the short version is that child abuse led to substance use disorder in my teenage years. My mother really wasn't connected to me, and she could be violent, like to hit you with the nearest close object. But the bigger problem arose when she married my stepfather when I was 9 years old. And he was verbally, emotionally, physically, and sexually violent to me. He was also very violent to her. So I witnessed a lot of very terrifying events. And I did have some other sexual assaults in my early teen years, up through 19 was the last. I actually had 2 multi-assailant rapes and a number of other incidents. So all of this in combination really created a vulnerability in me to seek relief in all the wrong places. So I started using drugs at a young age. I started using alcohol first when I was 12 years old, and then I moved on to pot, then pills, then acid, until I found my drug of choice, which was methamphetamine, when I was 16. And I started shooting meth at 17 years old. By the time I graduated from high school, I was in full bore addiction. I did manage to go to college. I went to UC Berkeley. I grew up in New Jersey, moved to California. And for the first couple years, I did better. And I emphasize better. I mostly kept my using to the weekends. I didn't use meth very much, which helped me control it a little bit better. But I had that second multi-assailant rape in college, and I moved in with an abusive boyfriend. And by January of my senior year, my reserves were depleted. I was no longer able to even hang on to the functionality that I had. And I turned to that familiar relief of methamphetamine and started using meth again in January of my senior year. I spent the next 10 years, just in chaos and misery, right? I mean, I worked my way down the corporate ladder because I couldn't hold a job. I couldn't get there. If I was there, I often left early because I was sick. I couldn't concentrate very well when I was there, so I wasn't productive. So every job was less responsibility and for less money, and I held it for less time. By 32 years old, my body was having a breakdown. Basically, I was having a lot of physical problems, on top of which I was really just emotionally devastated. I was exhausted. I was hopeless. I really felt like I couldn't move forward an inch. I lost that last job at 9 months. My last job for this Berkeley graduate was doing word processing, and I just couldn't hang on. And then I was completely incapable of even updating my resume and looking again. So with all of that, and also my partner being very, very done with me, I decided to go to rehab. And so that's what I did at 32 years old. I went into rehab. This was in 1993. So I went into a women's program in the Bay Area. It was a long-term inpatient program. The minimum stay was 90 days, which I felt I needed. 30 days I didn't think would be sufficient. And I did end up staying for 5 months. So on my first day there, as they did every day, they do a step study. And it so happened that on my first day, it was step 3. And these are the steps, the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous, and all the other Anonymouses. And so the third step is I made a decision to turn my will and my life over to the God of my understanding. And so they would read the step, and then they would either read the AA big book section about that step or the Narcotics Anonymous textbook about that step. And then we would have a discussion. It would be in a group of the women in the program, and there would be a discussion. So after they read the third step and they read out of the big book and other women shared, I just raised my hand. Remember, it's my first day. And I said, hey, what about me? I'm an atheist and I don't believe in God. And they did say it doesn't have to be God. It can be any higher power. For example, they said it could be a doorknob, which I thought was ridiculous, but any higher power. But I told them, no, I don't believe in any higher power. So what about me? And they were very insistent, vehemently and adamantly, that there was one and only one way to recover, one and only one way to sobriety. And that was the 12-step way. They told me explicitly that if I did not comply, that I was going to fail, that I had to accept the higher power, that I had to agree I was powerless, which I didn't agree with, and that I had to follow all the other aspects of the program, completely and totally, or I could not get sober and stay sober. If I raised questions, they would tell me that I was fighting the program. They told me that my best thinking had gotten me there, to which I would always respond, I promise it wasn't my best thinking. And they did really tell me that I was being arrogant and I was trying to run on self-will, which was to them a negative. So this was a real dilemma for me. I'm paying for treatment, and the only treatment that's being offered is a program that I know won't work for me. And so I had to decide what to do. What am I going to do here? I was a little frustrated that they didn't look for options, but they swore up and down there weren't any. So I thought, well, they must have already looked and found none. But it seemed odd to me. Could it possibly be true that no atheist in the history of the world had ever gotten sober and stayed sober, had ever gotten recovery? That seemed improbable to me. The other concern I had was it seemed odd that there would be one and only way for everyone, because I could look at the women in my program, and there were about 20 of us, and see that we were different. We had different we came in rooms in a different place. Some of us, for example, had really destroyed our relationships, but still held on to a job. For others, it was the opposite. Many of the women were like me. They had trauma histories or mental health challenges. I had anxiety and PTSD, but not all of them. People had different learning styles, different experiences, different problem solving approaches, and different philosophical beliefs. And so that seemed odd, one size fits all. But still, this is where I was. This was the program I was in. And so what I decided to do was to just keep my mind and my ears open and look for the ideas that I thought would be helpful to me and just ignore everything else. And so that's the approach that I took. And there were a lot of useful ideas in my rehab and even in the 12-step meetings and the books that I went to and read. So, for example, they were very insistent that we had to be sober from all drugs, including alcohol. That sounded right. They gave us classes and taught us techniques about things like how to identify and handle triggers. They recommended that we use group support, that we build clean and sober relationships. Those all sounded like good ideas to me. There's a mantra in 12 steps, at least in NA. I'm not sure about AA, and it's one day at a time. That's an idea that you work on your sobriety one day at a time. You're only dealing with today. And I found that concept useful. When I was struggling with a craving day, I would say to myself, I am not deciding for tomorrow. I am just going to work hard not to use today. So that was helpful. In 12-step meetings, they spend the first 15 to 30 minutes where there's a speaker who gives their drug history and their recovery history, and it can be called a drug-a-log or other terms. And a lot of people struggle with that, listening to that over and over. But for me, in the beginning, I found it helpful because I would listen to the stories, and some of the people that were speaking, they had a very similar drug history to mine. They had destroyed their lives in very similar ways to what I had done. And yet they're in front of me. They have 6 months, a year, 2 years sober, and they have a job. Maybe they got a promotion. They're paying off their back taxes. They're getting custody of their children. They're rebuilding relationships, and they look healthy and much happier than I was. And seeing that, especially seeing it over and over, really did start to make me at least hope that if they could succeed, that maybe I could too. And I think that hope for me was really important because early recovery is hard. So that was helpful as well. I also used a technique where I went back and I read all of the big book and all the NA text, and I went through each step and I looked for, are there any core ideas I can use even if I don't agree with the whole thing or even the main part? Is there something here that I can use? And I read the whole book for that, books. And so, for example, step one is the powerless step. You have to agree that you're powerless over your addiction, which I didn't agree with. But I thought about it and I decided, well, what I could agree was that I was powerless to moderate. Like Mary Beth cannot moderate. So that type of powerless, that was true. And I was comfortable with that. I took another look at that step 3, turn my will and my life over to the higher power. And I thought about it and I decided what I could use that for is an idea of limited control, that I should set goals and make my best efforts to attain them. But in many situations, I could not always control the outcome. For example, if I was applying for a job, I could create a good resume. I could do the research to find the, openings. In those days, it was the want ads, it's 93, 94. And I could do all the appropriate things, prep for the interview, but I couldn't always control the outcomes. That was out of my hands, and I needed to accept that. So that was a helpful idea for me. But even with all this sort of reformulating and recharacterizing and pulling what I thought would be helpful, I still really vacillated between some confidence that I could attain sobriety like everybody else, and really apprehension when faced with a universal consensus that I could not. And so when I got home from rehab, and I was in there for 5 months, as I said, it started to dawn on me, is it really true that there are no other alternatives? Maybe I should go and try to do the research and see if there are options that they just didn't tell me about. So, 1994 now, January, maybe February, there's no Google. Okay. So I got in my car and I drove to the library and I looked for recovery options and I found them. They just hadn't told me. So the first one that I found is Women for Sobriety. And Women for Sobriety was actually the first modern secular peer support program for substance use disorder recovery. In a Women for Sobriety meeting, you don't do the normal 12-step introduction. The 12-step introduction before you speak is, hi, I'm Mary Beth and I'm an addict. And in the beginning, I was comfortable with that. I thought I needed to say it over and over and over to sort of beat that idea in my brain. But by the time I got to WFS, I had about 8 months of sobriety and I was no longer comfortable with it. I felt that it wasn't really announcing the core of who I was. I was saying it like, this is my essence. And it wasn't. It was important. I needed to not lose sight of it. But it wasn't really who I was. That wasn't the most important aspects of me. And so when I went to my first WFS meeting, there they introduced themselves. I'm Mary Beth, and I'm a competent woman. That's the introduction. I literally got goosebumps. I sort of sat up straight when I said that. It made me feel strong. It was a statement of who I hoped I would become. And WFS focuses on competence. They talk about releasing the past, taking control of your life, positive thinking. It's sort of that cognitive behavioral belief that what you think can change how you feel and how you approach things. And WFS believed that women did not need to be broken down to comply, but rather they were already beaten down and needed to be built up, that by strengthening the women, they would have a better chance of recovery success. I also continued my research and I found rational recovery, which basically today is smart recovery. And at the time, rational recovery focused on free will and relapse prevention. And then I found SOS, which today, Life Secular Recovery, which I'm on the board for, they broke off of SOS in 95, and they're the much larger organization. And the ideas there included mutual support, rational decision-making, and each addict being responsible for her own recovery. So as you can imagine, finding these options really reassured me. Okay, recovery is possible for me, even though I'm a secular person. Others have done it and done it successfully. That was a relief, a real weight off of my shoulders. And I continued, even with the new programs that were a better fit, I still continued with the same approach I had taken from the beginning, which was to pull ideas that I thought would be useful. I actually didn't end up following any one of these programs. I did the same thing I did in 12 steps. I read all of the written materials. I went to the meetings and I pulled the ideas that I thought would be useful for me. I also pulled ideas from therapy, from different readings, just from ideas. I heard people in conversation at meetings. I listened. I was always attuned to any new thought, any new suggestion, any new technique that might strengthen my recovery. Now, I want to make it clear, I am not bashing the 12 steps. The 12 steps are a good fit for many, and I am happy with anyone who finds sobriety in any program. And I do want to reassure anyone who's listening that there is a study that compares the effectiveness rate of 12 steps, Life Ring, Women for Sobriety, and SMART. It's called the PALA study, and found that they're all basically equally effective. What I think is important is that people get to choose the program that's the right fit for them, or programs, and that will increase their odds of success. And I also don't mean to bash my rehab. I learned a lot of good techniques there. I don't think they badgered me out of any kind of maliciousness or lack of concern. That's what they knew. That's what they taught me. They didn't know about the other options, but they also obviously didn't look real hard. But I do think that what's important is that we don't ever say that our program, my program, 12 steps, whatever program, that it is mandatory or the only option or a better option, because that's just not true. I think the better message is really to tell newcomers, here's how I approached recovery. Here's the program or programs or ideas that I used. Here's why I think they helped me. You might want to consider this, but there are also these other options. And I suggest you research a variety of approaches and find the group or groups that feel like, they're going to be the right fit for you. Philosophically, they're a group that you would be comfortable in. I do also feel the need to say it's not just atheists that look for options outside of 12 steps. A lot of people are not comfortable with the powerless idea or turning their will and their life over, or sponsors. So there's multiple reasons why people look for alternatives. And the main thing is just that we let people know about their options so that they can look into the group that will be sort of where their people are. Where their people will be, that's where they're going to probably be most comfortable. So as I got stronger in my recovery, I started really thinking about some other ideas. Like, I really reviewed my core strengths. Who had I been as a child? Who had I been before the trauma and the abuse and the drugs interfered? And I remembered, I had always done well in school. I was outgoing. I was verbal. I thought these might be inherent characteristics, personality traits, skills that could help me in my recovery and in my life going forward. And also that maybe I could get back to that person to be the woman that I was always meant to be. So for me, my 3 years of sobriety, I really felt that my brain had been rewired and not using was my new normal. That the addict pathways were there, but that my sober habits, my sober skills, my sober decisions dominated. And I never really struggled with my substance use disorder after that point. Now, I don't want to make it sound like my recovery was just like, whoo, straight up that mountain, because it was not. I really had a lot of angst and concern about starting recovery at 32 years old. I had wasted my education. I had a very choppy resume. I was embarrassed to even think about applying for my first job. I also really lived with a sense of foreboding, and that was related to my trauma. I was always worried that one small mistake and my world would go kaboom, and I would lose everything I had worked for. Criticism, I really struggled with criticism in early recovery, especially at work. I was always afraid. One error, that's it, I'm out the door. One error, I've lost all that I worked for. And I kind of did resent the need to have to spend all this effort on recovery. It wasn't fair. Oh, it's not fair. But I also had to face reality, which was, while it was true that my trauma was the impetus toward me starting to pick up drugs at 12 years old and to keep going with it, the people who broke me, they just weren't going to fix me. So I had to figure out how to fix myself. And I really had a choice: stay stuck or do the work and move forward. And moving forward was by far the better option. So I did what Lifeline today would call build a personal recovery plan. I built my plan out of the ideas and techniques that I thought would be useful for me. And there are a number of benefits, I think, to taking that approach. And one of them is, as I said, people walk into recovery in different places. They've broken different parts of their lives. They have different personalities, different learning styles, different philosophical beliefs. Many of them do have mental health and abuse histories like me, and that has to be addressed in recovery as well. And there are also, I think, benefits to the approach that I took. For example, I think one of the benefits is self-knowledge. So what I really did was I did an analysis. Who am I? Where am I? Where do I want to go? And how do I think I can get there? And that analysis really allowed me to feel connected to the decisions that I was making and to the plan that I was developing. I was really teaching myself that I could make good decisions and guide myself forward. Now, I don't, again, mean perfect decisions. I don't care what recovery program people pick. They're not going to make perfect decisions, or it's highly unlikely. Maybe the rare person, but not me and not most. So it wasn't about perfection. It was really just about overall, I was making mostly the right choices. I was setting goals. I was building a plan. I was deciding, what are my priorities? What can I work on today to move myself forward in my priority areas? And so I was learning to guide myself. And that really built up a sense of competence. I was starting to feel like I was becoming that competent woman that Women for Sobriety talks about, that I was becoming stronger and my brain was becoming clearer, and I was getting better at building the positive habits that would strengthen my recovery foundation and that would move me to the right next step. And that confidence and competence really helped me stay on the path and to keep moving forward. So the other thing I do want to mention is that individual plan does not mean that you have to do it alone. So one of the parts of self-empowerment or building an individual plan is asking for help when needed, whether that is help from friends and family, from peers, or professional help. Deciding I need help and this is the help that I think I need and pursuing it, that is part of self-empowerment. Another aspect to that personal recovery plan, and really to any recovery plan, is that the plan changes regularly. So, for example, I mentioned how in the beginning I was comfortable identifying myself. I'm Mary Beth and I'm an addict, but then I wasn't. And I'm Mary Beth and I'm a competent woman. Fit me better where I was at that point in time. But the other aspect of the plan changing is that you do have to make choices. So for me, my life was really destroyed on almost every level, and I just couldn't fix it all at once. It just wasn't possible. So I had to really sort of make a list of what I needed to work on and decide what are my top 3 or 5 priorities, and then what are the right next steps in those 3 to 5 areas that I can work on now. But then, as I succeeded and achieved part of my goals, or succeeded in those first steps or second steps or third steps, that meant that I had the bandwidth to start attacking another goal, either moving forward in the same area, the next step in that area, or attacking one of my other areas I needed to work on that weren't on my initial priority list, but now I had the time and mental and emotional bandwidth to work on. The other reason a plan can change is because sometimes when a plan is devised, even though I would do my best to think about all the different factors so I could come to the right conclusion, make the right decision, set the right plan. Sometimes as I try to carry it out, I would realize actually I didn't consider everything. I need to do the analysis again, factoring in the part that I did not consider initially so I can strengthen my plan and have the ability to be successful. The other thing that I realized was that sometimes when I started to carry out a goal, as I was doing so, I realized it actually isn't a good goal for me, or it's not a high priority item. So that can get set aside either temporarily or permanently. And then sometimes I would have a good plan and I just wouldn't carry it out. And so that's really the time when you have to ask yourself, why didn't I carry out my own plan, the plan that I set for myself? So as I was growing in all of these areas and starting to get my substance use disorder under better control, I really started thinking about what I call big R recovery. And by that, I meant recovery outside of just my substance use disorder. The area in my recovery that took the most effort and took the longest amount of time and still isn't 100% resolved is my trauma recovery. I had PTSD and I did not realize it for probably a year and a half in my sobriety. And that PTSD, the biggest indicator was that I had severe anxiety, that fear that the world's going to go kaboom, that obsessive thinking about any mistake, going over it and over it and over it, and just waiting for things to fall apart in front of me. So I needed to build myself up in a way that would address that. And one of them was really about building the capable parts of myself. And that was partly built up in my substance use disorder planning, right? I had taught myself how to do an analysis that I could apply to all the other decisions in my life. I could apply that technique to professional decisions, to relationship decisions, to getting my weight under control decisions, or when am I going to stop smoking, or any area. So by learning that in my substance use recovery, I was then able to apply that technique in other areas because I had built a sort of a strength of capabilities. And I also had set the baseline for me to start really tackling new challenges. So once my sobriety was under pretty good control, I could really start taking other risks because I had that strong foundation, that robust foundation. I really had to work on my behavioral issues in my recovery. So for example, I started using at 12. I was in full bore addiction by 17. I had a lot of behaviors that almost were teenager. They were underdeveloped skills. I was not good at communicating. I was not good at handling my anger or my fear or my frustration. I could be verbally aggressive. I could lash out at people. And I needed to improve those skills, my interpersonal skills, to move forward. And also, I didn't want to behave that way, right? I was behaving that way, but I didn't want to. I needed to find a way to get that under control and to start attacking that problem of behaving in a way I wasn't comfortable with, and a way that that wasn't to my benefit. It wasn't to my benefit, and it wasn't good for anyone around me either. And I also, as part of that big R focus, thought a lot about how can I reach my potential? What are my long-term goals? How can I become the best Mary Beth I can be in all areas of life? So some of the key beliefs through all this is that really taking charge, I found it was helpful, that it did build up that sense of competence and confidence, and it also made me more willing and able to successfully attack my next set of priorities, my next set of goals. And so that was an important item to learn. And I really learned that my actions count. The household that I grew up in, what I did and what happened to me were at best tangentially related. So I could do the same behavior in my house 10 days in a row, and 9 days it was ignored. And on the 10th day, I could get a bad beating for it. Or I could do a perfectly positive and normal behavior, not a, negative behavior, and it would be fine for who knows 2 years, and suddenly one day it was wrong and I would get attacked for that. So I didn't have a strong connection in my belief system and how I view the world between what I do and what happens. But in recovery, I learned that connection. I learned, again, not that I had total control, but that my actions did count, that my efforts would increase the odds of my reaching my goal, and that mattered. I also realized that hope factor that I got from seeing other people succeed, people like me succeed, that hope was really helpful. Having any hope of attaining a goal, I found, was very fundamentally useful. If you're going to, for me, if I was going to have to face hard work and maybe, sort of a delayed benefit, but a lot of work now in the short term for a long-term gain, having hope that I might actually succeed made it easier for me to carry out the efforts that were necessary to get there. It was also about the prioritization, the choices, and the goals. I did keep in mind, and I did learn through this process of recovery, that I always had to make choices. Life is constant choices. I have more interests, for example, than I could possibly work on or be a part of, or join groups that I could join in my entire lifetime. So life is really one set of choices after another. It's a constant number of choices. And I also realized that positive choices, turn into positive habits. So, for example, in my early recovery, if I was, when I was first making the positive choice to, let's say, get to work on time, which I hadn't done, at first it was a challenge, right? I'm setting the alarm and I have to set it early to make sure that I get up and I don't hit the snooze bar 3 times, and I get ready, and how long is it going to actually take me to get ready, and what time do I leave, and to give myself cushion in case something goes wrong. That was all required conscious effort in the beginning, but then it became a habit, and I would often wake up before the alarm went off, and I never hit the snooze bar, and I always got ready in an efficient way and out the door. And so all of the positive new decisions, the new positive behaviors, once they became habits, I didn't have to think about them anymore, and I could think about other things and focus on doing the next right thing and incorporating that and turning that into a positive habit by repeated behavior, repeated positive behavior. The other thing that I really learned through all this was that I needed to be patient because progress was step by step. When I was in rehab, and I think all of the women, we wanted to be fixed like 6 months to a year. In a year, it should be as if we had never picked up a drug and we were back where we would have been. But that's not the way recovery works. Recovery is really that step-by-step process. And I actually saw people struggle more sometimes in recovery because they were trying to leap to the next step, or sometimes the next 3 steps all at once. And I did see that could create trouble and actually interfere with the likelihood of success or delay success. So I had to learn the patience that comes with being accepting of what's the next step today, what's the right next step tomorrow, and so on, and that it's a cumulative process to get toward my goals and to where I'm headed. I also absorbed the idea that success breeds success to a certain degree. As I was getting comfortable or making the first 5 choices, it sort of creates a snowball. And now I'm sort of rolling in that positive direction, and I see where I'm headed and I see my path there. And something would almost have to knock me off track, because there is a sort of a success breeds success momentum that I noticed as I was going through my process. Another technique for me that was important was congratulating myself, because, as I said, I could really see the negative. I was negatively focused naturally. That's how I view the world. So I was always aware, hyper aware of what I had lost, of any mistake I made, of what other people had that I wanted, that I could have had if I hadn't spent, 15 years in a drug addiction. But I had to force myself to stop every month or two and actually look backward and see how far I had come, the progress that I had made in my recovery, to see, you know what, actually, Mary Beth, it's been 6 months and look what you've accomplished in that 6 months or that year. You have had many accomplishments. You are on the right road, and there's no indication that you've capped out, that you've maxed out on this upward progression. You're still moving forward. You're still going up and up and up. And seeing that and making myself stop for a minute and look at that was really helpful to me in my recovery process. A couple of other ideas that I wanted to throw out there was, for me, I really did have to have some basic alterations in how I viewed the world. For example, my calm relationship with my partner, we did actually make it through, although for a year and a half, it wasn't clear we would, and it took a lot of counseling. But sometimes my partner's sort of low-key, calm approach to life felt like he wasn't really, emotionally engaged with me, because if he was, it would be volatile and loud and chaotic, because that's what I had grown up with. But I had to learn to appreciate the calm, quiet support and respect and help and love that I got from my partner. I also really had to learn that happiness isn't ecstasy. Okay. Ecstasy is not a synonym for happiness. Happiness is contentment with some moments of ecstasy. I didn't understand that. I didn't appreciate the everyday happiness of being quiet within yourself most of the time, of being generally satisfied with your life, of having, coffee with your girlfriends, taking a walk with your husband, all those type of daily events. Those are happiness. And it took me a while to realize that. Similarly, it took me a while to realize that fun is not just big special events. It's not just the Christmas party or going on vacation or going to the theater. Fun is anything that brings me that happiness and contentment. It is that coffee with my girlfriends, or that walk with my husband. I also really focused on some goals other than my recovery from substance use disorder or my trauma history recovery, my anxiety recovery. And that included things like paying off my debts. I had to develop a plan. I had to tackle that again, step by step. I quit smoking at 2 years of sobriety. I also began to show up. I mean, in sobriety, if I was invited to your birthday party, I would be there. If I said I was coming, I would be there. That was new. I would be there on time with a gift, and I would act appropriately when I was there. This was all new for me. So this was a learning process. And I really did learn to appreciate and enjoy the journey that I was on, and to feel that respect for myself, that encouragement for myself, and that forward momentum. Enjoy that positive path. And I do at this point have 28 years of sobriety from substance use disorder. I did want to get through my professional growth real quick. My first recovery job was a part-time, low-level, temporary admin job, because that's all I could handle. Because for me to get up every day on time, get to work, stay the whole day and not leave because I didn't feel good, and do a good job and go back the next day and the next, that was new behavior. I needed time to get that underneath my belt, to get in that positive habit. And then my second job was a mid-level administrative job that was full-time and for more money. And my third job was a supervisory job at a larger company where I got a promotion. And then at 6 years sober, I went to Berkeley Law School. And when I graduated, I worked at a big law firm. And I did that for 4 years until I realized that I didn't want to do the kind of hours that were required. That was really sort of a life-sucking job. And so I went to work for the federal government, which was a little more balanced, and I did class action work. And then in 2014, I became a federal administrative law judge. This was a very competitive process to become an ALJ. 5,500 people applied. We had multiple layers of testing. They would cut at every level. I think 1,100 made it through to the end, and I was in the first 70 hired. So it was a real accomplishment for me to get this. I did that job for 5.5 years, and then I took early retirement. And what I do now is I am a writer. I have for example, an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal called I Beat Addiction Without God. I had an op-ed in the Philadelphia Inquirer. My book is available on Amazon and all the usual sites. Please do order. It's called From Junkie to Judge, One Woman's Triumph Over Trauma and Addiction. And I'm also a speaker now. I speak primarily about multiple paths to recovery, but also about the connection between trauma and substance use disorder, trauma recovery, and just resilience, and sort of to be an inspirational story about reassuring people that everyone can recover, as Lisa said, and that they can have a full and productive life. I also do it to increase awareness about substance use disorder, about multiple paths to recovery. I want people, again, 12 steps is great for many people, and I'm happy, but I want people to know what the options are so they can find the right fit. That's good for the family, for the individual, but also I do talk to friends and family to reassure them that if their family member chooses an alternative program to 12 steps, something other than 12 steps, and maybe they only heard of 12 steps, that I talk to them to reassure them that the other options are equally effective, and that the most important thing is that their family member or friend get to pick what's going to work for her. I chose the Junkie to Judge title on purpose. I really want to break down the stigma of substance use disorder. I feel like there's a hierarchy in substance use disorder, that it's better to be addicted to alcohol than to meth. It's better to pop pills than to shoot up. And I was an IV meth addict, wasn't it, at the bottom of that hierarchy? But then I was a judge, which has a positive social resonance. And so I really want just those words, junkie to judge, to show that who someone is in their addiction is nothing to do with who they can be in their recovery. That an amazing life is possible in recovery, no matter how low someone's bottom is. And I also do hope that it will help society reconsider. Don't write people off. Oh, they're a IV meth addict. It's hopeless for them. It's not. We should be motivated to help everyone, first of all, because they're human beings, but also because recovery is possible for them as well. I did want to briefly mention She Recovers Foundation. I'm on the board for that as well. And that is not just for recovery of substance use disorder. It's also about recovery from trauma and mental health and self-harm and eating disorders. There are meetings, yoga, dance. There are recovery coaches, conferences, retreats. SheRecovers.org has all that information. And their principles include encouraging a journey to wholeness. They focus on strengths, not defects, radical self-love, and healing intergenerational trauma. So to summarize, because I know my time is up, I just wanted to reassure everyone that if you have a substance use disorder, if your family member does, recovery is possible. Recovery from trauma is also possible, mental health recovery, and these things are often interrelated, as they were for me, but that having examples were helpful to me. Examples of people who succeeded, that was helpful for me to see and hear. And so I try to provide that service now. Hopefully it is an inspirational story. And I do like to talk and focus on how finding my own path actually did strengthen me for developing a robust substance use disorder recovery, but also for working on the other areas of my life, for making all the big decisions, that same analysis. Who am I? Where am I? Where do I want to go? And how do I think I can get there? And then I just have the title for my book there, which is really a summary of my story. And so that's what I have for you today.
Mary Beth, you're amazing. You're amazing. So a couple of I do this every time I pull these nuggets out, right? So substance use disorder versus addiction, because you use substance use disorder instead of addiction. And so many people, I know until I talked to you and actually heard you say that, I hadn't heard that before. So can you tell me the distinction there? I mean, to me, I'll tell you what it means to me. To me, substance use disorder, substance abuse disorder, however you say it, it's softer. It's not as harsh. It's not as you're bad. It sounds more like something that can be helped and can be almost like PTSD, right? Sounded versus, he's like, who said this today? Colleen, people saying he's psycho or he's crazy or something like that. No, he's PTSD. So, am I on the right track?
Yeah, I mean, I do sometimes say addiction because people know it. I mix them, but substance use disorder is really more of the modern term. And the reason for that is it's a person with a substance use disorder, not she's an addict, she's bad, right?
Right.
It's that you have a condition, you have a brain disorder of some kind, however you want to categorize it. So it's a person with, it's a way to say, again, it sort of gets back to that idea of saying, I'm Mary Beth and I'm an addict versus I'm Mary Beth and I'm a competent woman, right? Yes, I had a substance use disorder, but is the core of my being that I'm an addict? I don't really think that it is. And so it's that person with a substance use disorder. It is softer, but it's also separating that condition from the essence of who that person is.
And I think that is powerful. That is strong and powerful. And yes, definitely there's a book, and I actually wrote a class around it. It's called The 12 Steps for Women. And it's about how shame does not motivate women because we live in shame, right? So if you come in and I say you're an addict, it's shameful. But if you come in and I say you're a competent woman and we need to heal your disorder, right? I mean, that's so powerful.
Right. And like I said, for me in the beginning, the saying I'm Mary Beth and I'm an addict, in the beginning, I thought it was helpful. I think what's important is that we all get to choose our identifier. Like in life frame, people, you don't have to say I'm Mary Beth, I'm an addict. You can say whatever you want or nothing. You can say I'm Mary Beth. Like that's good. And part of it is because what works for me might not work for you. For someone new, sometimes saying it over and over sort of makes them own it in a way that maybe they didn't on the first day they walked in the rooms, but it doesn't mean that's going to be a useful label forever. And it's also not my job to put that label on someone else. They get to decide how they want to self-identify. But I do agree that I think, the self-empowerment focus of the programs that I mentioned, it is about that building you up to strengthen you, to sort of attack your recovery. In life, when we say actually you're not powerless, you need to fight for your recovery. Like that's one of the core ideas. And it was an important idea that I used as well, that I needed to grab control of this recovery thing and figure out what was going to help me.
Well, and for me, when I read the 12 Steps for Women and know about, like you've introduced some other programs, the shame, the powerlessness, those are things we live with every day, right? So how is that going to change my behavior? It's something that is thrust upon me every single day. So doing that to me is not going to help me. But they're looking at, and we know that AA and we know that the anonymous programs are written by men and for men and everything to begin with. So that shame and that powerlessness is something that sort of will snap men out of. They're like, well, I don't want to feel shame and I don't want to be powerless. What do you mean? I'm powerful. It's a masculine energy. But the opposite, right? When we're feeling powerless and shamed all the time, and then we're told that we're confident and we're powerful and we're worthy and you can do this, it lifts us up. And yeah, it makes such perfect sense. I know I have a friend who is really struggling with her addiction, and she's tried to go into the rooms and she's tried to literally say, I'm an alcoholic, and she can't make herself do it. She just can't. So that she's like, I don't want to be there because that's not how I identify myself. Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and look, and that's why I mean, some people benefit from the structure and sort of rigidity in a way of 12 steps. This is how we do it, and we all do it this way. And some people feel comfortable, especially in early recovery, being sort of it's set out for them, right? They follow the program. That is helpful for some people, but it's not helpful for others. And
Right.
so for others, we want to change the language, or we want to modify or skip step 4 or whatever it might be. And so it's really about thinking, well, the program, when I read up on these programs, when you're new, sometimes newbies say to me, how do I know what's right for me? And my answer is read up on like 4 or 5 of the different programs and their philosophy and their meeting format, because the meeting formats vary. 1 or 2 of those are going to call to you. It's going to sound like my people will be in that room. Go there. Go there, because what's right for me is not necessarily what's right for you, but one of them is going to sound like my people are at that place. That's where you go.
That's where you go, because that's where you're going to get the support and feel like you belong, which is so important to everyone that I've ever heard speak in those rooms, that they never felt like they belonged. And so find the place where you feel like you belong and go there. Yep. Thank you, Mary Beth. We have got a cooking class with Julie Fingerish next, and it's going to be phenomenal. So stay tuned. Mary Beth, stay with me here while we take a little break. We'll be right back.
What it is?
Yeah, I'm going to talk about it right now.
Okay.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, welcome back to She Is Me, and we are pleased to welcome Julie Fingerish. Julie is a writer, a blogger, and a freelance journalist for the New York Times, Oprah Daily, Huffington Post, and other outlets. She is cooking for us today, and her presentation is called Ready to Love Cooking: From Oppression to Overwhelm, Oppression and Overwhelm to Joy in the Kitchen. Welcome, Julie.
I'm so happy to be here. And Lisa, thank you for inviting me.
You're welcome.
Now, if you had told me, Lisa, like 20 years ago, 10 years ago, even 5 years ago, that Julie Fingerish, would be teaching a cooking class, I would be like, that must be a different Julie Fingerish, although there are no others because it's such a last name. So I think that I am proof of my topic that you can go from really like being kind of afraid. Oh, and as I told Lisa, friends, unlike the other fancy presentations that go very according to plan, there's going to be beeping. It's going to be like the West Wing. We're going to be moving around. So I'm kind of proof of like what it can look like to spend most of your life with an attitude towards something and then shift. So, okay, Lisa, now you're going to pretend that you haven't heard the story that we talked about on our interview last week. Okay.
Wow. Tell me more, Julie.
I know. Okay. So here's the story. The story is that I grew up in a home where my mom is an amazing cook, was and is an amazing cook. And she is one of those cooks that's like a cook. She reads cookbooks and every recipe has like 1 million ingredients and the whole thing. And she likes to cook alone. So she wasn't one of those people who was like, let me teach you. Not that she didn't want to, but she just wanted me out of the kitchen because she needed to concentrate. So I kind of grew up thinking that A, my mother was the best cook in the world, and B, I could never do it. And I think that a lot of us may have grown up this way. So anyway, fast forward to my 20s when I left the house. and no longer had my mom to cook for me, I just ignored cooking and thought, hopefully I'll never have to cook in my whole life. And then I did get, because college, you don't really have to. And then I got married and I had kids, and behold, I was a mom, and I was supposed to cook. And of course, my children had different wishes and needs and whatever. And so then I was like, kind of like plunged into what many moms feel, which is misery, pressure, oppression. Like are we allowed to use the F-bomb in She Is Me?
Yes, you can.
Okay, good.
You can
That's
say
part of my
whatever you want.
empowerment. Thank you.
Yes.
It'll just come out very naturally. It was just like every fucking night you had to like think of the next thing, and then you were surrounded, as we are as often as mothers, by all the other mothers who had like the spreadsheets and like Taco Tuesday and all their, organizing principles, all designed to make those of us who have ADD and who can like barely keep track of anything to feel worse about ourselves. Do you relate to this in any way, Lisa?
I relate to this because I even now think, oh my God, what am I going to make for dinner? And why do I always have to be the one to like think of what to make for dinner? And I've done this now. The oldest is 30. So I've done this for 30 years, what's for dinner every night. And I love to cook, but yeah, I feel the pain.
You feel the pain. All right. But you love to cook, which is, so you're, as we discussed on our interview, you are not my audience, because my audience is the people. Well, maybe you are, because you're sick of
No,
cooking.
I'm not your audience, because I kick people out of the kitchen too.
Oh, well, that's okay. Look, I'm inviting everyone into my kitchen, but this is especially for the people who are like, cookbooks, measurements. Okay. So we're going to so this is like, how most cooking shows have like all the ingredients and the graphics. This is not that. This is
and all the little things measured out. And yeah.
I did do a few of the things, because this is, as I mentioned, I do teach cooking. I don't have anything to sell. So this gives me less motivation to be organized. I'm so sorry, because this is just out of the goodness of my heart that I want other people to feel the joy. But I do teach cooking classes online for my temple, and they are I do have all the recordings on my website. So the one thing I will say, and if only I knew how to put it on this banner thing, I would, but
I'll do it right now.
You'll do it. So juliefingers.com is my website. So for people who would like to dive more into this way of cooking, easy, fun, creative, go to my website. You'll see my cooking classes there. And then you'll see what I really do in real life, which is I'm a writer, as you said, and you'll see my articles. But anyway, on to my transformation from overwhelm to liberation. So, well, this isn't the next step, but the next step was me saying, fuck it. I want to learn how to cook and have it be fun. Mm-hmm. And for me, that was accepting the fact, I'm going to put this down now, but I'm bringing it back up. It was accepting the fact that I'm not going to be one of those cooks with the charts and the graphs and the cookbooks. Instead, I kind of did away with all the rules. And I said, I love food. I love to eat. I know what I like. Why do I have to pay attention to everybody's like measurements? I don't.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then cue Sam Sifton. Sam Sifton is a writer for the New York Times, and he is the founder of New York Times Cooking. Now, when he came out with this no recipes, I was like, Sam Sifton, you have stolen my brand, even though I don't really have one. I was like, yeah, I've been doing that for 10 years, but you're the one with the book. Anyway, so he's the one with the book, but I just want to pass it on to you. I love this, because do you see this? Can you tell? All right.
Yeah.
So these are just, the idea is, and this is how I cook, and you'll see it on my blog too, is that it's just about the ingredients and it's about deciding what you like. Okay, so we're going to plunge in because it's 3:07.
Yes.
So here I'm going to give you a few principles and then we're going to actually start cooking.
Okay.
Here are my principles of going from overwhelm to joy. First of all, banish the idea that you have to follow recipes. You don't. You can look at recipes and get ideas for like, what do I like? What ingredients do I like? Do I like broccoli? Do I like beef? Do I like chicken? Do I like zucchini? You can look up and be like, oh, interesting. That's a pie. That's a pasta dish. And then it will take you like owning the right to make mistakes. You will look at those recipes and then you will begin to improvise. And when I tell people this, here's how this is proven. I started my cooking class. There are a lot of people were like, I can't do this. Tell me exactly what you're doing. And I kept saying, it doesn't matter exactly what I'm doing. What matters is you begin to trust your instincts. Mm-hmm. And then over time, they joined me. And now there are many people from my little world who are like free and happy to be cooking. So,
and that's important. No, but what you're saying, yes. Because we talk a lot, and we have been talking a lot those last 4 days about social constructs and women, perfectionism in women, and how you've got these, cooking shows with these amazing cooks, and they're like, only put in, a quarter of this. Well, what if I want like 2 tablespoons of that in there because I like nutmeg, or whatever it is. Yeah. And then the fear of failure, if you don't do it exactly right, or it doesn't come out exactly right, then you tell yourself, well, I can't do it, even though it's perfectly good, but it's not.
So true. Or it's bad, and then you throw it away and you make something
and you
the next
over.
time. But Lisa, I cannot tell you about the social constructs. It so comes up in these cooking classes because people will be like, wait, how much of that did you put in? And I will be like, no, don't stop doing that to yourself. Like, it's cumin. You're going to get to know what cumin, how much, you can
how much you like, what it tastes like. Yeah,
exactly. So, okay. So law number 1, there are no laws except for the law of make your own rules because you can. Yes. Number 2 is I really believe in binge cooking. And to me, it's because I love to what I try to do, and again, this may not work for everybody. To me, I am oppressed if I have to every fucking day I have to decide what I'm cooking. I don't want to have to, I love cooking, but I don't want to have to do it every day. Yeah. So Sundays or Saturdays or whatever days, I will think of 3 things I want to make. I usually will have every week a soup or 2, a veggie dish, and then kind of building blocks that I can use for other things, grains or chopped fresh veggies or salad bar stuff. Again, you take what you want from the world of what it is that you enjoy eating.
Right. So you'd make a big pot of quinoa or big pot of rice or something like that. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. And I'm going to show you what we're going to do with those.
Okay.
And then I think of it in chunks, and I think I'm making a big pot of soup. I'm going to have some for the week, and then I'm going to freeze some so that if I don't want to cook next week, I have it. Yeah. And how you can leverage things for combinations of food. How can I use quinoa? Okay, I'm just right off the bat, because it's an ADD cooking show, I'm going to tell you that you can have that for breakfast. And
I love it for breakfast.
Right? Milk and chopped
raisins fruit. And walnuts and
So that's your breakfast. How can we use it? See, I could easily play this game with you because you are already with me on this. For lunch for quinoa, we could throw that into a salad.
I would put Kalamata olives and tomatoes and feta cheese and cucumber.
Exactly.
Boom.
Then I'm going to just push you one further and say, and this is only because I look on the internet and I get ideas. You can make quinoa cakes. I used to make that for breakfast for my kids. And you take quinoa and you whip up some egg whites and mix in the quinoa, because remember, eggs, and these are the things you learn over time, eggs go into pancakes, go into cakes. They make things fluffy.
Mm-hmm.
And so you can mix quinoa with egg whites and add cinnamon and vanilla. And then you can pan fry them in a cast iron skillet. And then
I'm going to have that.
And it's so damn good. And you
Good
can
for
keep
you.
that little mix in your fridge.
Well, and it's a you know, quinoa is like the highest protein grain, right?
Exactly.
So even
Complete
if you were,
protein.
yeah, it's a complete
Yes.
protein. So if you were
Yes.
going to use or on a, you know, low carb or, you know, something, you can still have quinoa
Right.
flapjacks in the morning. Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. So I think it's thinking about combos, thinking about being creative, that there are no rules with food. You can have quinoa as breakfast. You can have quinoa as dinner. Look, my husband is controlling me in the corner and going like this.
Speed it up.
Speed it up. Look, there's my cute sous chef. He goes between the hospital and helping me. Okay, we're getting to it. But these are important things, because at the end of the day, anyone can watch a cooking show. But I love this because I want people to think of things, you know, in a large. The other thing, and we're going to start our cooking, but I want to talk about beauty with cooking and sensuality, because I have learned that I think this is not just a me thing. I think this is like a human thing. Beautiful things attract us. And so for me, for a long time, it was like, oh, keep your eye on the ball. Is it good? Is it perfect? Is it? No. Now it's like, do I like the feeling of cutting? Do I love my gorgeous knife?
That is gorgeous. Yes.
Do I love my Target bowls, because isn't that the prettiest color?
It's beautiful.
Right? And then, wait, here's a big one. And then we really are getting to cooking. Do I love my storage containers? So you get them at Costco. Okay, this is just, no, I've already used all my, but like with this, have you seen these? The Emperor?
I have those.
Do you have these? So
yeah.
They come in all sizes. And the idea that when you cut up carrots, okay, this is the wrong size. When you cut up carrots, you want to eat them. You don't need to have Doritos, because you used to have this, like, I wish I had been more motivated so I could do my fridge and make it like when things are going well, like it's gorgeous. And I have a whole row of like chopped veggies and fruits. Then of course you're going to eat well. Okay, here we go. Okay. So speaking of breakfast, lunch, and dinner, I'm going to show just a few things. All right, let me get myself a little cute. Okay, here we go. All right. So breakfast, speaking of quinoa, I made not quinoa, but I made farro, which is a grain that some people are scared of.
It's an ancient grain.
And this is like, people are like, oh, but don't you have to just make rice, right? Or like,
no, farro is delicious.
Right?
It's great. You know what I love about it? It's the texture.
Yeah, it's exactly. Okay. Again, if I were more organized, I would have a little PowerPoint, but I want to give a quick instruction on how to make any grain quickly without measurements. I found this on the internet.
Oh, good.
Okay. I love this so much. It totally changed my life. You take a grain. It can be rice. It can be farro. It can be anything. You fill up, you just throw in however much you want. There was no measurements here. I did this because I wanted to be ready so that we could do this together. But,
Is this the finger thing?
Maybe.
Okay, keep going.
But basically it was like, I took my little thing of farro. Now I don't know where it is. I poured in however much I wanted. And then with my eyesight, I put water, like double water.
Oh, I see.
Okay. I put it on the stove on high. Once it was boiling, I did put my timer on for 25 minutes, but I tested it. And after 25 minutes, just till it was al dente, which means, I'm sure you know what it means, but it's like, it's like toothsome, like it's almost cooked. You take it off, you dump it in your colander, you drain the water, you put it back in your thing, in your pot, you put the top on for 10 minutes, and it steams it, and it's done. You don't have to measure water. You don't have to measure, and it's amazing. And so rice, because some people have rice cookers, and that's good, but I don't. You can do it with anything. And for me, like, I'm so happy I don't have to sit there measuring and doing math. I hate math. I avoid math in cooking. Another social construct, you have to do math. You don't. Yeah. So anyway, here's my perfectly cooked farro. And so what can I do with this? I'm not going to take the time, but with my farro for breakfast, I will chop any fruit, put nuts, put almond milk. You can make it with almond milk and cinnamon and sugar or Splenda. You can put powdered chocolate, unsweetened chocolate, and make it a chocolatey sweet thing with bananas. And that can even be dessert.
Yeah.
And you can do, Lisa, say what you said, because it was so yummy. For lunch, you could do the chopped tomatoes.
Yeah, Kalamata olives and feta cheese, cucumber, and tomatoes.
Yes. So that's another thing. You can make it as a pasta dish with a primavera. Okay, so there are many things. Now, go ahead.
I was going to say, chop up some apples and and some cinnamon, and just have a nice hearty snack.
Exactly. So breakfast, lunch, dinner, or you could do dinner, and you could do, saute onions and peppers and put the farro in, and then put Parmesan on top.
Right. Or I was thinking, squash.
Add your veggies. Okay. So that's one thing. Another thing you can do, and I'm going to do this. This is something I just discovered. Again, no one told me. Totally just fun experimentation. And that takes me to another one of my things, which is, besides beautiful equipment, smart equipment, this is something I discovered late in life.
Oh, no. Yeah.
The great thing about a cast iron pan, which I always thought was for like only camping, turns out no. Turns out no, right? Turns out what's great, especially if you have ADD and tend to walk out of your kitchen and do your laundry while you're cooking, is that you cannot burn the pan. Right. That is a good thing, and for that world. And here's something I discovered, which I'm going to show you. So I take my avocado oil or my whatever. Do you use this? It's so good to have.
I do, yeah.
Okay. I'm spraying it. Okay. I'm going to put it on high heat. And then this is under the heading of pasta and grains as a condiment. Like if you don't want to have a ton of calories, I am going to, all right, I hope people aren't going to get seasick, but do you see what I'm doing?
Yes.
I'm going to just pan fry this. I'm going to just do that. And then we're going to go do our next thing. But what you're going to see happens is it gets super crunchy. And then you can put it on top of yogurt. You can make a whole veggie dish and just throw it on top as a condiment. And it's super yum. Okay, so that's great. The other thing I do is that
Wait, can I add something?
Please.
If you have any kind of sensitivity to gluten or rice or blood sugar issues or anything like that, farro is an ancient grain and it does not affect you in the same way. So farro is a grain that you can have.
Lisa, clearly we can do our own cooking show together forward to the next conference. That's really good to know. Okay. My husband is now doing the fly. No, that's good. I'm incorporating your executive function. Okay. I want to show you the next. Oh, I want to just wait to add one more thing to the grain idea. Here's another thing I do. Binge prep. I make farro. I'll make 3 different grains. Maybe it's farro, maybe it's quinoa, maybe it's rice, maybe it's oatmeal. Maybe it's wheat berries, which is another thing. I don't know if you, but those are some of the yummiest grains. So I will do 3. I will combine them into one of my pretty little storage things and keep them in my fridge all week. And then I have them for the week again. It's for breakfast. It's for salads. It's for pasta dishes, right? So it's just thinking joy leverage into that you can keep.
And if you did it just all at like you said, binge prepping or binge cooking,
Right.
then you're not dreading the hour and a half of prep, cook, cleanup every single day.
Exactly. And what I do is I will take like a few hours to do all this. And it's like really is me time. It really is me time. It's like I'm listening to music. I'm showing you my farro that it's getting crunchy. Do you hear it sizzling?
Yes.
Okay, so it's going to get super crunchy and it's going to be hard not to just eat right out of the pan for fun.
Well, and the other thing that you're doing is you're scraping your pan with this spoon. And if you have a cast iron skillet, you're not going to scratch it.
Exactly. Cast iron is like totally the way. It's almost the only thing I use. Okay. I'm going to move on to another yummy breakfast snack thingy, which is maybe a spoon. This is a low fat situation. This is something, I don't know. I just made this up because yes, thank you for saying it right. I can never figure that out. This is another thing. You can make up whatever you want. And here's what I made up. I was like, this is really good for you. This is all protein. This is no fat. But like, who wants to eat this by itself? Sometimes maybe I do, but almost never know. So here's what I've learned to do with no measurements. I'm going to make a small amount because what happens in these cooking classes on Zoom is that I make 10 million things. And then Dave and I are like, okay,
now we have to eat it.
Yep. So can I just have a teaspoon? So here's my, what is it? Faye, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. And then, or can I have a regular spoon? No, not a measuring. Thank you. Just a big spoon. Yeah. And then I am going to make chocolate yogurt, which is the easiest thing in the world. And okay, here's my friend introduced me. This is sort of crack-like because it's Valrhona. She took off the price tag, so it was probably like a lot. But the other one that I usually always have in the house.
Is it just unsweetened cocoa? Yeah.
Yes. Special dark, not the regular, but special dark. And then watch how yummy and fun. I'm going to make this and eat it later. This is what blows. See, it might not blow your mind, but people are like, oh, but how much was that? But here's your question.
Put as much as you want.
Here are my 2 rules of cooking. These are the 2 things I say a lot. Who cares? And oh, well. Those 2 things will really get you far. So anyway, here's it doesn't matter because
that's my thing that I say all the time. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. So look, I put too much cocoa in there because now it's just going to be cocoa. So no big deal because now I'm just gonna add some of my yogurt, and then I'm gonna do this, and this is going to be like the richest. It literally tastes like the richest dessert. Do you see how? Also, it qualifies with the beauty thing because can you tell how pretty the color is? Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, if you love bittersweet, you just leave it like that. If you want it a little bit sweet, okay, wait, let me really mix it in. Plus, it's just so cool how it blends. Doesn't this look like the buttercream at Safeway, which is, let's face it, the best buttercream in the world and better than any fancy thing?
Uh-huh. And you know what? People actually make videos of stirring things together.
Oh, they do? See,
yeah, it's a thing.
That is a good. Hon, will you just not just stir the farro? Okay, so then I'm using my Splenda and I'm mixing it in. Okay, I wish you could eat this with me. And I hope you're going to have this tonight. I'm not going to take the time because we only have 20 minutes left. But what you're going to do with this is you're going to put, this is like dessert at night, maybe. It's like you're going to chop up banana chunks, apple chunks, or if you don't want a lot of this in your calories, you just do berries and then add a little. And then it's like a chocolatey, delicious dessert. And then do you know what you can throw on top of this concoction?
Crunchy farro.
Farro that's crunchy. So it's cold, sweet, chocolate, creamy, fruity, crunchy. It's like the best thing in the whole world. Okay, next. I am going to actually cook something because it's going to be sad to have our cooking show without actual cooking. So I did this but I wanted to show you. I'm making cauliflower pie, the easiest thing in the world. So lazy that I didn't even cut these up. I bought 2 cauliflower heads. I cut off the bottom. I threw them into a big pan, this pan, with 1 inch of water. Again, you don't need fancy steamers. Literally, I filled this up with 1 inch of water. I threw in my 2 giant cauliflower things. And now I need you. Oh, I was going to just show you. So like this was my chopped fruit from the other night that no one ate. And then I'm going to dump it into my creamy yogurty thing and put farro on top. And then everyone is going to be like, this is the best thing I've ever eaten. And there's no fat. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just, as you can see, I'm a little bit obsessed with no fat. Okay, here we go. So the cauliflower, what I've done is I just cooked it. I couldn't tell you how long, but it was long, and it was like maybe 25 minutes. It was long enough to be like this soft.
Yes.
And I'm taking this, and then again, this goes back to our principle of let's have fun. And this is very fun. And what I'm going to do here is just basically, I'm macerating our cauliflower. Okay, actually, yeah, now I'm seeing that I was so excited about how fast I was going. I didn't quite cook it enough, but it doesn't matter. Okay, so, all right, Dave's going to do that part. But here I'm going to tell you the overall thing. The idea for this is cauliflower pie. Lisa, it is so good, so easy.
Sounds good.
And I'm doing this only with cauliflower, but you could also do it with broccoli or zucchini or squash, any veggie. Okay, so watch what I'm going to do. So that's been macerated. Now, in advance, usually I would do this on my cooking show, 2 scrambled eggs. By the way, this is almost everything is on my blog. So again, let us flash that little thing. I want people, because I feel bad. You're going to be like, I'm never going to remember this. Go to my blog. Almost all the recipes are there. Okay. So that's good, hon. All right. So now look how easy. You've got your cauliflower. Okay. Watch me closely and how exact I am. I'm dumping it in. That's a joke. And then I'm just going to mix it up. Now, I'm really a huge believer in fresh ground black pepper because it just makes everything really, really good. So I'm not going to do it, but I actually ground this in my spice grinder and I keep like a lot of it on hand because it's actually a lot better than what you get at the store. In fact, I'm using it all. Okay. No measurements. I just know we like pepper. It's a great flavor booster. And then here is one of my huge secret ingredients. And that is this. This is Israeli. You can get it at Safeway. You can get it at Nugget. You can get it in most places. It's, for me, I use it instead of salt in soups, in pastas, kind of in everything. And then I'm sprinkling it like I maybe would for salt, maybe a little bit more. And then this is it.
So it's just like a chicken seasoning, salty, chickeny flavor.
Yes, exactly. And then all I am doing, wait, what happened to okay. Now, I use 2 cauliflower heads because even though it's Dave and I, we eat it so quickly that I just decided, let me just do it all at once.
Well, you're
So
binge cooking anyway, so
I'm binge cooking, and the thing about this is this is going to last all week.
yeah.
So what I'm going to do here is I am going to bake this at 350 for like, now just think to yourself, like all this really is cauliflower and
You need
eggs,
to
right?
cook the egg, yeah, so you need to cook the egg.
Exactly. So Dave is going to put this, no, because first so Dave is going to put this in the oven, okay, at 350. Now, while it's cooking, I'm going to make the topping. Okay. Now watch it how.
Oh, there's a topping.
Watch how very scientific this is. Okay. So panko style's just going to taste better than regular. So I'm going to be like, well, that was a big pot of things. And if I have extras, hun,
Oh, well.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Mm-hmm.
There, like yum. Do it.
Yeah.
You're going to be able to use that in the Parmesan somewhere. So all I'm going to do with the topping is I'm going to do panko, and then I'm going to add some olive oil just to kind of like, because you know how olive oil makes things crispy.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to do Parmesan, because Parmesan with panko is one of the great, combos.
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm just going to go like this. That is the topping. And then I wish we had time so you could see how beautiful this is going to be, but I'm pretty sure it's on my blog. So we're going to cook that for half an hour. And then I'm going to add this till it just like gets crispy and melty.
Yeah.
And then I have cauliflower pie all week, and it's super yum. Okay. Moving right along, because we have, good Lord, 11 minutes. These are just quick snacks. This is something I don't remember where I learned, probably the internet. When you're like, oh, I'm hungry, but what should I eat? I want to eat something healthy. I don't want to cook. I don't want to eat garbage.
Mm-hmm.
Look at how exciting this is. You take a cob of corn, and then you put it in the microwave for 2 minutes, and then you have a snack. And it's so good. And no one knows this. Some people
2
know
minutes
it.
in the husk.
That's it. And then be careful that it doesn't because the husk helps it steam. And then you're like, it's just so good. And you don't even need butter. But if you want a butter, you can add Parmesan, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's one thing. The next thing I wanted to tell you, equipment.
I had no clue that you could do that.
Yeah, I'm so happy. See, just that was worth it.
Yeah, that was worth it.
I really want to proselytize about my Breville air fryer, which I don't get commissioned for.
I love my air fryer.
Right? But this thing has like every function. Okay. So I would have shown this to you, but again, another snack. I took a single potato, I cut it into fifths, and look, I have potato slabs. No
Yummy.
oil, no butter. They're super yum. They're crunchy. And then here's what I do next. Wait, hun, I have to show you. These are just things. Now, do you need a cookbook? No, you don't. You just, this is me. I made this up, but what will you make up? I'm like, oh, I don't have sour cream, but I do have whipped chive cream cheese.
Yummy.
So this is like, I put a slather of that. I can eat it like that. Or I take a whole potato, and if I want to make a meal of it, which we don't have time for, I'll open my little can of vegetarian fried beans. I will slather on a layer of beans and sprinkle cheese and sprinkle, maybe I'm going to cut up green onion. That's a meal. Yep. And it's like 10 seconds. I mean, it's so yum. And these last. So with one potato, it's a party. So that's awesome. Okay, moving on. This doesn't have to do with cooking, but I need to quickly tell everyone about these mangoes that I've been bullying everyone to get. They're called kite mangoes, Keitt, Ava. You can get them at Whole Foods. They're gigantic and they come hard as a rock, which is why everyone's afraid of them. But what you do is you get them, you get a lot of them, because once you eat them, you're going to want so many more, but they're not going to stop. They're going to stop selling them.
Yeah.
And then you eat them, and they're silky, they're sweet, they're like the fruit of the gods. Have you had these?
I haven't
Have you
had
had
those.
this one?
No.
Lisa, I wish you might need to come over and get one.
Okay.
Okay. Do I have enough time to do my last proselytizing?
Yes, just do it.
Okay. I'm just going to do it. So I want to proselytize about cucumber salad, but really it's a vehicle for making sure people are not afraid of their Cuisinarts. Cuisinarts are like a thing of the 50s or 60s or something. By the way, here's my corn. Don't have time, but right after class, I'm going to be like eating that. I'm going to be very happy. You're going to want to do that. Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Except I don't have a microwave.
Okay. We don't even have time to go into my phone. Let's table that for the next SheisMe conference. How do you even live? But okay. You're in the minority. So cucumber salad, it's on my blog. It's on my website. Here's my pretty mise en scene, because everything has to be pretty. Cucumbers, red peppers, carrots. I feel like onions. I forgot the onions part. But listen, we don't have time to do the whole thing. So I'm going to show you that you can make this huge salad. Just stay with me. Wait, honey, come over here. You can make this gigantic salad. It keeps all week. And watch wait, do you have a Cuisinart?
I do.
Okay. That's so fascinating that you don't have a microwave. I'm sure you have a philosophy, which I really want to hear, but unfortunately we don't have time. So, okay. But I'm going to show you, and maybe you can sous chef the other veggies so we can quickly. So I just want to show you the joy of making a salad that like takes 2 seconds to make, and that you can use all week. Are you with me? Do you see me?
Ready.
Okay. That's my carrot. That's one of my cucumbers. Now here's my carrot. Are you seeing this? Here's my other carrot. Here's my other carrot. Then here's the cucumbers are like especially exciting. Okay. Here, Dave has cut up an onion. So you do this. And if you could just prep that. And then here's another onion. Okay. And then here's my other cucumber. Not to mention, if you have kids at home, obviously you're going to be supervising them. Mm-hmm. But it's so pleasing and look at this. Do you notice? Like, is that like the coolest thing ever?
That is the coolest thing.
It never gets old. Okay. And then here we're going to do, it's a race against time. I feel like we're on, I don't know, one of those reality shows where
like Guy's Grocery Games or something.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so now I'm putting in my peppers. And just by the way, I've been cooking with you for like 25 minutes and I already have like 5 things for us to eat.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so now look at this. Okay, I did just cut myself. But I've always wondered, like, when am I going to cut myself on my cooking show? And it was today. But it's fine.
Today.
It's not a bad cut. Okay. So look.
There's your salad.
There's my salad. Look at that. Is that not gorgeous? Okay. So now honey, come over here. And now this is on my cooking show, on my blog. Can you just open that for me? So, and then my other ingredients for this are rice vinegar, seasoned rice vinegar. Mm-hmm. And again, do I have to measure? No, I do not. Now, people are going to be stressed right now because they're going to be like, oh my God, how much did you use?
How much do I put in? Yeah.
I don't know. This is maybe it's a half a cup, but again, who cares? Because you can drain it.
Start with a 1/4 cup and then add more as you. Yeah.
You could do that, but I am really wanting to try to encourage people to not get measuring cups out because you don't
need them. I agree. You don't need them. But if you're nervous about it, start with a little. And then add some more.
A little. But if you add too much, you can always drain it. So these are the simplest ingredients. Splenda, some people think it causes cancer, but I'm here to tell you that we don't have time, but I've researched it heavily and it doesn't. Okay. You could use real sugar, but I do some Splenda, and then I do this rice vinegar, and then I do my other thing, which is black pepper, which I've actually already used all my black pepper over there. So I'll make some after class, but then Lisa, look at this beautiful salad.
Right.
And do you know how I'm going to know it's good? I'm going to taste it. I'm going to taste it. I'm not. Oh, also I'm going to add a little water just because we learned that vinegar can be, look, that's it. I'm going to just do that. And what I'm going to do, this is my Hungarian grandmother, Esti, which you'll see a lot about on my website, is she was a big taster. She never measured anything. She would just put things in her hand and go like that.
Yeah.
Okay. It's 3:44. And so what I do is look. So here's like my juice, right? Yeah. And I'm going to, okay, you know what? I mean, I don't want to upset anyone, but that's actually perfect. But if it wasn't, if it was like not sweet enough, I would add Splenda. If it was too sweet, I'd add a little more vinegar.
Right.
If it needed more pepper, I would add more pepper. If it was too much pepper, I'd add more veggies.
Right. And you can, and if you didn't want to use Splenda, use sugar or use
Monk
stevia or monk fruits or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So Lisa, we are going to finish exactly on time.
That's
phenomenal.
Phenomenal.
What I want to say is that I really hope. So again, I'm not selling anything. However, I would love for everyone to go to my website, which again is juliefingers.com, for these reasons. Unselfishly for you, I want you to learn how to cook and be happy doing it. And I promise you, if you watch my cooking videos, if you read my blog, I am terrible at many things, but one thing I'm really good at is like teaching people to like do things in a more fun way. And
well, I'll tell you, so just for the 20 minutes, 25 minutes, you were actually cooking in the kitchen, right? You made a huge salad. You made cauliflower casserole and the topping. You made corn on the cob. You made potato skins. You made farro and fried farro crumbly things. You made chocolate pudding, yogurt pudding, and showed how to eat it in 10 different ways, and we talked about how using farro in 5 different ways.
You're good.
20 minutes.
Yeah, and that is going 100 miles an hour. But the point is that anyone can learn to do this. So I really hope everyone will go to my website to look at that and watch the other cooking videos, because I promise you, what you'll learn is how to break the rules. And that's all you really need to learn. It's not like figuring out exactly how I did it. It's figuring out that you can do it. That's really what it's about. And then selfishly, let me promote myself. I want you to go and look at my articles, because I am a writer and I am about to go in submission for a book, and would love for people to sign up for my website, because that will help me get a publisher and help my agent who I got. And so that would be great. Plus, hopefully you'll like the things that I've written about. But for my last 30 seconds, I just want to say that the universe works in crazy ways. And I met Lisa through my dogs. And I knew her in that one way. And over the last few years, I have learned that she is a superwoman and of many talents. And I watched her opening video for the SheisMe conference. And I was too scared to do a lot of promoting this time, because I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. I can't promote something I don't know what I'm doing. But next year, I promise you I will. And I just want to encourage everyone to support Lisa, because this is an amazing effort. And the message that you give is so real and so important. And I just think you're an example of like what women can do for each other. So thank you for having me.
you. Thank you. That was fun. And thank you for letting me be here with you. I really
I love it.
appreciate it.
I love this.
Stay tuned. I'm just going to tell everybody who's up next. Brenda Hare is up next, and we will be back in about 12 minutes. So stay tuned, everyone.
Yes. Okay. Mwah. Happy cooking, everybody.
Brenda Hare. Brenda is a 6-time author, a speaker, an integrator, a co-founder and CEO of Joy of Pursuit, and the creator of the Author Business Network. Today, she's presenting Know Your Worth and Act Accordingly to experience freedom, enjoy fulfillment, and live fearlessly. Please welcome Brenda Hare.
I've had over 40 jobs in 49 years. That's a lot. But you know what? I've been working since I was 12. I've never been fired. I've always worked my way up, out, and on to my next adventure. Some people say that I must be fearless to do that. But I would argue and say, no, I am fearful, but I just choose faith instead. And I understand at a conference like this, there are people from all different types of faith backgrounds. And I respect that. And I hope that you respect mine. Tonight, I'm going to be sharing from my perspective. And I hope that you just take the principles that I'm sharing and apply them to your life, whatever your faith background may be. So we're going to jump right in. I'm going to share a process with you called the purpose process, where I help you move from what I call the chaos keeper to the calling keeper, right? Wouldn't we much rather be keeping a calling than keeping chaos, which most of us do? So let me explain a little bit what a chaos keeper's life looks like. And you can, raise your virtual hand if you feel like this is you. A chaos keeper is someone they're distracted. Things are just coming at them all the time. They're distracted. They're busy. That's their kind of go-to when people say, how are you? I'm busy. They're always busy. They're probably exhausted and sometimes don't even have a desire to get out of bed. They're usually counting the days until either vacation or retirement. Things are overcomplicated. They're often discouraged and usually feel pretty defeated. But when we know our worth and we act accordingly, we do become calling keepers. And we know who we are because we know who is calling us. So what does a calling keeper's life look like? A calling keeper is someone who is laser focused. They're productive, they're passionate, they're purpose-filled, they enjoy opportunities, and they find freedom in the clarity of knowing who they are, whose they are, what their purpose is. They're usually encouraging others, and they're celebrating victories along the way. So how do we get there? How do we become calling keepers? We first need to decide what our purpose is and define it. It's easier than we might think. There's a lot of cute sayings out there, creating your purpose, create yourself, all of these kind of things. But here's the thing. See, we've already been created. We just need to own what we've been created to be. And our purpose is our very reason for being. See, I believe that God created us to be in a relationship with Him, and that Jesus Christ came and died in our place to restore that relationship. If you don't share the same beliefs, like I said, I hope you take the principles that I share through this process and apply them to your faith background. In Jeremiah 32:39, I'll give you the reference again if you're taking notes. Jeremiah 32:39, it says, "And I will give them one heart and one purpose to worship me forever, for their own good and for the good of all their generations or all their descendants." So our one reason, our purpose for being here is to worship God forever. And then people are like, okay, what does that mean? And what am I supposed to do every day? Like, I thought it was supposed to be this big grand thing, right? We're going to unpack a little bit of the how. Okay. What does it look like? What does it look like in our everyday? In Romans 6:13, it says, do not let any.
Thank you. And welcome back to She Is Me conference. It's day 4. We are winding down, but never fear because our next speaker is amazing. I'm very happy to welcome Lori LeBerge. She is an author and a life coach. Her presentation is called The Choice Is Yours. Please welcome Lori LeBerge.
Hello, everyone. So I'm here today to share my story. Um, Unfortunately, with my story, I lost my husband to suicide in 2018. We were married for almost 29 years. I was 49 years old. Didn't expect to be a widow at that age. He, Marcel struggled for a lot of years with mental illness, anxiety, depression. And it's funny how, now that I look back and see certain things um, that kind of, okay, all come together. Marcel was sexually abused when he was 8 years old. And unfortunately, this abuse happened by a priest, and it continued for about, I think it was 4 to 5 years. He never told anyone, or he didn't tell me. I found out in, let me think, probably was about in our 24th year of marriage, that he had the courage to come forward and talk to me about it. And, I asked him, like, why didn't you tell me sooner? And he said he was scared that I wouldn't believe him. He was scared that I would leave him. And so you just think all that years carrying that inside of you and not telling anyone what that does to you, which, I mean, in my mind now explains the mental illness, it explains the depression, the anxiety. I can remember certain things triggering him. I can remember how he would almost be like a Jekyll and Hyde situation, where he would almost, in the snap of a finger, turn into a different person. And you're just like, what is going on? Um, but like I said, it all makes sense. Anyway, on the day that Marcel took his life, unfortunately, it was my middle son that had found him. I was out of town, and he had hung himself. And my son had called me. Wasn't in our house; it was in a vacant house. Um, that he had done this, and my son had called me and was hysterical. And anyway, I had to drive 2.5 hours to finally get there. My sister had drove me, and that was probably the longest ride of my life. Um, and I mean, the things that are going through your head is like guilt. Why did I go that weekend? Why didn't I stay home that weekend? Why did my son find him? Why couldn't I find him? What's this going to do to my son? What's this going to do to us? All these things are going through your head. And then you're just praying that, okay, hopefully, maybe. This is a mistake somehow. Anyway, he was brought up in a very Catholic religion, and my fear was that, okay, like, is Marcel okay? Is he okay on the other side? Is he safe now? And so I decided in 2020 to go see a medium. And I did. I'll be, totally honest. I had my reservations about going to see a medium. I had never seen one before, and I wasn't sure. And my daughter had gone to see a medium. I think it was probably about 4 months after Marcel had passed away. And she just said to me, she goes, Mom, I think this is really something you need to do. She goes, I think it's going to help put you at ease, she said. She goes, it's helped me immensely. My daughter was pregnant with her first child when Marcel passed away. And, you know, a little blessing came out of it. We had a granddaughter that was born 4 weeks later, um, which of course was happy and sad. But anyway, back to the mediumship. So I did. I went to see a medium. It's been about 10 months, I would say, after Marcel passed away. And this lady was spot on with everything. Like, I was giving her nothing. I was like, "Nope. If you are who you say you are, you're gonna tell me." And man, there was stuff she told me that nobody knew. So I was like, "Okay, this is something." And it just gave me comfort because she told me Marcel was good, Marcel was okay, Marcel was happy, Marcel was free, and that he just wanted me to know that, and that, um, he was sorry for everything that had happened, and he was sorry for how he left, but how he said he felt he had no other option. And going back in the first few months after Marcel had passed away, when I came home, first of all, his clothes, were by his bed, pair of jeans and a t-shirt, and I did not move that. I would vacuum around it. I wasn't gonna move that. It was probably about 4 months after, um, I decided, "Okay, I think it's time that I need to wash these clothes and put them away." And in that 4-month period, I would have lights that would come on in the house. I would shut the garage light off, go up to bed. As I'm going up the bed, I can see the window in the garage, and the light would be back on. My children are all grown, and so in the basement, the light would be on in the bathroom every now and then. I went on a holiday with my sister about 2 months after Marcel had passed away, and the first night I came back home from my holiday, when I got up in the morning, all the lights were on in the kitchen. So I'd mentioned this to my medium, and I said, "The day that I put those clothes away, the light stopped." And she said, "That was because he you were giving him permission, that it was okay for him to go. That you were giving him permission to go on." And I would have never believed someone telling me that before until I went to see her. And so this is kind of where my spirituality journey started. Um, she said something to me that Marcel had always said to me. Marcel had always said to me, "Lori, you need to expand your wings. You need to be that butterfly and you need to fly." He would always tell me that. And I never knew. It's like, well, I'm working. Like, I'm happy. I'm a mom, I'm busy, busy, busy. But he was meaning me, not the mom, not the worker, Lori, me. And my medium said this to me. Her name is Taylor. She said this to me. "Marcel wants you to spread your wings. He says it's time for you to spread your wings." And I was like, holy crap. This is true. This is it. From there, she encouraged me to do some reading on mediumship. She said, "You are an empath." And she said, "You probably have bouts of anxiety." And she asked me, she says, do you have a lot of problems like, stomach issues or anything with your fertility issues or anything, with your reproductive system?" And I said, "Yes." And she said, "That's because you're trying to hold all that. You're trying to hold things in all the time. And you need to channel that out," she said. And she says, "You're an empath, so you feel a lot." She said, "You feel a lot of energy from other people. And you have to learn how to clear that." And I'm like, okay, this does make sense because I can read people in the room. And that just felt so freeing to know, okay, like, wow, this is kind of exciting. And so I decided to explore it a little more. And she did offer courses, and I did take them. And man, the things I learned, that how the choice is ours. We are in control of our own destiny. Um, I was currently still living in our house that we had raised our children. We had been in that house for 16 years. And I was debating on selling, and I did. I I sold my house. Um, After a couple years, I met someone and had the opportunity to move to Texas. He was transferred to Texas, and I owned a business. And so I sold my business and I moved to Texas. That was really a struggle for me, big time struggle, because where I lived, I had my children, I had my grandchildren, I have 3 children. 2 of them have, their own families, and so I have 3 grandchildren. And, when she first kind of talked to me about this, when Taylor first talked to me that, "I see this happening for you, Lori, like, I see a move for you, and it's good, and I see someone else in your life, and he's gonna be good for you," and I'm like, "I can't do that. I can't." Like, I have kids here. I have grandchildren here. Like, how can I leave them? Like, their dad left. I have to fill that void for them. And after a lot of meditating and exploring and looking into this and really doing some growing, I realized that I can do this. This is what Marcel's talking about. This is time for you to spread your wings, Lori. It's okay. Um, Sold my business and I moved to Hockley, Texas, which is just, a little community outside of Houston. And it has been life changing for me. I moved there in January and I have done a lot of healing. I didn't realize how much all of that Marcel had went through, how much that had affected me, how much I had PTSD, how I had triggers, and that I needed to heal, and that I needed to get out of where we had lived, where I had, come through the suicide, how I needed to get out of there because I always felt like everybody always saw me as the widow or the person that, well, that's the person that the wife, the ex-wife or the late wife that or the wife of the person that took his life, and I didn't wanna be labeled at that as that anymore. I didn't wanna be stuck in the everyday rut anymore. I didn't wanna be stuck in the rut of, "Okay, I'm gonna go to work, and I'm gonna come home, and I'm gonna, live my life alone, or I'm gonna do this for the rest of my life, and, it'll be okay, but it's not, you know, gonna be maybe all that great." I wanted more. I wanted to see what else there was out there. I raised my children and I have fantastic children and I have beautiful grandchildren. But I wanted to see what else there was out there for Lori. So I did. And there was tough days. Absolutely there was tough days. As my medium says, you got to peel that onion. It's hard peeling that onion some days. It's really hard because you got to bring all that junk up again and work through it. But oh my gosh, when you can do that, and when you know that I have a great group of ladies that stand behind me, I can tell them anything and I am supported. That means everything. I know that I have the support there. So if I'm going to crumble or if I'm going to struggle some days, I just have to message them or call them or it's a little hard to meet because they were in Canada and I was in Texas. But I could call them over Zoom or FaceTime, whatever. They were there for me. They supported me 100% for what I was doing. I have grown so much from becoming this person in her shell that was scared to talk about it, that was scared to talk about what happened because I was scared to be labeled. There was other junk that went on along with it. And I'm not going to get into too much of that today. That'll be for another day. But it was bad stuff that had happened to us. And it was hard for me to go out into the community to be seen. I was embarrassed. I was humiliated. I was in a really, really dark place. But because of what I had learned, that in spirit with my spirituality, that there is so much more out there. It's not just this, what we are seeing. There's a lot more for you. And if whatever you want, it's yours. You have to decide if you want it. If you do want it, you need to claim that. You need to speak it, because if you speak those words, it will happen for you. And I have learned that over and over again these last few months. I was trying, for instance, to get as a Canadian citizen, in order to move down to the US. If you want to live there, you have to either be married to someone that is sponsored or to someone that isn't a US citizen. And honestly, right now, our situation, we aren't really sure if we want to get married. And I'm not going to get married just so that I can get sponsored. We get married because I want to get married, and because that is a decision for that both of us want to enter into that. And so then the other thing is to be sponsored for a US work visa. I was told in the beginning that was very easy to attain. It was easy before COVID. It has not been easy. I have had multiple job offers, and it just always fell apart, always fell apart. This last one, just how this kind of all worked out for me, it was I applied for a position. I ended up finding out it ended up being someone that I know. He was my oldest son's best friend growing up. He is now the president of the company. We met for coffee. He started this company in Canada, has grown to the US. They are opening up a new office in Houston, and I am hired, and I am getting a US work visa. It all, I was trying so hard to fit those pieces together, and they weren't working. But once I kind of let go of that control, wow, everything just kind of started falling into place. And I am very bad for that, trying to take control of everything. And I think it is probably just because of, everything that happened. Getting back into, Marcel with his mental illness and everything that had happened to him. Um, I had said, like, how kind of situations would occur where, it would almost be like a Jekyll and Hyde situation. And when we would have conversations, he would almost um, accuse me of making things up or spinning the situation, which I learned later is gaslighting, which I learned is, a form of mental illness, which I believe all this stems from the abuse. Um, And so when you find all these things out, when you have been married for 20 some years, yeah, I was mad. I was mad at him. I was too afraid to tell him that, though, because I was scared he was going to take his life. And so I don't really, some of the things that he did, and I was too scared to find out why. And I wish now I would have asked, that because I felt so much of my life was a lie when you find out these things that you have been married for, like I said, 20 some years, and then you find all this stuff out and you're like, holy crap, like I was married for you for that long and I didn't know all this. Like, what else don't I know? Like, what, like, why you feel so betrayed? Um, and then when they take when they take their lives, I had a lot of guilt to heal from that as well. And I'll apologize in advance, sorry if I'm jumping all over the place, but things are just kind of coming to me here. um I had a lot of guilt. I had a lot of guilt for Marcel taking his life and me not being at home. And I had to work through that guilt. And I will tell you today, I finally don't feel responsible for his death. I did when I left for Texas. And I felt guilty for leaving because I felt that I was the reason that Marcel took his life. And I am now leaving my children. And I don't feel that way anymore. I am now showing my children that, you know what? Bad things happen, but you have a choice. It's going to be hard, but if you just even try and put a baby step in forward and want more in your life and work towards that, it'll happen for you. I don't know when that'll happen. I don't know if it'll be today. I don't know if it'll be tomorrow or if it's going to be next week, but I know it'll happen. But you have to make that decision for yourself. And so I know that I have now shown my children those choices that you can make. And I know that I am also helping them heal from, generations of this is how it should be. This is how you do it. Not saying that, you know, my parents were not, how can I say, like big religious believers or strict with me. I had a fantastic childhood. I did. I had wonderful parents. And their thing with religion was that's everybody's choice. That's an individual choice, and you shouldn't make that um, be pushing that on other people. And I think that's where it was kind of a little bit intimidating with my husband's family because they were very strong Catholic people, and that's where I, had the fear of because there that belief is if you take your life, you go to hell. And that's what I was scared of. I was scared he wasn't safe. And I was like, all these years here that he suffered all that trauma. And then for him to take his life and then end up in something worse is horrible. So that was so freeing to hear that no, that is not true. That is not true at all. Marcel is safe. Marcel is happy. Marcel has for him to make that decision to show um, other people when he started coming forward with the abuse, um, he did try and talk to some of his friends, and they were honestly very, very supportive of him when he came forward of the abuse. But he was so ashamed that he told them once, but never wanted to talk about it again because he was ashamed. He felt that it was something he did to deserve that, which is absolutely ridiculous. Nobody deserves that. I miss him. I miss him every day. I am so thankful, though, that I have been given an opportunity to be able to, I guess, kind of start over a new life and to be the person I'm with is very supportive of me, is very supportive of um, me wanting to spread my wings. And I've started writing a book. I haven't completed the book, so I'm a author in progress. Um, but to have that support at that end really means a lot to me as well. Me writing that book has been so freeing. It's a struggle in some areas because you're starting to live with that trauma again, but unfortunately, I think that's how we kind of have to heal as well as you kind of have to go through that trauma again in order to be able to heal. That has been really good for me. And then I've also started life coaching, which I thoroughly enjoy, especially in the times that we're in right now. Like the world just seems so chaotic and there's so much going on. But there's a lot going on that we don't see and we don't understand, And we have to I think there's a veil that's kind of being lifted here. And as you know, a very wise woman has said to me, she says, I believe that good will always prevail over evil. And so she said, like, even though you're seeing maybe a lot of evil, she says, going on, she says, good will prevail. She said, she goes, and she says, I think you get that. She says, where you are right now, she says, with your beliefs, she says, I think you've grown a lot. So she says, you're understanding that. And I totally do. I totally do. I get where that's all coming from, and I think we all have a story to tell. And I think it's important that we all tell that story, especially as women, um, because sometimes we almost feel overshadowed by men in our lives that, well, he did this, so, I'm going to support him and I'll just, kind of follow in his footsteps, but I'm going to be the supportive wife. And that's great, and that's good enough for me, and that's who I'll be. And I was that way for a while, but you lose yourself. You lose who you are. And I'm finding myself again, and I'm finding who Lori is, and Lori has changed a lot. And my kids have seen that as well. They're just like, "Mom, like, you're so happy now," and you seem so different. Like you just have like a glow to you, and it's just like you have a different energy to you. And you're so positive now. And they said, like, we're really happy for you. And it's hard. And my kids did, not gonna lie, they did guilt me a bit about me leaving. But now that they see the good place that I'm in, they are happy for me. And they're even considering on maybe making a move to be closer to me, which is wonderful. I think that would be great. Um, Also in the last year, I lost my mom. She would have been 90 years old. And that was also another big deciding point for me because up until that point, oh yeah, I had made that decision. My house was on the market, my business was on the market, I was selling, I was moving, blah, blah, blah. And then my mom passed away. When she passed away, I was like, what am I doing? I can't go. Family's everything. How can I leave now? And then I had a conversation with Taylor again, and she's like, Lori, your mom is now almost living through you because your mom never spread her wings. She stayed in her rut. And she is so excited for you and your new journey. And she wants you to do this because she wants to live this through you, Lori. She does not want her death to be you stopping this. And I could feel that. I could feel that with my mom. And many times, I would look in the mirror and I could see almost my mom's reflection coming back. It's like, okay, mom, yeah, you're right. You're right. And I think that's the generation thing where, you get caught up on, well, this is how it was always done and this is how we always need to do this. But really, that's not true. Sometimes you have to step out and you have to be the first one to make that change. And that change is really hard and really difficult because sometimes you don't have maybe all everyone on board with you. But as long as you have that group of supportive people behind you, even if it's one or two people, but as long as you have those people, that's what you need. And that's what I had. And that made such a big difference. And the rest will fall into place. And the rest is still falling into place for me. When I started my life coaching, that's kind of what I said. I said, like, you have to realize when you make a decision for your life to be better, it's not that it's going to be this magic light switch and, you know, every day is going to be glorious and it's going to be sunshine and ponies and nothing bad's ever going to happen to you again. Not true. Life happens. Things happen. Bad things happen. Bad moments happen. But because bad moments happen doesn't mean it have to be a bad day. Or if a bad day happens, it doesn't mean it has to be a bad life. You decide what you want. Do you want that to dictate the rest of your life? Do you want to be miserable for the rest of your life? I know after about a year and a half after Marcel had passed away, I didn't want to be alone. I didn't want to spend the rest of my life alone. Now, that doesn't mean that maybe other people that are widows, that they want to be alone. That's fine, but you decide that for yourself. I made that decision for me because I wanted to share my life with someone else. I had a lot of living to do. I wanted to travel. I had a lot of places I wanted to see. I had a lot of things I wanted to do. I love golfing. I wanted to go golf more. I wanted to go watch more hockey. I wanted to go sightsee. I wanted to try new things. I wanted to live in new areas. I'm doing all that now. And I still have bad moments. I still have bad days, but I'm not going to have a bad life because I've made that decision. And I think that's really important to understand that. And I'm really, really happy I made that decision to explore more. I'm really happy that I took that step and I went to see a medium and I listened to my daughter because if I wouldn't have done that, I think I would have still been stuck in the same rut. And I don't know if I would have met the person I had met. I don't know. I I think Lori would have looked really different if she wouldn't have decided to take that chance and take that step. I don't think it would be the Lori that you would see sitting in front of you here today in front of this mic saying, "You are so worth it. You are so worth it. And don't let anyone tell you different." Please follow me on Instagram. My Instagram is shoelover029. Thank you so much, ladies.
Hi, I popped that up just a little little after you're done. I apologize. I was just, uh, you're so brave and you're so strong, and I'm proud of you for moving through this the way that you are.
Thank
Um,
you.
it's got to be different country, different house, different person, different job. Yeah,
It is.
all of the things at the same time.
That's right. Yep. Yep. Like I made a decision of taking my most prized possessions down with me, but sold a lot of stuff because I learned how, when you start keeping stuff and then you learn after a while that it's just things.
They're just
There,
things.
that's right. That's right.
We are in the process of moving. We decided to take our time, but uh, in the process of cleaning out the house and looking at all the stuff and going, why do we even still have this? A stick from
Yeah.
somewhere. It's like, why do we have this stick from somewhere?
That's exactly what it
Why?
was like. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's exactly you look at it and you're like, "Why did I keep this for all these years?" It was tucked
yeah,
way in the back. I haven't looked at it for like 12 years. I didn't even know I had it.
yeah. Well, we've lived in this house almost 8 years, and I just the other day was looking in the kitchen, and there's a box up on the top of where the cabinets are. We have like serving dishes and stuff like that. And there's a
Yep.
box, and I'm like, what's in that box? I pull it down. It's like a cheese board with some cheese knives or something. It's been sitting there since we moved in. Anyway, yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that. But I am so glad that you have found someone to trust and someone who can guide you through this. It's important that you didn't just not ask for help.
Yeah.
Asking for help is important, and I'm glad that you listened to your intuition and found the right person to guide you. That is so important. Asking for help is so important
That's right.
because you can't do it alone. You can't
Mhm.
do it by yourself. And you said that. And you're
Mhm.
very fortunate to have that support system around you.
Yeah.
And I feel like if you don't, and I want to say this to whoever might be watching this, if you don't have a support system around you, please reach out to She Is Me. Please reach out to Shoe Lover
Yes.
029. Please reach out to anyone here that you feel you resonate with their energy, because we built this platform to support each other and to support anyone who wants to join us. So you, everyone's emails, everyone's contacts, Instagram, social, it's all available. If you need help, if you are questioning your existence on this earth and you need help to hold on, please reach out. If you have gone through anything that Lori's been talking about and just don't know where to go, please reach out. So,
Yes. Yeah.
Lori, thank you for your courage in showing up and telling your story. I know it can't be easy. Um, we appreciate it because even if one person sees this, if one person can make it through because they heard your story and there's something similar, um, we're doing our jobs here. We're doing what this platform was built for. So I appreciate you. Thank you for joining us, and we will talk very soon. So stay put. I'm going to announce the next person because Shelby Hansen is coming up to wrap up the day, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
I am so excited to be here tonight and to share with you a little bit about me, and also to be talking to you about this idea and this principle of creating your beautiful life, and that it's always possible no matter what your circumstances are. So I'm going to, let's see. There we go. You can see my Instagram slide up at the end. I think I'm at the end of my presentation, so I think I'm going to try see if I can take it to the beginning. Is that possible? Let's see. Oh, yep, there we go. Perfect. Okay, we'll get all the tech figured out. Some of my pictures are a little wonky, but most of them are formatted right. So this is me. I am Shelby Hansen, and I'm a kidney transplant recipient. I had a kidney transplant 4 years ago, and I want to talk to you a little bit about what it's like to have a chronic illness. And my guess is that if you are somebody that lives in the United States, you're one of the 1 in 2 that at some point in your life will either end up having a chronic illness or a disability. And it's a pretty scary pretty scary statistic when you think about it. But really, I'm sorry. I'm like, my little daughter just came in. I'm like, go to bed. It's late here. Anyway. So, what I want to talk to you about is how you can create this life that you may not see right now. It may seem like it's really far away and it may seem really scary, but I want you to know that this is possible. Okay. And a little bit about me, my parents met when they were pretty young. And my dad was in the Army and he retired after I had gone to college. So I grew up all over the United States, and spoiler alert, I married somebody in the Air Force. So I have lived in 13 different states, in 2 different countries, foreign countries. So my water bottle has all the states that I've lived in, minus Utah and Washington, because the Etsy shop didn't get to those states in alphabetical order yet. So I'm hoping to add those too. But what I want to draw from this is that when I was growing up, my mom is an incredible woman, and I really love every single lesson that she's taught me from birth until now. But she was somebody that got married very young and had children very young. She was married when she was 19, and she married somebody in the Army and left her home pretty quickly after she was married. And then within 13 months, she had me. And I really was her confidant. I was her best friend. And that's because she was so lonely. She was thrust into a new situation where she didn't have supports. And because of that, there was this role reversal that happened while I was growing up, where so many of the times my mother did not know how to emotionally care for herself. And so she would look to me to reassure her and to help her feel better about herself. And I don't fault her for this. She didn't know how to do it any better than what she did. But having that sort of upbringing and that that introduction to life in that way, it really set me up to be a giver in my life, which I love that part of me. I love that I am able to give. But sometimes when you're put into that role of being a caregiver for somebody that's supposed to be taking care of your emotional well-being, it makes it so that it's really hard to receive. And that's a lot of what I want to draw my remarks upon today is helping you to practice that muscle and that skill of receiving when you've only been taught that being a giver is what is expected, what is required, and what is valued, especially from women and mothers. Now, as Lisa so nicely explained in the beginning, I'm a life coach, and I primarily coach with women who have chronic illness, and many of them are mothers. And we have this stigma of if you're a mom, like it's your job to give. This is what you do. You give, give, give until you can't give anymore, and then you go give some more. And heaven help if you if you need anything. And to ask for that, it's showing signs of weakness. It's showing signs that you're not good enough, that you're not cut out for this job. And especially as, like I said, growing up military and then marrying into the military, there's this social stigma of military wives that we really need to be independent. We need to have all the answers and not have to wait for our husbands because so many times they're out of town with TDYs or they're deployed. And really asking out and trying to get that kind of support that you need can be looked down on in those communities. So I'm going to back up a little bit and tell you a little bit of a story about me. So this was my life pre-transplant. Again, I like the pictures are a little wonky. They're a little short. They're supposed to be a little bit taller, but some of the pictures will get better. We were living in Florida in 2015, and when I was living there, I was 31 years old. I had 3 little kids, and I was taking my daughter back home from preschool. She's the one in the striped dress right there when she was 2 years old. And as I went to pick up the mail on the way back to my house, I opened up the mailbox and I looked and I saw that there was bills and some ads and coupons, but there was also a letter from my life insurance company. And I went to open it because a few weeks earlier I had gotten a blood draw for life insurance because I was really ahead of the game. And the year before, I had gotten a life insurance policy. My husband had gotten one because we knew we were young and healthy, but he was paying $50 a month. No, he was paying $25 a month for his policy. And I was paying $50 a month for mine. And I just thought that was ludicrous because I was young and healthy and I should be paying the same amount as him. So I tore open the letter from the life insurance company. And as I looked at it, I was so shocked because not only did I not get a cheaper rate for my life insurance, they told me that I was denied life insurance. And I was like, that doesn't make sense. I already have a policy. And as I read on the labs that they had, there was one that stuck out. It was GFR. And I was like, I don't even know what a GFR is. That doesn't make any sense to me. And so I called my friend who was a nurse and told her my lab results. And she said, you need to call a doctor right now. And I called my doctor. They confirmed with the labs that I was, in fact, in kidney failure. I had less than 20% kidney function. Now, this came as a shock to me and to all the people around me because I'm a giver. I'm really good at giving to everybody and not letting anybody see what's really going on behind closed doors. Because if I really would have thought about it, I knew how exhausted I was. I had severe exhaustion, especially when we moved to Florida. And when I told my husband the news, because of course I got the life insurance and the diagnosis and everything while he was in Japan for work with the Air Force, he was the only one that said, well, that makes sense. You've been really sick. And that's when I knew That's when I knew that this was a proper diagnosis, even though it didn't feel right. Because we'd moved to Florida and I began taking 12-hour, I began sleeping 12 hours at night. I couldn't keep my eyes open past 7 p.m. and I couldn't wake up before 7 a.m. And then when my daughter would take a nap, I would take another 2 or 3 hour nap with her. Now, backing up, this daughter, the one that's snuggling me right here in the picture, she was born in Japan. We lived there for 2 amazing years. And she was born, and within 8 weeks of her being born, we were with my 4-year-old, my 2-year-old, and newborn in tow. We were flying across the world to go move to Alabama, across the country to move to California, and then across the country again to move to Florida before she was 1.5. And I just chalked up all of this exhaustion to just, oh, I have 3 kids. Like I'm supposed to be tired. That's what everybody says. With being so disconnected from my body that I had no idea how severe my symptoms were and how severe my illness was. When I walked into the ER from the doctors, as they looked at my labs and my blood levels, they almost gave me a blood transfusion on the spot because I was so anemic. But I didn't have time to go to doctor's appointments before that because I didn't really think there was anything wrong. And I'd gone to doctors before with really nondescript, vague symptoms like fatigue and nausea. And each time they just dismissed me and told me to go on my way. And so I had dismissed myself when I should have been listening to myself. Okay. So there are 3 lessons that I really want to share with you tonight that I have learned in my journey going through kidney failure and a subsequent kidney transplant. And the first one is that you're either always running towards or away from an emotion. Okay. So the way that I like to think about this is that I use this model in my coaching called the self-coaching model. It's through the life coach school where I was trained. And it talks about how there's facts in our lives. We call these the circumstance. They're the things that just happen outside of us. They're things that everybody could agree on, like the weather. Like if it was 70 degrees outside, I'm like, it's actually probably closer to 45 degrees outside here right now. So we'll go with that. That's the fact. Now, everybody has a different thought about the facts. Now, my thought about 45 degrees is that's cold. I need to go put a coat on. And when I'm thinking, okay, well, I'll go back to that. But my brother-in-law, like if I told him it's 45 degrees, he's like, that's great camping weather. I'm just like, how is that possible? Everybody has a different opinion about the facts of our lives, the circumstance that you may find yourself in. And the most important thing about thoughts is that your thought, whatever it is you're thinking, generates your emotion. So me thinking about the very neutral circumstance, the weather being 45 degrees, me thinking it's really cold outside, I'm going to have to put a coat on, it might create some emotion like frustration or disappointment, something of that flavor. It could get really specific, but in general. Whereas my brother-in-law, he could be thinking, this is great camping weather, which for him, that belief, that thought creates the emotion of anticipation for him. Like here I am feeling discouraged or, disappointed, and he's feeling anticipation and desire to go camping. Now, why I focus so much on this is because emotions are the fuel that drives every action in your life. If you think about going to fill up a car, like I always fill it up with like just the regular, like the cheap gas. I'm like, that's how I roll. But some people use like the premium gas. They use different types of fuel types to fuel their cars as they go. Now, some people will tell you like, oh, this gas level, this gas is better than this gas. But really, it's about what you are choosing to be the fuel source for the actions that you take in your life. Now, where we could argue like the gas types, like maybe some are better than others, emotions are not like that. Emotions are amoral. There's no good ones. There's no bad ones. Emotions just simply exist in our bodies to give you an internal guidance system to help you to stay aligned with your true purpose. And the way I like to think about it is that you have a thought in your mind and it starts to vibrate the neural synapses in your brain that sends vibrational pulses down through your body that gives you physical sensations. Those physical sensations are neutral. They don't mean anything about you. So if you're feeling angry or discouraged or frustrated or tired or whatever that emotion is that you might consider a bad emotion to have, an undesired emotion, the only reason that it's feeling undesired is because you are trying to run away from that emotion. You've become used to that being an uncomfortable emotion. And the only reason that people do things in this world is because of how you think it will make you feel or how you think that you will not feel. That's the only reason we ever do things. So, whatever emotion that you're using to be the fuel for your actions is going to give you the result in your life. And it all starts with a thought. So, let me give you a quick example of this. Last year, this time, I was not exercising very much. And I was a little bit on the down, a little bit depressed side. Things were still a little dicey with COVID. I'm immunocompromised and it was really challenging for me. I'm not going to lie. It's been pretty hard. But what happened was at that time around like October, November, I was like, I used to run triathlons. I would really love to run one again. And I started to put that intention out into the world. I started to really think about it. I started to make a goal. And I started to think about the future me that next summer, what would her life look like? How would she prioritize exercise and wellness and fitness in order to have achieved that goal? And so I used those beliefs that it's totally possible for me to run a triathlon again. In fact, I think it might be fun. I also worked with a chronic pain coach, which is something that I also dabble in with the chronic illness. I worked with a chronic pain coach because not only did I want to run a triathlon, but I wanted to run a triathlon without any physical chronic pain. Because I've had chronic pain in my hips since I was 14 years old. And once I hired this chronic pain coach and started to see what was going on with that chronic neuroplastic pain that was being created by my brain, I was able to, 2 months ago, run my second triathlon of the year. And that's because of what I was thinking about that goal. My goal was actually my circumstance. The goal to go, I had a goal to run a triathlon. That's something neutral. And my thoughts, what I was thinking about that's what created the emotion that was generating all of my actions to prepare for the triathlon. And some of those were, this is going to be fun. Another one is, it's totally possible. Another one was, I just want to do this. And each one of those created a different emotion for me. Now, the I just want to do that really created desire. And from desire fueling my actions, that really led me to these beautiful results that kept building and building until I was ready to run the Cleveland Rock and Roll Mini Sprint Triathlon. Wasn't long, but that wasn't my point. My point was I wanted to do it. I wanted to do my first open water swim triathlon. And because of what I was thinking I would feel at the end of that accomplishment, that's why I wanted to do it. I wanted to feel, listen to that, I wanted to feel the emotion of accomplishment because that's how I thought I would feel at the end. Okay, and the reason that I also bring up this lesson is because so many times we run away from fear. And I've heard some of the other speakers in this conference talk about different ways to deal with fear. And I have loved everyone that I've heard. One of the ways that I like to think about fear is that fear is a friend of mine. Fear is trying to protect me and help me, and I don't have to resist the fear. I don't need to stop doing something because I'm afraid. I can evaluate that and decide what I want to do, but I don't resist the fear. I allow the fear to live in my body. Okay. Moving along, I'm going to give you guys just a little Cliff Notes version, but as I told you, when I found out that I was in kidney failure, I had 3 children. And right before we had found out that I was in kidney failure, we had spent the 6 months prior to that trying to have our 4th child. I felt really called to have another child, and it kept not happening. And so I was getting really frustrated. And then when we found out that I was in kidney failure, I was like, okay, we gotta push halt on this. Like, this needs to be something that we don't look at quite yet. And I don't like, for me, I personally believe in God. I don't care what you call it, but like, call it universe, call it energy, call it source, whatever that higher power is for you. I hope that you can relate to this, but I had to have a very serious conversation with God and say, I really felt called to have this fourth baby. And now I don't see that that's a possibility. I don't see that that's going to be something that happens for me. But I'm open for it to happen however you want it to. But I'm not going to do it right now, not with my health like this. And obviously, it hasn't happened because my health has been so challenging and so bad. And so it's the moment that we found out that I had kidney problems, we stopped and we actively prevented pregnancy. And so I got on the kidney transplant list in January of 2016. And in June of that year, I got up to go to church and I couldn't stand up without crying. I don't know if you're anything like me, but I tend to push until I can't anymore. That's the old me, thank heavens. I love her. I love everything that she got done for me, but it's not how I function anymore. And so I would generally tend to push until I was crying, and that's when I would let myself off the hook. So I was crying, and my husband was already at church. I had to get the kids to church, and I was like, this is what going on dialysis feels like, because I always was just like a sliver away from going on dialysis. And so I told my husband, I don't know if I can make it. I think he came home and helped me get the kids ready to church. And that Sunday, as the kids were sitting on the bed with him, I kept thinking, I got to go to the doctor tomorrow. We're probably going to have to talk more serious intervention plans. And a little something said, you might as well take a pregnancy test just to rule things out before you go. So I went and took the pregnancy test, and I am not a person who typically swears. I took that pregnancy test and it immediately popped up positive, and I swore. And I told my children to leave the room, and I talked to my husband, and I told him on Father's Day, 2016, that I was pregnant with our fourth baby. Now, I went to doctors. I went to the OBGYN, and the first one that saw me highly recommended that I terminate the pregnancy. He told me that my life would be jeopardized, the baby would not make it, and that I would most likely be on dialysis. And this was a personal decision for me, and I could, of course, never make the decision for somebody else in any sort of situation that is similar or different from mine. But for me, I knew that wasn't an option for me. But I didn't really believe at that moment that I would have the opportunity to have that baby. And so for the next 9 months, every time I went to the bathroom, I expected to miscarry. And each week as the pregnancy progressed, he was still there. He was still alive. He was still growing. He was still developing properly. And I scoured the internet for any stories of women that were pregnant on the transplant list or pregnant in dialysis. And there's hardly any research on it. And there's hardly any people that are talking about it. And so and I felt such deep shame for getting pregnant, knowing that I had this severe illness. It wasn't on purpose. It was definitely not on purpose. But I felt such shame for bringing a baby into a life that I was already struggling with. And I knew, since I couldn't find anybody else out there that was talking about this, I felt that whisper again say, it's because that's what you're supposed to do. I need you to be the one to show other women what is possible. And so that's when I started my Instagram journey, really, about sharing about my chronic illness experiences. I had started to, I'd been on Instagram since 2009. Like, I love Instagram, But I mostly shared just like food and crafts. And this is when I started to show my face on Instagram. And I can't tell you how many women have messaged me about kidney disease, about pregnancy. And of course, I'm not a doctor. And I tell everybody to go talk to your doctors because that's the most important. But there is an unmet need here for people talking about fertility, talking about what family life looks like if you are less than perfectly healthy, which, as we established at the beginning, 50% of the population at some point in their life is going to experience a chronic illness or a disability. And we don't talk about it. We don't talk about how to care for children, how to set up systems that work so that your kids can be well adjusted and you're taking good care of them and good care of yourself at the same time. So this picture was taken when I was 37 weeks pregnant. And not only had I developed kidney, I'm sorry, I've got to back up one thing. Something amazing that happened while I was pregnant was that my kidney function actually improved during the pregnancy. And my personal philosophy is that as my baby was growing, as he was developing, his kidneys were getting bigger and healthier. And since we were sharing a blood supply, his kidneys started to filter the toxins that were in my blood that my own kidneys couldn't. Okay, so like I said, this is 37 weeks. My kidneys were not doing great. I did not ever end up on dialysis, but I did start to get some itchy hands and itchy feet, which I knew was a bad sign because it was abnormal. I told my doctors and they said, you need to get induced. You have cholestasis, which is a pregnancy-induced liver condition. And so I was induced, and this was last pictures taken before the birth of my son. And here he is. Oh, next slide. Because step 2, lesson number 2 I want to share with you is just how precious life truly is. I went through that entire experience pregnant with my son, understanding just how precious his life was, not knowing if he would make it to birth, not knowing how long I'm going to live. Still, I have this. Still, I don't know how long I will live with this condition. In my mind, I've created and I know exactly how long I live and how I die, which, if you're curious, is 80 years old, because I'm like, that sounds really old for me. It's not old in general, but if I live to 80 years old, I will count that a massive success. 80 years old, I hold my husband's hand while we sleep, and I go to sleep and fall asleep and pass away in my sleep. So that's how I die, guys. It's not in a hospital. It's not on the transplant table. Nothing out of that. But I have to really think about that because there are so many fears with having kids, and not and anything can happen at the drop of a hat. You can go check the mail and your life can change. You can get a text from somebody and somebody's gone, or somebody's severely disabled, or they have some sort of an illness that's going to impact their life for the rest of their life. And that's why these moments that I have with my family, with my loved ones, I savor them because they are so precious, because you never know how many of them you're going to get. Okay. Here is a picture of my sweet little baby, John Ezekiel, who was born on January 20th, 2017. Absolutely perfect. But like I said, there was nobody else out there talking about these kinds of things. And so you can see that picture on the right, little Instagram picture. Remember when we did like those all of those collages and like the camera frame things back then? We lived at the beach. I took him to the beach with me, and I wanted to document what was hard and what was really beautiful about my life. Okay, so after he was born, my kidney function took a real good dive. Now, this is actually not my son. This is my nephew. This was Thanksgiving, right before Thanksgiving of 2017. And I had posted this picture on Facebook, and I was, obviously too ill and too tired to be able to really help with Thanksgiving preparations, or maybe I had, but I was really exhausted afterwards. I posted this on Facebook, and all of the comments were like, "Oh, are you sick? How are you doing?" And I was like, "Don't I look good?" But now I look back and I see it too, and I'm like, "Yeah, I really was sick, and people were not used to seeing me on the couch. They were used to seeing me up and about when I was having my good days. They weren't used to seeing this. And it got to the point where I would be on the couch like 1 or 2 times, 1 or 2 days, and then up for like a day and then 1 or 2 days. And I remember at that moment, actually, I do have a freebie on my Instagram. And I was looking up on Pinterest. How do you play with your child when you can't get off the couch? Like, that's something that no mom should ever have to do. So, oh yeah, there we go. Oh, actually, my Instagram is Shelby Creates a Beautiful Life. That's another one from before. So, but yeah, so this was when it started to get serious, that I was like, I might need to get a graft. I might need to go on dialysis. And that following summer, on the 4th of July, there you go, I got the call for a transplant. And I was thinking about this earlier today, because as I got that call that there was a kidney available for me to have, I didn't know whether I should say yes or no, because I was so in denial about how sick I was. I was like, somebody else should get it. I'm okay. You can see in the previous picture, I was not okay. And it took people outside, because I was so disconnected from myself. I was disconnected from my emotions. I was disconnected from my internal boundaries and the way that I was taking care of myself, because I was so focused on other people in that giving scenario that it was really hard to be the receiver. And going back to around that time, I had made a promise to myself that, like, actually go back a little bit further. My very first life coach was talking to me about getting and receiving support. And I just told her, in Florida, like there just wasn't as many people. Like, I have a good system here in Michigan for people to help me out, but in Florida, like, there weren't. And she looked at me and she was like, I do not believe that is true. I was like, you weren't there? Like, how can you say that? And I was like, why are you saying that? And she's like, well, like, why do you think they wouldn't support you? I was like, well, I would ask them people to do stuff and they just would flake out on me, or they wouldn't show up. And she's like, tell me about one time that happened when you asked somebody and they flaked out and they didn't show up. And I was like, dang it, you got me. I had made those scenarios all up in my head. It hadn't actually happened. I just had imagined, like, if I ask this person, then they're not going to be available to help. And then if I try to rely on them and then they don't follow through, it's going to be even worse for me. So I should just do this on my own. And so at that point, I made a commitment to myself that if somebody asked me if they could help me in any way, I had to say yes, which was really hard for me as a giver. But as Brené Brown says, if you are not willing to receive, then you are giving with condition and judgment. And oh gosh, that hit me like, stabbed me in the heart, because I'm like, no, I'm just giving. I don't need anything back from anybody. I just want to be on this powerful side of the equation. I don't want to be on the vulnerable side of receiving and perhaps feeling let down if I don't get the help in the way that I need. And so if anybody asked, I said yes. In fact, I had an elderly lady at church ask me if she could watch my 9-month-old for like half day once a week. And old me before that would have said, heck no, I can do this on my own. I'm a military wife. I've grown up. I've done all of these things. Like, I'm amazing. I'm an independent person. I raised my 3 younger sisters. Like, I got this. But because I had made that commitment, it was so hard, because I was like, and now obviously if she wasn't a safe person, I wouldn't have said yes. She was. So I was like, okay, I'm saying yes to this. But I also made a condition that if anybody ever said the words to me, well, if there's anything you can think of, I'd love to help. Just let me know if you need any help. I made it a condition for myself that I had to say yes, and I had to get back with them within 24 hours of what specifically they could do to help, because I needed to practice this receiving muscle that was so weak. My giving muscle was strong, so strong that that really, like, I had nothing left to give. So and it helped me to get really creative too, because in the past I'd always been on such crazy diets, like trying to decrease the inflammation in my kidneys. And because of that, excuse me, people would ask if they could bring meals. And I'd always say, yeah, bring something for my kids. I'll figure out something for me. But then I realized, hey, I've already grocery shopped for these meals that I need, and I have the recipes. I could just give all of that food and the recipe to the person and ask them to bring it to me for dinner at 6 o'clock the next day. It had never crossed my mind to do something like that, because I was like, that would actually be really helpful. And so I started to find ways that people could help me, because I'm like, think about it. If you ask somebody what you like, oh, I'd love to help. If you can think of anything, let me know. I'm always ready. And they gave you exactly what to do. Gosh, doesn't that just take all the indecision out of it? I know if I go make somebody a meal, I'm like, I don't know if they're going to like this. She knew that's exactly what I wanted. And I think that's how I started practicing asking universe, asking God a little bit more about what I really wanted and what I really needed. Okay. So going back to this, I got my transplant in July, and this was the ultimate act in learning how to receive, because I was literally receiving an organ from somebody that had passed away. And my healing didn't go very well. About 3 days after my transplant, the transplant team came in a rush into the room and said, we need to do an ultrasound right now. We think that the blood supply has been cut off and that your kidney is dying. And I'd just been through this major surgery. My husband and I immediately said a prayer, please, please let this not be the case. And so as we went into the ultrasound, the blood supply was still good, but they couldn't figure out why the kidney wasn't working. And so I went to sorry, excuse me, like, get my head back. I went to a biopsy 3 weeks after my transplant, and actually it was 1.5 weeks after. And the fellow there was like, it's like, I've seen kidneys go have a sleepy kidney, one that doesn't work very well, isn't filtering those toxins yet. I've seen it go like 3 weeks. And 3 weeks came and went. 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks. I'm sicker now after the transplant than I was before, because not only did they give you all of these wonderful immunosuppressing drugs, those drugs are also nephrotoxic, meaning that they will kill your kidneys. And so the drugs that they were giving me, my native kidneys that were kind of working, they were now dying because of the medication, and my new transplant wasn't working. And so about 5 weeks into it was when I started really noticing and recognizing that I needed to allow my body to come out of the fight or flight state that it had been in. I needed to welcome in rest. I needed to welcome in this rest and digest, this rest and repair state, and really focus on allowing and accepting and receiving the health that this new kidney was giving me. And during this time, I had plasmapheresis and IVIG, some really heavy duty methods to help kick this kidney into starting to work. I couldn't pick up my son for 3 months after my transplant. And this amazing woman became my son's second mom, because I was at such risk of herniating. I couldn't put him in his high chair to feed him. I couldn't pick him up out of his crib. And he was my last baby. I was trying to soak in all of those baby moments. And there's my sweet husband. Yes, he is using hand sanitizer as a pillow in the ER for all the times that we were trying so desperately to get this health back that I wanted so badly. And 7 weeks came, and finally the toxin levels started to drop. And I'm going to go to this third lesson that I want to teach you, which is that you always have the ability to create a life you love. Before my kidney started to work, I don't know if I had asked the transplant team or not, but even when I had this sleepy kidney, We were in Michigan. We went up to Sleeping Bear Dunes up north because I still needed to live. Even if my body wasn't cooperating, I still needed to see the water. Water is so healing for me. And like I said, it finally started to work. My kidney started to recover and started to come back. But I didn't need to wait for the circumstance to change for me to have amazing thoughts about my life that were creating these emotions, that were fueling these actions and having the result of loving this life. Each moment that I got of my life, whether it was going to be a really short time, because I didn't know if it was going to be short or if it was going to be long. And it really helped me to understand what mortality can potentially feel like and what was the legacy that I wanted to leave. And the legacy that I wanted to leave and I want to continue to leave is that it is possible to create whatever you want. Because that's the thing, you can believe whatever you want. That is something that not millions, but leaders around the world have tried to control people's thoughts, tried to control their emotions, and they can't do it. And I want my kids to know that it's possible to create love in yourself, that emotion of love by what you're thinking, what you're focusing on, because it matters what you focus on. It matters if you're focusing on the things that are lacking or focusing on the things that are going to grow you and help you to grow into the person that you want to become. Okay. 2 months post-transplant, after I had my transplant, even you can see this, like I still couldn't pick up my sweet son at this time. My kidney had started filtering, but what you don't see on this picture, you see like a cute kid with his mom in the sunflower field. Like, doesn't everybody do that? What you can't see is that his little hand where it is literally inches away from where my transplant incision was. I was terrified he was going to just right into my incision. And he was up on a hay bale. And if he had fallen, I wouldn't have been able to catch him because I couldn't have grabbed him. So these things, like we live in a world of juxtaposition where we have our highest highs and our lowest lows. But that's part of what makes life so beautiful. When you think about a picture, like you have black and white, like they're kind of boring. Like a white piece of paper is just kind of boring to look at. You wouldn't put a white piece of paper up as artwork. What makes it a piece of art, whether it's a photograph or a painting, is how the light and the dark and the contrast interacts with itself in order to make beautiful images, especially if you're taking a photograph, how the light comes into the lens and you capture that light and the colors, that's what creates it. And so you have to have those highs and those lows in order to have that full human experience. So I will show you this one. This is my sweet little family today. They're not so little anymore. My oldest son is 15. I have a 13-year-old daughter, a 10-year-old daughter, and my little Zeke started kindergarten this year. Now, I went back to work about a year after my transplant when things with my health had kind of had settled. I was able to go back to work as a speech therapist, and I loved it. I loved being able to do the work and that I'd been trained in and to help people learn how to communicate better. I have always been fascinated with brains. And then I went back, of course, the 2019-2020 school year. Good ideas, right? For somebody that's immunocompromised. And then I ended up homeschooling my children. And that's when we moved once again, because do we ever stay in the same place? Where I moved and I really had this opportunity to say, what do we really want? Because I had the pull to go to life coaching for a few years, but I'd also had the pull to do speech. And so as I had made that decision back when I went back to work, I was like, do I want to be a life coach or do I want to do speech? And I knew that I didn't want to just do coaching because I thought that I would fail at speech. And so that's part of the reason why I went back to be a speech therapist. After being a stay-at-home mom for 10 years, it's like, I want to go prove that I can go do this. And it was so fascinating because I had kids as moms come up to me and be like, "You're the best speech therapist we've ever had." And I'm like, "You guys don't know that I don't know what I'm doing." I was like at home, like constantly looking up new therapies, trying to figure things out for their kids. But when we did that move, I had been working for a year and I knew I could be successful at that. I knew I could be a success as a speech therapist. My heart was calling me to help women, especially that have chronic illnesses, especially that are the givers in their lives, learn how to practice that receiving muscle, learn how to allow emotions to be safe in their bodies, not something that you want to resist, not something that you want to push away from, and learn how to become friends with your body now. Now I talk to my body all the time. People probably think I'm crazy, but I ask her permission first. I don't look outside of me for the answers anymore. I already know that I have all the answers that I need. In fact, this was something that my sister gave me when I was first, when I got my transplant. It says, all that I need is within me. And I will tell you that too, my friend. All that you need is already within you. I'm so honored to be able to speak with you today. And if you want to follow along on my Instagram journey, you can continue to follow me here. Here's the QR code for it. Shelby Creates a Beautiful Life. And I also have a freebie. I don't know if it'll be on the outro, but you should be able to get a hold of it. I have clarity classes that I hold every Monday at 11:30 a.m. Eastern time. And with these creating clarity classes, it's going to help you know exactly what you want to create for the upcoming week. All right. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
I'm trying to click all the things to get in here.
You're here.
I've been clicking all day.
I know, right?
Shelby, thank you so much. Thank you for being so honest and telling your story. And I didn't know that you were pregnant with your fourth child when all of this happened, even though we've spoken and done things. And very brave, very amazing. And I love that you followed your intuition and you followed your own voice. And um, we're lucky to have you. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. It's been so amazing. I just am so honored that you have put together such an incredible platform for women to share their stories, because each one that I've heard too, I'm like, oh, I see that in me. I see that in me.
Right? Every single one. We wrap up after we get off the live and we wrap up, and every single one I'm like, I've got a story about that. I know about that. Yeah. So and somebody said it today earlier that we're more alike than we are different. So
Amen.
um thank you again. Stick around. I want to talk to you after, but we're going to wrap up day 4. I'm going to go and have dinner with my husband, and he's going to be really glad because I've banished him to downstairs and no bandwidth for the week. So he's
No.
probably really happy to turn the TV on here. Anyway, thank you, Shelby. And
Thank
for
you.
everyone else who's here, we will see you tomorrow with our final day, day 5. Thank you.